Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
All right, everyone, we're here. Carlos, get the crew moving. We've got our first show tonight. The wooden circus barge creaked as it docked. A chain of glimmering silver shot out from the pier, coiling neatly around the mooring posts on its own. With a shimmer, a door etched itself into the ship's side, and a glowing ramp stretched onto the street. Carlos barked orders, squibs rushing to unload crates of juggling props and stage gear. Aurelius. Skander's sharp eyes cut toward him, handing over a roll of parchment. Keep watch over the animal pens. That's tonight's performance list. Make sure the performers are backstage on time. He hesitated, voice softening slightly. This is your first time working a show. Familiarize yourself with the theater and don't make mistakes. Aurelius nodded, expression calm, and motioned for Egg, his nervous squib assistant, to follow. The barge was no ordinary vessel. Layered with enchantments, it served as a traveling inn, a theater, and a fortress of sorts. Though Skander preferred the newer magical tent for performances, the lack of a square in Siren City meant the old ship's theater had to be used again. 5 levels made up the vessel. The top deck, Skander's quarters, and the control hub. The second floor for the 3 wizards aboard. The third, the dormitories. The fourth, the old theater. The bottommost, a warehouse and animal pens. Boss, that's the theater ahead, Egg whispered, voice overly polite. And here's backstage. The squib had been skittish lately, almost groveling. The colder Aurelius became, the more careful Egg grew, afraid of angering him. Aurelius didn't mind. It made the boy efficient. He took a slow tour of the theater, noting every detail. Entrances, exits, dressing rooms, and the holding area for magical beasts. His job wasn't to perform. It was to ensure the creatures arrived on cue. Simple. Scanning the list, he found tonight's lineup. 9 acts total. 3 juggling, 3 exotic talents, and 3 magical creatures. A Kappa, harmless but ugly. A Charmander, fiery-tempered but easily caged. And the troublesome one, Layla the Martin. Nearly human in wit, over 1 meter long, and capable of fluent speech. Where Skander had found her, Aurelius couldn't guess. Tonight, she was doing a talk show. He approached her lavish cage, complete with bed, vanity, and a wardrobe of tiny costumes. Inside, the glossy-furred Martin lay sprawled, snoring softly. Layla, Aurelius said evenly. Your show's tonight. Ready? The Martin stirred, pawing at her ears irritably. Don't bother me. I'm sleeping. His lips curved in faint amusement. I hope you say that when the whip comes down. Her eyes snapped open. She bolted upright, pressing her tiny paws to her mouth in mock elegance. A whip. And no need for that. Layla's the finest actor here. Everything will be perfect. Good. Aurelius turned on his heel, leaving her cage behind. By the time the show ended, the night air above Siren City was shimmering with lantern light and applause. The crowd from the wealthy upper district had been generous, tossing Kraken coins like confetti. It was nearly midnight when Aurelius finally stepped out for air. Carlos joined him, eyes distant as he looked out over the dreamlike streets. 10 years ago, I was just like you. Fresh in the troupe, wide-eyed. Never thought a city like this even existed. My old man worked for the ministry his whole life. I swore I'd never end up like him. Aurelius tilted his head. The upper city glimmered, a jewel above the rotting slums below. Mist curled around streets lit with floating candles, while bubbles drifted overhead, fish darting through them as if swimming in the stars. Fountains sang softly, and the statues of sirens whispered in voices like lullabies. Carlos gestured toward a pier ahead. The Fishman Pier, closest to the Commerce District. My first stop here. Aurelius' gaze fell on a bronze plaque. It says this was built by a Norse wizard and a siren wife. Those, a new voice chimed in, were my grandparents. They turned. A striking young woman approached, fishtail gown shimmering, a glass of red wine in her hand. Her beauty was sharp, bold, nothing like the modest, wizarding families Aurelius had seen. She smiled. Tina, Sebastian. Tina. Aurelius blinked. Funny, I know another girl with that name. Then she must be beautiful too. Her lips curled in a teasing grin. Changing the subject, Aurelius asked, so this pier really was your grandparents' work? Of course, she said lightly. Carlos arched a brow. How old are you then? Tina tilted her head, eyes glittering. Why don't you guess? Carlos blinked, speechless. Aurelius gave a faint smile. Really big. I suspect you're playing with colors, and I have proof. Aurelius felt a flicker of discomfort. Tina Sebastian was breathtaking. The kind of woman who could make a room forget the air it was breathing. Dressed to kill, with eyes that gleamed like the ocean under moonlight, she was dangerous in every sense of the word. Next to her, poor Carlos looked utterly ridiculous, like a sparrow trying to flirt with a phoenix. Aurelius almost pitied him. Almost. Tina claimed her grandparents had built this place. On the surface, the story was believable. After all, the wizarding world had always been home to strange bloodlines. Hybrids of human and magical creature weren't rare. Vila, sirens, creatures who walked the line between myth and flesh. And yet, most of them bore little resemblance to the beasts that birthed them. Fleur's beauty came with the Vila's charm. Tina? She carried something far more chilling. Longevity. An immortality that neither wizard nor mermaid blood should grant. Aurelius had read about it once. In a book of black magic he'd rather forget. A cursed gift, the kind dark wizards would sell their souls to obtain. Looking at Tina now, she seemed no older than 20. But by that logic, she could easily be old enough to be Aurelius's grandmother. I wonder, Aurelius asked evenly, why Miss Sebastian has sought us out tonight. Her smile deepened. Too perfect, too rehearsed. Why? To greet honored guests, of course. Don't tell me you're not interested. She flicked her wrist, and a delicate slip of perfumed paper appeared in her fingers. Its scent curled through the air like smoke. Carlos inhaled once and melted on the spot. His eyes glazed, his lips parted, and his hand twitched forward as if drawn by invisible strings. Aurelius's expression hardened. He reached out. Lightning quick, and with a subtle surge of dark mist from within, Carlos dropped unconscious at his feet. Tina tilted her head, amused. Not bad. Most men can't resist even a whiff of my charm. You, however, you don't flinch. Mermaid hybrid, Aurelius said coldly. Your abilities rival Avila's. Her fingers traced the curve of her pale neck, lingering at her collarbone. Don't you find that tempting, little brother? Ignoring her, Aurelius plucked the card from Carlos's slack fingers. The words gleamed elegantly in Latin and English. The fish house. Join me, Tina whispered, lips brushing the air. Everything a man dreams of awaits inside. Aurelius's eyes narrowed. Has Siren truly fallen so low? Reduced to trading flesh and blood for coin. Tina gave a soft, mock sigh. We're only delicate girls, powerless in this city of sharks. What else can we do to survive? Then try finding a rich fool, Aurelius retorted, dragging Carlos upright by the arm. We're circus hands. You got the wrong prey. She didn't stop him, just swirled her wine glass, crimson liquid catching the lamplight. How curious. A circus boy who shrugs off my magic. You're no simple traveler, Aurelius. The moment Aurelius returned Carlos to the cabin, the city revealed its teeth. A fountain nearby rippled. From the water rose another siren, scales gleaming like polished steel. Beside Tina, she flicked her tail, spraying droplets into the night air. Claire says it's afraid, the newcomer whispered. That boy, he's dangerous. Tina's eyes glimmered, lips tightening. My people tell me his name is Aurelius, the circus's so-called reserve animal trainer. Yet Leviathan trembled at his presence. Why would someone like that hide among clowns and cages? Will he interfere with our plans? I don't know, Tina admitted softly. I tried to test him. My charm slid off him like water off stone. And beneath his skin, she shivered, not from cold, but from recognition. Something dark sleeps there. Terrifying. Ancient. She exhaled, steadying herself. Delay the plan 10 days. If he's just passing through, we'll let him vanish. But if he's not, her voice sharpened, then no one will stop me. I'll reclaim what I lost, even if I have to drown this city to do it. Back in his cabin, Aurelius handed Carlos a steaming mug of coffee. The little man blinked blearily, rubbing his temples. I didn't really just lose yourself over a scented scrap of paper. Aurelius cut in dryly. You did. Carlos groaned, burying his face in his hands. Merlin's beard, how humiliating. Aurelius leaned back, his expression unreadable. It's no different from a siren's song. Sleep it off. You'll recover. When Carlos finally shuffled out, Aurelius moved to the window. Outside, Tina lingered, her smile radiant, polite. The perfect hostess. He returned the gesture with a faint nod, then drew the curtain shut, a shadow crossing his eyes. This city smiles with one face and hides a knife with the other. Skander's warning echoed in his mind. Out here, danger never knocks. It's already in the room. Thanks to the Obscurus curled within him, he'd sensed their trap before it could close. Otherwise, he might have been snared like Carlos. And Tina, she wasn't done. Aurelius's lips curved faintly as the black mist he'd left near the fountain whispered the rest of the siren's conversation into his thoughts. So, they thought Leviathan feared him. Good. Let them keep fearing. Aurelius doesn't care what this Tina Sebastian wants to do, and it has nothing to do with him. His goal is clear, to find a replacement for the Crystal Hub and to arm the children who are practicing in the orphanage. But it won't be easy, and Aurelius is ready to spend a year or even years looking for it. In addition to this most important goal, there are also some smaller goals. The problem of the Blood Curse orcs needs to be solved, and the Legilimency orc version needs to be solved. But these boil down to recruiting subordinates and followers. He wanted to solve the problem of exposure to the wizarding world that was almost destined to happen in the future. Just thinking about it was not enough. Did he want to shrink into a school like Dumbledore? Don't agree with anyone who wants to do something, but can't come up with an idea of your own? He doesn't want it. If he wants to change, he must have power, right? Use authority and inducement. All his actions revolve around this center, Sebastian. Before they meet, it's none of his business. Siren City is neither his destination nor his goal. It's very messy here, which is perfect for profiting from the chaos. But it's not messy enough. The performances in the next few days were uneventful, and Aurelius just signed up this Lamia, who was hot on the outside and cold on the inside. His focus is still on communicating with Nagini and learning Legilimency. Aurelius' life seems to have entered a stable cycle, but in the prison of the Magic Congress of New York, an extraordinary transformation is taking place. Each of the cold cages held a felon. Those who could be locked up here are criminals with heinous crimes. Unlike Azkaban in the UK, Azkaban is an isolated desert island offshore. Thousands of years ago, it was the fortress of a dark wizard called Extus, who loved to lure Muggle sailors to the island and then brutally torture them to death while they survived the disaster. I don't know why, but wizards always like to transform some of the original wizards' fortresses into prisons. The prisons of the Magical Congress are different. Although wizards set foot in America much earlier than Muggles, there is still no history to speak of compared to the wizarding world in other regions. The several moves of the MAC address have also made it difficult for prison guards to take care of them. Therefore, the prison of the Magic Congress was simply built underground under the Magic Congress, just like the Hell and Who Shall legends. The further down you go, the tighter the guards are, and the more heinous the criminals living here are. A white-haired man, a little embarrassed. This is natural. Anyone who has been in prison for several months will become like this. His long hair was unkempt, and his beard was unkempt. But his eyes never changed. I will always remember December 30th, 1926, the day I was sentenced to life imprisonment and put in this cell. His deep voice seemed to pull everyone listening into his story in an instant. I have no regrets or regrets, but I'm still reflecting on why I went to prison. I am a wizard for the greater good. Why? Why are so many wizards against me, and even fabricate facts to put me in jail? Me in jail? I don't understand. He sighed, but soon became emotional. But I was never lost, and I started to try to find the answers to these questions. He said to himself, "From where? From this life of mine. I was lucky enough to grow up on the banks of the Danube River. That place is so beautiful. I spent my childhood carefree. At that time, I had no worries, no goals, and no ideals. Everything changed when I was 11 years old. Yes, I received an offer from Durmstrang. I discovered my talent, and I'm so proud. I'm so proud. In the magical world of magic, I was born to be a king, and I began to follow the footsteps of magic, but unfortunately, those mediocre people don't understand. Until I met him, a confidant and a partner. We were the same age and had the same talents. We saw through this decadent world. We talked about magic, criticized the system, and found something we could fight for all our lives. Target. Finally, his soliloquy elicited a response. A young voice couldn't help but ask, "What is your goal? Is it to break the law of confidentiality?" "Sir, Mr. Grindelwald." "Grindelwald?" "Yes, this embarrassed figure is none other than the unruly and arrogant Gellert Grindelwald not long ago." "Abernethy, you are an excellent young man. You are very sensitive. Am I really a born destructor? Or am I really a born bad person who likes bad pranks?" Grindelwald shook the specially made shackles and shook his head, standing up unsteadily. "No, I don't think you are. We have been together for nearly a year, sir." Abernathy held hands, and his thin voice came from the narrow gap in the cage. Grindelwald looked at him with his iconic eyes. "Abernethy, I have been thinking about a question. We are wizards. We are born with magical power. Muggles and No-Majs, they are weak. Like an ant, even a first-grade child can easily kill them. Then why do powerful wizards hide like mice in this small place, euphemistically called the magical world, while weak muggles can control the world with peace of mind? Because Abernathy's voice became lower and lower, and he found that he could not find a reason at all. Because of the secrecy law? Abernathy himself said without confidence. "Ignorant. This is also the common denominator of most people in the wizarding community today. On the one hand, they despise muggles and think that muggles who do not understand magic are just a bunch of ants. On the other hand, because of their age, they know almost nothing about the origin and history of the Statue of Secrecy. Even now, most wizards still don't understand why an anti-wizard organization is named Second Salem. This is the consequences. There is an old Huxia saying, 'Read history to clarify your aspirations, and know the past to learn from the present.' Sadly, wizards, at least most wizards, don't read history. Of the 11 magic schools in the world, only 5 have a history of magic course, and only 1 has history of magic as a required course. And this is the only school that requires history of magic, just because they can't fire a veteran teacher who has been there since the school was founded, because once he loses this obsession, he will disappear. Aurelius did not understand this current situation and had a reasonable suspicion that the creator of this world hated history lessons and did this intentionally. But the fact is that wizards will not learn any lessons from history, not even the lesson of not learning any lessons from history itself. Confidentiality Act? Grindelwald smiled. His smile was very penetrating and desolate. The law made us become rats in the ditch. The law made us lose the world that should be under our control. Who did the law protect? We or them? We? Them? No. Abernethy felt that his brain was about to burn. This is what you know limits what you think. If Abernathy reads through the history of that period, he should understand. Are muggles really as weak as wizards think? In other words, are wizards really as powerful as they think they are? Yes, it is true that any spell can kill a fragile muggle. But what about wizards? Anyone killed will die. A wizard who loses his wand is not necessarily much more powerful than a muggle. This is the gate of life. And it is also the reason why people who seem to have great power have to give in and hand over the dominance of the world to muggles. Muggles, who have defeated wizards in the past, know this very well. With a population that is 10 times or 100 times greater than that of wizards, they can just crush them with the overwhelming power of God. This is the truth. But what is very interesting is that both sides in this battle to dominate the world have chosen to conceal the truth. Times have changed, and hundreds of years later, wizards have become legends and fairy tales among muggles, and wizards are hypnotized by the magic of magic. If you think about it carefully, these wizards are quite similar to the arrogant cosmic country of a small country in later generations. Oh, it's different. At least some people among the wizards know the truth, so they desperately maintain the authority of the law of secrecy. Abernethy is a typical representative of most wizards. They do not know the truth, and the world is in great conflict with their knowledge, and they are full of confusion and confusion. Grindelwald only knew one thing, but not the other. He predicted the future development of muggles and predicted those terrible weapons that could destroy the world. He was afraid of muggles, but he was afraid of future muggles. He is a wizard, a genius wizard, which also makes him unable to see where most wizards are. He was right when he said that any first-year kid was capable of killing a muggle. The flames are blazing, and even the levitation spell can kill people. If a wizard can make all the people an army, how many people will there be? How many people are capable of ignoring muggles? Grindelwald dreams of wizards ruling the world, so he wants to provoke an all-out war between muggles and wizards. Grindelwald is afraid of the technological development of muggles in the future, so he wants to start a war before then. But he never thought that once a full-scale war broke out, even if the wizard won in the end, how many people would be left? Even wizards of his own level may not be spared. The reason is simple, because he is still not much stronger than ordinary people without using magic. There are only two solutions. 1. Using magic to make it invisible to muggles. What is the difference between this and the current magical world? 2. Wizards can be on full alert 24 hours a day and cast magic spells to resist all muggle attacks. Even a second may give muggles an opportunity, but who can maintain magical defense 24 hours a day? Is it possible? As for saying that muggles cannot detect wizards, it goes without saying that wizards can attack any muggle at any time and anywhere. This kind of thing is not difficult to think about, and Aurelius doesn't think the wizards in the Middle Ages never thought of doing this. But they failed, which showed that muggles had the power to counterattack. These ordinary wizards have never thought about extenuating circumstances, and no ordinary muggles think about the lessons of history and how the 3 wars will be fought every day. But as a leader, especially a wizard leader who is determined to provoke an all-out war between wizards and muggles, Grindelwald cannot think about it. Has he thought about it? I'm afraid not. Grindelwald's ideas are advanced in a magical world that has not changed for thousands of years, but his advanced ideas come more from his eyes that can only predict. The change of ideology and the improvement of thinking cannot be achieved by one eye, a few fragments of the future, or a genius wizard. But in the magical world, Grindelwald's level is sufficient. The demagoguery he is best at is still sharp and reliable when he is at his most embarrassed. They are rotten. They pretend not to see anything. They will just be tinkers who keep patching up this leaky house. They have never thought about tearing down this dilapidated house and rebuilding it. Build a magnificent palace. And when someone, yes, I'm talking about me, I proposed this idea, those tinkerers went crazy. They wanted to destroy me, kill me, gag me. This prevents me from telling the truth and highlighting their stupidity. Like the kid who pointed out that the king was naked, Abernethy whispered softly, his eyes glazed over. Yes, Abernethy, now it's up to you. Do you want to praise the king's new clothes against your will and avoid being called stupid? Or do you want to work with me to expose the truth and expose his ignorance? The map of Yin Kingdom is a bit long, but it finally comes to an end. Abernethy's face was gloomy and uncertain. He lowered his head lower and lower, almost close to his heart, as if he wanted to listen to the voice from the bottom of his heart. "I do, sir. I don't want me, my children, or my descendants to be fools who deceive themselves and others, bowing their heads when the sky collapses and pretending not to see anything to meet their confused death. I, Abernethy, I'm willing to work for you." "For me?" No. Abernethy, fight for the wizards, for us, for the future of all our wizards." Clang. The cell door opened. Abernethy stood outside the door with an excited look on his face. The decadent life in magical Congress had annihilated the heart of a passionate young man. He learned to bully superiors and subordinates. He would look at beautiful women and have wild thoughts, and he passed the time with boring topics that made him a bit chatty. He lives like a zombie, as if his only purpose in life is to live. But Grindelwald's ideals and passionate speech sincerely described the life he dreamed of, rekindling his dusty heart. He was like a wanderer who had been away from home for 10 years and finally found his way home. Without hesitation, he threw himself into the arms of Grindelwald. "Mr. Abernethy, are you back?" Abernethy dragged his tired body up the stairs with heavy steps. "It's me, Mrs. Bruce," Abernethy replied weakly. Opening the door, Abernethy entered his home. Lying on the back of the sofa, Abernethy rubbed his temples. Jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle bells. The phone is ringing. Abernethy's eyes were stunned, and he answered the phone. "Why are you calling?" "You have to give me a little more time." "Listen, I'm just a clerk in the security department." "Hee, you are very well informed." "Well, although the formal appointment certificate has not been issued yet, I am still the assistant of the security department." Abernethy held his forehead and said, "I need some time. I don't need an assistant from the security department. Can I talk to the president of the Magic Congress? President Pickquery may not even know me, okay? I know, looking for foreign aid, looking for international support. Listen, the Magical Congress has just had a big mess, and the unanimous opinion of the Magical Congress is to keep a low profile as much as possible, at least until Grindelwald is handed over." Abernethy Fay, he explained carefully, but it seemed that the person on the other end of the phone said something that made Abernethy furious for a moment. "Listen to me. We are just a cooperative relationship. You are not qualified to give me orders. I will help you find foreign aid and provide international support, and you will find my parents for me and tell me who I am. This is us all the transactions." Abernethy said angrily, "There are many people who can help me find my life experience. And you, no one will help you except me." Snapped. The phone took a heavy photo of Abernethy stroking his hair from his forehead to the back of his head with both hands. A pair of gloomy eyes flashed with a viciousness that was completely different from his usual. "Grindelwald, his wizard party, can you help me?" Abernethy murmured to himself. Siren City. Saw the Mystery Circus performing on Siren's last day. Aurelius told Egg to take away the animals. Just one person, No, and Nagini. There were only 2 of them in the animal pen. He waved the wand gently, his eyes facing Zhou Wu's big, round, gem-like eyes, and the silent legitimacy penetrated its heart, making Zhou Wu feel a little uneasy and make a purring sound. In just 10 days, or even less than 2 weeks, Aurelius actually mastered silent legitimacy. Although part of this is due to the fact that the legitimacy spell itself is good at being silent, it is still terrifying enough. Aurelius was right. He does have a special talent for legitimacy. The bad ones are actually just tricks. This is thanks to Obscurus, this monster born of negative emotions. Emotions are also an integral part of the human brain, and no one is without emotions. Ruthlessness itself is also an emotion. Through the gift of Obscurus, Aurelius could easily cast legitimacy, even easier. So much so that it made Aurelius wonder whether what he was using could still be considered legitimacy. "Quiet, dear, it's me, it's really me." Aurelius's voice echoed in Zwu's mind. This was not any language, but a signal, a message that could be heard by anyone with a soul. The spiritual signal perceived by the life. "Can you speak?" Aurelius heard a voice that looked like a boy's. "Is this true? Is it because of feelings, or am I unable to speak? Aurelius was a little speechless, but he understood what Zwoo meant. Yes, I just learned how to communicate with you. Aurelius soothed Zwoo's still nervous heart. Great, you're a good man. I'm dying of boredom here. Can you take me out? I've always wanted you to do this, but you don't understand. Zwoo cheered. Aurelius did not agree. I'm sorry, I can't do it now. Why? Zwoo was very unhappy. Because Mr. Skander will be very unhappy if I let you go. Is it that big bearded guy? But he was the one who caught me here. Zwoo howled in dissatisfaction. Yes, I understand, but we need to find an opportunity. You can escape, but I can't escape. Do you understand? Oh well, we're friends. I can't hurt you. We are friends. I will definitely take you out. Aurelius released his kindness. He knew that many magical animals had very sensitive senses, and his silent aura would make them feel uneasy. Nagini is like this, and so is Zwoo. It was just that he was in an abusive environment, so he ignored this uneasy feeling and chose Aurelius' familiar taste. From this point of view, Aurelius is actually not suitable for dealing with magical animals. At least he does not have Newt's affinity for magical animals. But who gave him good luck? Just when Aurelius was about to end the conversation, he left a wisp of black mist in its head at Zwoo's plea, and then attached legitimacy to the black mist. In this way, he and Zwoo, I can communicate all the time, and I can also sense Zwoo's location. He could even release the killing curse through this black mist if he wanted to. But there is no need to tell Zwoo these things. This affects their friendship. How was it? Nagini asked enthusiastically. Very successful. I think I have mastered the ability to communicate with any living creature. Aurelius looked at her with a smile. You are really a genius. If you can communicate with these animals, you will be the best animal trainer in the world. Nagini was happy for Aurelius. Best animal trainer? Aurelius smiled and said nothing. Nagini had too little contact with the outside world. She had lived in the circus since she was a child. What she saw and heard was limited to the circus. She might know words like the magic world and the ministry of magic. But in her eyes, the biggest one is Skander, the circus leader, and he is an animal trainer. Skander was unequivocal and had supreme authority in the circus, which gave Nagini the illusion that being an animal trainer should be a very noble profession even outside. And she was happy for Aurelius, happy for her friend, her only friend. Aurelius thought for a while and decided it was time. Can you talk to me? What? Nagini looked at him doubtfully. Blood curse. Nagini became a little emotional and whispered, I don't really want to talk about this. It was obvious that she valued Aurelius as a friend, and the blood curse was the last thing she wanted to mention. I mean, I hope to know as much as possible about the blood curse. Maybe I can save you like I saved myself. Aurelius said seriously. Nagini was stunned. She had never thought of doing this. She has resigned herself to her fate. She just hopes to be able to see the outside scenery as a human being in her last few sober years. Remember? I am the only Obscurial who has lived to be over 10 years old. In order to increase his credibility, Aurelius said, I can't guarantee you, but this is at least a guarantee. It's a possibility. We should try it. Nagini's eyes were bright, and she stared at Aurelius seriously, trying to tell whether Aurelius was sincere. She only saw sincerity. Because this was Aurelius's original intention, there was no need for him to conceal or deceive at all. Blood curse, I only know this word. I know that it will gradually turn me into a beast. I know nothing about the rest. Nagini spoke slowly. Where's your mother? I mean, do you remember what happened to your mother? Mom. This distant word made Nagini's heart twitch. She whispered, I have very few memories of her. She disappeared from time to time, but after I was maybe 5 or 6 years old, she completely disappeared. Missing, I saw a big python just after I saw her for the last time. I thought maybe that was my mother, and she might have completely turned into a snake traveling in some corner of the jungle. Aurelius pondered. In other words, the blood curse inherited by the blood-cursed orcs will only transform into the same animal. No, not necessarily, Nagini retorted. Although my memory is very vague, I still remember such a big snake. is different from me. That big snake is a Burmese python. I have seen this kind of snake when I was a child. Living in the jungle, knowing all kinds of animals is a must, I'm sure. What about you? I don't know much about these snakes. I don't know. It seems that I am a reticulated python, which is a kind of python that is very common in Southeast Asia. But my father told me that reticulated pythons are not poisonous, but I am. Najib and I is very distressed. She doesn't even know what her animal form is. Aurelius narrowed his eyes. I heard from Carlos that there is a family of blood-cursed orcs in Egypt. You mean, you know too little? I need more information about the blood-cursed orcs. Egypt is worth a trip for your life. Aurelius nodded. I'll go with you. Nagini blurted out. But soon Nagini lowered her head, remembering her identity. She is a low-grade alien, and she can only be an alien performer in the circus. But Aurelius is different. At least on the surface, Aurelius is a wizard. Aurelius, who guessed Nagini's thoughts, looked at the girl with a tragic fate, perhaps feeling pity that he had not seen for a long time. He stretched out his hand to tuck the hair from Nagini's forehead behind her ears and whispered in a gentle voice, "Don't be sad. Don't feel inferior, Nagini. You were never supposed to be an inferior person. We are all born to suffer. Others use our suffering to ridicule, disdain, and despise us. We may not be able to interfere with other people's evaluations, but we cannot admit it ourselves. We are all raised by our mothers and fathers. We are born free, so who can condescending? You have to be arrogant and have fighting spirit. It is easy to accept defeat. Only by rebelling against your destiny will you live up to this life. If I don't accept my fate, I will be burned to ashes as evil. If I don't accept my fate, I will accept my fate long ago. I should have been destroyed by silence before I was 10 years old. I don't accept my fate. If I accept my fate, I should just live an ignoble existence and live a timid and hidden life instead of here, let alone dream of traveling around the world. I deeply love this world that has brought me suffering. Whatever can't defeat me will eventually make me stronger. I want to travel around the world. I want to see what this world that has brought me endless suffering is like. Sample. I want that day when I can no longer cover my eyes. I want that land, and my heart can no longer be buried. I want all sentient beings to understand my intention. I want all that pain to disappear. Nagini, look at me. Tell me, do you accept your fate? The soul of Zhong-Er is burning, and once the golden words are spoken, the effect is remarkable. Nagini closed her eyes, the tip of her nose twitched, and took a deep breath. It didn't smell good, and the smell of dampness and decay penetrated the tip of her nose. She had been locked up here for many years, and she thought he was used to the smell here, but only then did she realize that the smell of dampness and decay, mixed with the smell of various magical animals, was not pleasant, and she was not used to it. I don't accept my fate. I long for freedom. I love life, the life that belongs to me. I have just grown up. I have just opened my eyes to see the world. I don't want to live in a hazy state, living as a snake in confusion. Nagini's weak voice could not hide her firm will. Nagini, I walk a lonely road. I will accompany you. From now on, you will no longer be alone, Dash. Even if I can't save you in the end. Even if you can't save me in the end. Nagini said very seriously. But in the end, she said half jokingly and half seriously, if that day comes, Aurelius, kill me. End me as Nagini in the life of Genie. Give me a funeral that belongs to people and belongs to Nagini. Maybe I'm destined not to be with you for too long. Maybe I'm just a passerby in your life. Maybe I'm just an ill-fated, inconspicuous girl, but please remember, my friend, Aurelius. You are my everything. You are my only best friend. Nagini's emotional voice made Aurelius tremble in his heart. Some people can truly become eternal in just a moment. There is no need for the sun and the moon to witness their friendship forever. It only takes that moment, just that moment, the moment when two hearts resonate. It's a pity that in such a scene that should be frozen, there are always some people who don't understand the style. Aurelius, what are you doing? I remember I warned you, stay away from her. Skander came over angrily. The muscular body is very oppressive. You said you were collecting novel material, and I believed you. But how do you treat my trust? Skander stared. Skander's sudden appearance made Nagini tremble subconsciously, but remembering what she just said, Nagini raised her head stubbornly, her slender neck raised high, like a proud white swan. Aurelius glanced at Nagini helplessly, and then at Zhuwu, who was eager to try in the cage. This was a bit unexpected. Why are you here? If I remember correctly, the show should not have ended yet. Aurelius straightened up, resumed his usual nature, and spoke calmly. If it wasn't like this, how could I see everything happening here? A couple of adulterous men and women? An underground love affair between a wizard and a low-class person? Romeo and Julia? Skander laughed angrily. Your description is a bit inaccurate, Aurelius smiled, shook his head, and said with emotion, It's true that God is not as good as man. Even if I think about it over and over again, there will always be someone who is out of control. What are you talking about? Nothing. I just feel a little emotional. This matter can be calculated accurately, but people cannot. Thank you, Skander. You have taught me a lot these days, but our fate may end here. Aurelius sighed. You want to leave? Skander frowned. He admired Aurelius from the bottom of his heart, especially the one who was born to be able to get close to a ferocious beast like Zhuwu at the first meeting. He once let him, he gave all he had learned to Aurelius. And even once when he was drunk, he thought about handing the circus to Aurelius when he was old and couldn't do it anymore. Remember? I was just a passerby. Aurelius smiled and said with some apology, Although it is not out of intention, I have to be a bad guest. Skander, I want to take Nagini and Zhuwu away. You're dreaming. Don't even think about it. Skander was furious. Good guy. When a new employee is gone, he has to lose a precious magical animal, and an actor he has worked hard to train for more than 10 years. I'm sorry, I didn't ask for your opinion. Aurelius shook his head. His words made Skander completely explode. He pulled out his wand and silently petrified everything without any hindrance, hitting Aurelius, who seemed to be defenseless. Visible to the naked eye, wherever the magic power passes, Aurelius's body will become stiff. Aurelius! Nagini shouted eagerly, and Zhuwu in the cage kept scratching, his intimidating purring deafening. I have subdued more than half of the magical animals here. I know how to do it, and it's not just the seamless stretch spell. Skander was very confident in his ability to petrify all animals. Even the giant dragon can be immobilized, but Aurelius is destined to be a special case. Let him go. Nagini shouted at Skander. Are you dreaming? A brat who doesn't understand the rules of this world. Skander looked at Nagini sinisterly. He felt that all this was Nagini's fault. She ruined a circus that should have outstanding animal trainer. Especially after seeing Zhuwu's protective actions, I felt even more regretful. Hiss! Nagini's hatred sprouted. Her head instantly turned into a snake head. Her mouth was full of blood, and 4 venomous fangs suddenly attacked Skander, but was easily blocked by the armored bodyguard summoned by Skander. A frontal attack on a senior wizard who was on full alert? Not to mention venomous snakes like Nagini. Even XXXX level magical animals are not easy to use. Snakes have always been synonymous with lurking and assassinating. They are not good at frontal combat. You're asking for trouble. Skander's wand flashed. Obviously another spell was ready to go. Now we are even. Aurelius flashed, and his indifferent voice shocked Skander. He simply couldn't believe that someone could escape the petrification curse in such a short period of time. I accept your magic wand and cancel it with one stroke. Aurelius waved his hand, and a pile of gold coins appeared in his palm, like holding a small tower. The gold coins were as stable as Mount Tai, and not half of them fell off. It's enough for your loss, Skander. We get along very well. I don't want our farewell to be so tense. Aurelius said seriously. Coming in from Skander, he didn't say a harsh word, and even kept his attitude very low at one point. No matter from which aspect, Skander had nothing to do with him, but what he did was a bit unethical. Therefore, even if he had the power to subdue or even kill Skander in an instant, he never thought of using it. Human beings should always have some bottom line as a human being. Then it depends on your ability. Skander waved his wand, and the curse he had just accumulated directly changed its target and flew towards Aurelius. Aurelius didn't even take out his wand. With a wave of his hand, the iron cage hanging above the Kappa's head was torn open. A group of Charmanders were roughly pulled out by him, and they blocked the curse and were thrown toward Skander. The frightened Charmander's tail crackled with sparks, and Skander had to deal with them first. At the same time, Aurelius had untied the cage that bound Zouwu. The roar of Zouwu in the mountains and forests announced that it had regained its freedom. Aurelius pulled Nagini back, who had turned into a python, and flew up on Zouwu's back. Nagini reappeared as a human body and wrapped a pair of jade arms around Aurelius's waist. "Aurelius, didn't you say you were waiting for the opportunity?" Zouwu shouted excitedly. "Now!" Aurelius caught the suitcase flying from his dormitory. The gold coins in his hand were scattered on the ground. Zouwu cheered, jumped up with 4 hooves. The ability unique to Zouwu is activated instantly. It was also the first time for Aurelius to ride Zouwu. He felt as if he had traveled through time and space. Zouwu's running was not very fast, but he could not clearly see the scene of his rapid retreat. "You call this traveling 1,000 miles in a day?" Aurelius thought of Newt's comments about Zouwu. "This is such a shrinking of the ground." "Boss, what's going on?" "Nagini, shut up. Pack your things and let's go." Everyone in the circus was silent. Only Carlos, the clown who had a good relationship with Aurelius, looked around in confusion. He didn't see Aurelius, nor the beast, nor Nagini. It doesn't take much cleverness to figure out why. But he didn't say anything. At this time, it's better not to look for excitement on your own. It's a pity. I was such a friendly little brother. Sitting high on Zouwu's back, Aurelius and Nagini watched the mysterious circus ship go away. Why did Skander leave? Nagini was puzzled. Because he is a smart man. He knows who he can offend and who he cannot offend. Aurelius sighed. What about pretending to be a slap in the face? And what about the young ones dying and the old ones coming? He had never seen it once. No one is a fool, let alone a wanderer. If Skander wanted to keep them, he could take advantage of the last moment and shoot them all to stone. At most, his beard and hair would be set off by the Charmander. 453. But he didn't. At that time, Aurelius understood, and Skander admitted defeat. He decided to take the gold and use it as ransom money for Zouwu and Nagini. This is a smart man. When Aurelius could easily break away from all the petrifications he was most confident in, he understood that Aurelius's magic power was far beyond his comparison. In an irreversible situation, stopping the loss in time is the smart person's choice. I really want to ask, why does Skander hate someone approaching you so much? Aurelius asked in confusion. This was the only thing that Aurelius didn't understand during this period. He didn't know what Skander valued Nagini, or what he was afraid of. As for what Skander said about being afraid of Nagini turning into a snake and attacking people, just listen to it. It would be strange if Aurelius believed it. Nagini was also puzzled. She shook her head. This is the first time I know of such a thing. Forget it. We are free anyway. Do you want to go home and have a look? Aurelius asked. A glimmer of hope flashed in Nagini's eyes, but then it turned gray. Forget it, Dad is dead, Mom. I can't find her anymore. What are you going to do at home? Then let's go to Egypt. Although I can't guarantee that I can solve your problem, this kind of matter should be done sooner rather than later. Aurelius said, Okay, I'll listen to you. Nagini nodded. This is the first time she has regained her freedom. She is very unfamiliar with everything in this world. She cannot rely on her only support, Aurelius. Man, what about you? Aurelius scratched the mane on Zouwu's head. Are you going home? Zouwu shook his head. I don't have a home, so why don't I come with you? You're the first person I can communicate with. Okay, then let's go to Egypt together. Aurelius laughed, and he was in a very good mood. This was the first time he had real followers. The first step in the long march has been taken. As for Queenie, she doesn't count. So far, Queenie has not said that she will follow Aurelius, let alone the children in the orphanage. He has never expressed this intention. It's a pity. I originally planned to take a ride, but now I have no chance. However, Zouwu, who travels thousands of miles a day and can shrink into an inch, is much faster than a hitchhiker. Ready to go, etc. A woman's voice called to Aurelius. The two of them looked at each other, and it seemed that the hot woman was Tina Sebastian. There was some caca sweat on her face, and the long skirt on her body was also slightly wrinkled. It seemed that she came in a hurry and was far from as calm as the last time I saw her. Is something wrong? Madam. Aurelius frowned without any trace. He was not interested in this woman's secret at all. He always had a clear purpose. This woman was obviously not close to his purpose. Yes, Mr. Dumbledore. Otherwise I would not have come to you in such a hurry. Tina Sebastian was shocked as soon as she spoke. Of course, Aurelius was the only one who was shocked. Did you admit the wrong person? Ms. Sebastian. Tina shook her head. She solemnly invited and said seriously, "This is not the place for conversation. Can you and your companions be invited together?" Aurelius pondered for a moment and then responded, "Where to go?" Tina once again handed over an exquisite card. The difference was that last time she acted charmingly. This time she presented it with both hands. Aurelius glanced at it and saw that there was only one address on it. After reading it, he planned to return it to Tina. It was useless for him to ask for it. Who knew that Tina actually shook her head? Give your companions a look too, otherwise they won't be able to get in. Aurelius narrowed his eyes. The loyalty curse? This famous protective spell, Aurelius only heard its name, but never saw its face. Tina nodded, recognizing it. Ah, Miss Sebastian is so generous. You and I could be said to be strangers, but you are so generous to let us know the address of your safe house. It doesn't matter, I have thousands of safe rooms like this. Tina was very honest. Aurelius handed the card to Nagini and Zwu. Nagini had no idea what was going on, but since she said Aurelius's decision would prevail, she believed it. This is a very withdrawn girl. She does not trust anyone easily, but once she does, she will give herself the greatest trust. It's hard to say whether this character is good or bad. After Zwu finished reading it, the beautiful card burned itself without fire and disappeared. Please, Tina gestured. Aurelius and Nagini got off Zwu, followed Tina, and walked along the narrow plank row by the side of the road. You are very brave to be the keeper of secrets yourself. Aurelius planned to make up some words. Because I only believe in myself. When Aurelius saw Tina admit it, he couldn't help but ask questions in his heart. Because as far as he knew, it seemed that the loyalty curse couldn't be used as the secret keeper, right? Otherwise, the story of Harry Potter would not be able to unfold. So, Tina, what's going on? Aurelius always thought that the loyalty curse was a pure bug. It's not trust, it's a literal vulnerability. Because of this curse, many things in the original plot were unexplainable. For example, why doesn't James Potter be the secret keeper himself? Even if he doesn't want Dumbledore to be burdened with additional secrets, he can do it himself. Why should he leave it to Sirius or even Peter Pettigrew? And why does Sirius, the secret keeper on the surface, run around outside to attract attention? It stands to reason that the best thing for a secret keeper to do is to hide under the loyalty charm. Isn't he afraid of being discovered by the enemy if his behavior as a secret keeper is so unreasonable? If the keeper of the secret cannot be the person being kept secret himself, that would explain James Potter's refusal to keep the secret himself. But in fact, Aurelius clearly remembered that Bill Virus was himself later on. Confidential keeper. This is a contradiction, and these are just loopholes in the spell itself. There are more loopholes in the plot. For example, it is unreasonable to send someone to pretend to be Harry to confuse the public and save him from leaving. Why take risks when there is a loyalty charm? Wouldn't it be better to put a loyalty charm on Harry? For another example, since the fidelity loyalty curse can prevent the person being kept secret from being detected by anyone except the keeper and the person who knows the secret, what if it is used for evil? Find a secret keeper as an accomplice, and the person being kept secret can break into Gringotts without any hesitation. Or somewhere else, wreaking havoc and looting, disappearing without a trace. Or simply set up an assassin organization. As long as the secret keeper cannot be caught, wouldn't it be an invisible and invincible assassin? These things are outrageous to think about. I have a question. As far as I know, It seems that the person being kept secret cannot be the keeper of the secret loyalty curse, right? Aurelius raised his own question. He didn't ask about Bill's situation. He just followed his own example. Asked for information from the Ilvermorny textbook. Tina glanced at him and smiled sweetly. It seems that Mr. Dumbledore only knows one thing, but not the other. Oh, I'd like to hear the details. She seemed to make herself look candid and open about these things. You are right. The person being kept secret cannot assume the role of the secret keeper, but who said I am the person being kept secret? How would you communicate with me if I were you? Aurelius was shocked. There is such an operation. Tina's words immediately cleared up Aurelius' doubts. What Tina Sebastian kept secret was not her at all, but only her safe house. No one said that the person being kept secret had to be a talented person. In this way, she bypassed the restrictions of the curse and assumed the identity of the secret keeper. Then, some of the contradictions in the Harry Potter story can be explained. James Potter and the others kept the secret of their family of 3, not their residence. So James Potter could not act as the secret keeper himself. What Bill keeps secret is his home, so he can act as the secret keeper himself. For James Potter, their family of 3 is more important. They can't stay away from home, right? Who knows how long the war will last? So James Potter, who trusted his friends, handed over the secret keeper to others in exchange for his family's maintained confidentiality at all times. And Bill chose to believe in himself. But the price was that once he left the house, he would no longer be kept secret. Although this cannot explain all of Aurelius's confusion, it can be considered a partial solution. In his heart, he has raised the high-priority red loyalty spell to a higher level, making it a must-learn spell that he plans to learn first. The streets of Siren City are very narrow, and all traffic relies on magic ships. He had already seen the scenes of large ships and small boats traveling to and from Siren City. It was now midnight, and Siren City could not help but enter the other side. Aurelius noticed the sneaky eyes in the corner. Maybe some crime was happening. Siren boats come and go during the day, and sirens and demons dance wildly at night. This group of people was very eye-catching, but maybe it was because of Zwu's intimidation that no one dared to provoke them. After a smooth circuit, passing 7 or 8 ropeways in the air and plank roads built along the house, Tina finally stopped in front of an inconspicuous door. The safe house has arrived. Since they had seen the address in advance, the 2 of them had become insiders, and the house was not kept secret from them. Please come in. Tina opened the door and invited them in. Please give me flowers. This is a house that has been casted with a traceless expansion spell. This magic is so easy to use that it can expand a huge space without requiring much space. Aurelius originally planned to take some time to steal some divisions from Skander, but now he has no chance. The layout of the room is very simple, with only a cabinet with a wand placed across it, as well as some food and daily necessities. It does look like a backup safe house. Okay, tell me what you have to say. It seems that I have never mentioned my last name. This should be a secret in the entire magic world. How do you know? Aurelius went straight to the topic. Because I am Sebastian. Tina poured tea for the 2 of them and explained with a smile. My grandparents established the earliest Siren City, and it was they who recommended and brought together the human wizards to sign the contract with the sirens. Contract, together we build this unique, miraculous place in the magic world. 0. Dash. Aurelius couldn't comment, but he wasn't here to listen to the story. He just wanted to know what he wanted to know. I, Tina Sebastian, am the only Sebastian in Siren now, and the only person with the blood of human wizard and mermaid siren. I should inherit the title of Lord of Siren City after my father's death. See, this seems to be your family's story, right? It has nothing to do with my problem. Aurelius interrupted. Don't be impatient, Mr. Dumbledore. I am proficient in the siren language. This is also the only part of Siren City. Only I can communicate with the sirens. So naturally, I can also let the sirens do something for me. Tina smiled. Look at him. Aurelius couldn't help laughing. You're not going to tell me that my surname was discovered by your sirens who grew up in the Western Atlantic Ocean, right? Since you know my surname is Dumbledore, you should know what this surname means. Of course, Dumbledore, the Phoenix family, the pure white family, one of the most famous wizarding families in the UK, gave birth to the great wizard Albus Dumbledore. However, because of mixed blood records, it was not included in the Holy 28 families. Legend has it that the Dumbledore family, the population is declining, and now there are only 2 people, right? The unknown third person of the Dumbledore family, Mr. Aurelius Dumbledore dash. Aurelius showed no expression. On the other hand, Nagini was a little surprised. She never thought that Aurelius, a man with the same tragic past as her, would be born into a prominent wizard family. She did not doubt that Aurelius had deceived her, but she did want to know what happened. Of course, my siren can't go to England to find news about you. As you said, your existence is a secret, maybe even a secret that no one in the world knows. Tina smiled mysteriously, but we are siren. Sirens have been based in the endless deep sea tens of millions of years ago, and it is not without support. Aurelius uttered a few words. Prophecy? That's right. It makes no sense that human wizards have prophets, but mermaids don't. In fact, among all human-like creatures, human wizards have the worst predictions. Tina smiled. This is true. According to legend, humans do not have the ability to predict the future. On the contrary, many humanoid races, such as centaurs, have prophetic abilities. In order to obtain this magical ability, some wizards sacrificed their color and artificially created some hybrids, and some of these hybrids were selected to be closer to human wizards. Some of them inherited this ability to predict, and from then on their bloodline became the bloodline of prophets. Prophecy is also an extremely precious bloodline. But this kind of forcibly obtained prophecy ability is not the original version after all. The prophecy ability is very limited, and as the bloodline is diluted from generation to generation, tribesmen with unstable pre-attack ability or even no prophecy ability gradually appear. If it continues to develop, prophets may become to wizards what wizards are to muggles, becoming a legend that can only be reproduced through occasional atavism. This is also predictable. Just like now, there are at least 3 prophets in existence: Grindelwald, Nicholas Flamel, and Cassandra Trelawney, the great-great-grandfather of the future Hogwarts divination professor Sybil Trelawney. But decades later, the new generation of prophets only had Sybil, who was sometimes ineffective. Horses watch the sky because they run on the earth and can see the sky by looking up. Sirens do not have such conditions. Sirens look at water. Tina's words made her look like a magic stick. Water has a source. The water has run out, and along the long river of destiny, we trace its origins, and along the long river of time, we see its destination. And you, Aurelius Dumbledore, although you have great power, you are still in your destiny and within time. This is why I know. I can know anything I want to know. The difference between things is only whether I want to know, and when I want to know, not whether I can. Aurelius glanced at Nagini. She seemed to be frightened, but he didn't. He played with the teacup in his hand and stared at the tea leaves floating in the cup. Ms. Sebastian, do you know if I will hit you next moment? You can think now. I will reserve the next moment until your divination is over. Tina was stunned. How could she know that Aurelius was so unconventional? If she was as omniscient and omnipotent as she said, why would she come to Aurelius? Aurelius believed in the prophecy, but never cared about it. If it is true, it will come sooner or later. What the prophecy shows is the inevitable consequences of knowing the prophecy and making the prophecy and finally making the decision. Since it is inevitable, then there is no need to do anything, and he does not know what to do. So why should he care? If the prediction is false, there is no reason to care. Prediction is like a mathematical problem. It has a question and a result, but the process is just a brief. Whether you use algebra or geometry, the final result will not change in any way. The world is an infallible calculator. Its results are always correct. If your solution to the problem is correct, then the result is the correct result. If your solution to the problem is wrong, then the result is the correct wrong result. Don't think that any prophet can understand everything in detail. This thing is like a circle that exists in theory. It only exists in theory. No one could draw an absolute circle. Mr. Dumbledore doesn't believe in merman divination. I believe it. Why don't I believe it? Divinations and prophecies all exist. So why should I not believe it? But I don't believe you are omniscient and omnipotent. Let's be honest. What is your purpose in using this reason to lure me here? Aurelius C. pushed away the teacup and leaned on the backrest and looked at Tina indifferently. If her next words don't arouse his interest, then he will turn around and leave immediately. Tina heard the meaning of this ultimatum. She hesitated for a while, and the crystal ball in the cabinet behind her flickered. Tina seemed to be relieved, and she spoke. You are looking for the blood-cursed orc. This is not a question, but an affirmation. Yes, but so what? Tina looked at him. Her heart skipped a beat, and she raised her hands high. The scene that happened next finally made Aurelius uneasy. 2 bone spurs protruded from Tina's arms. 2 wide fish fins pierced her clothes, and a piece of crystal blue fish scale shone like gems and pierced out from under the skin, avoiding the possibility of Tina's death. Now was exposed. In fact, it's okay to be naked. By the time Tina straightens up, she will no longer be human. It was a beautiful, unknown fish. The spindle-shaped body is full of beauty, and the wide 4.1-inch face resembles a sperm whale. But is this whale covered in scales in the river? When encountering this unreasonable creature, there is only one explanation. This is not an ordinary animal, but a magical animal. Only with the participation of magic can such contradictory creatures that are inconsistent with the natural laws of life evolve. Mr. Dumbledore, would you like to continue listening to what I have to say? The strange whale spoke. Between the opening and closing of its big mouth, the cruel teeth showed that this guy must not be a vegetarian. This is really magical. It's the first time I know that blood-cursed orcs can also take the form of magical animals. Aurelius smiled, straightened up, and said more solemnly, Yes, Miss Sebastian, we can now have a good chat. Looking at Tina Sebastian, who had regained her human form, Aurelius couldn't help but marvel. To this day, magical magic still surprises him from time to time. The long skirt that had been torn apart by the bone-spurred fish fin just now was actually intact. He didn't see that Tina had used magic to restore it to its original state. The same is true for Nagini. After transforming, her clothes disappear, but when she returns to her human form, she still wears her clothes. It's not that Aurelius LSP's soul only cares about other girls' clothes. He is indeed studying magic rigorously. Clothes are foreign objects, and the blood curse acts on the body. So when the blood curse orc transforms, foreign objects such as clothes should not be affected. It looks like a game. Is the transformation process just a special effect? I want to take back what's mine. Siren City? It's not just Siren City. It's the Sebastian family's ownership and rule of Siren. Tina Lion opened her mouth. Goodbye. Aurelius stood up directly. There was no need to talk about this matter. It was simply impossible. As a sea wizard city, Siren City plays a key role in connecting American wizards and European wizards. It is also a commercial center for product exchange. After being here for so many days, Aurelius didn't know anything about the Sirens. Currently, Siren City has a parliamentary system similar to that of the Magic Congress, with the city lord and several elders forming an elders' council responsible for managing the Sirens. Look who are these people? City Lord, Chris Shafik. From this look, he is a member of the British Shafik family. Elder, Bach-Base Weasley. Not surprisingly, he is an elder of someone in the future 3 little ones. Elder, Harry Busbana, a famous pure-blood family in Spain. Elder, Marsh Liu. You will know that he is from there when you look at his name. In addition, Liu Tao, the founder and lifelong minister of the Ministry of Magic in Daxia. Elder, behind the mountains and in the fields, the Japanese magical aristocracy are not the self-proclaimed aristocrats of the British magical world, but the real ones canonized by the emperor. Before magic was introduced to Nippon, there was an Onmyoji with extraordinary power. The family ancestor was Yamabak Hitachi, who was known as the ancestor of Dunka Fongwei. He was the top dignitary of the Nippon Magic Institute. Elder, Abraham Potter II, who has little to do with the British Potter, is a descendant of the 12 Aurors of the Magical Congress of Magnesia. Elder, Quizani Pedro, this is no longer a magical noble, but worse, the founder of the Brazilian Empire is named Pedro I. This is a wizard who has great influence in both the magic world and the Muggle world. Even if the Brazilian Empire has been destroyed, this influence will not disappear suddenly. Just such a group of people ruled the Siren City. Not to mention the power and influence behind these people. It was these people themselves, each of whom was a famous wizard. None of them would be worse than Graves, who was replaced by Grindelwald. Taking control of the Sirens away from such a group of people? It's not that Aurelius thinks he can't do it, but why should he do it? Even if he takes down the Siren City with all his firepower, will this country be able to maintain its position? That would offend almost half of the magic world in one fell swoop. Is he crazy? He wants to make enemies of half of the world's wizards just because he wants to know some useless information about the Blood Curse orcs? Grindelwald couldn't do this either. Siren is also a sea city that relies heavily on trade. Without commerce, there is no development value here at all. It can't even live in isolation and close the door. The most important thing is that Aurelius took the blame, but in the end it was Tina Sebastian, a strange woman, who made the final decision on Siren. He was kicked in the brain by a donkey, and he couldn't do this even after being kicked 11,000 times. One moment, Mr. Dumbledore, Auntie called Aurelius anxiously. I didn't make it clear. Please stay and give me a chance to explain in detail. Last chance. Aurelius calmed down his anger. If possible, he really hopes to complete the deal. Tina can at least live to be over 100 years old, and, if not, she can still live to be 50 or 70 years old. A blood-cursed orc has not turned into a beast and lost consciousness for so many years. This method is what he needs. We don't need Mr. Dumbledore to help us capture the Sirens. Oh, then I don't know what else you can think about me. The last name is Dumbledore. Aurelius frowned. He didn't want to have any contact with the Dumbledore family. He remembered that there was a cheap dad and a cheap uncle in England. He has no habit of misidentifying his father. Siren City relies heavily on commercial prosperity. Once I get the Siren back, it will definitely harm the families behind those people. I need foreign aid, especially the support of the International Ministry of Magic. I hope. Mr. Dumbledore, can you help me go to Germany, France, Portugal, Poland, Russia, and other countries to lobby the Ministry of Magic for me to support my sovereignty and ownership of the Sirens? Tina said solemnly. As a reward, I can share with you all the results of the Siren clan's 200 years of research on the blood-cursed orcs. Aurelius frowned and thought for a while, but he did not quite agree with Tina Sebastian's idea. Aurelius looked deeper and more thoroughly. Tina Sebastian seemed to have thought everything through. Not only did she want to seize the ownership of the Siren, but she also thought that the consequences of doing so might be boycotted, protested, or even sanctioned by several countries. She thought of lobbying those who could not get the Siren in advance. Ren's benefited Ministry of Magic exchanged future business interests for international support. But what about reality? She's still too naive. She felt that offending a group of people and currying favor with a group of people would solve the dilemma. But she didn't consider the difference in strength at all. Why are these people hosting the Sirens? Just these families? The British magical world, the place where wizards originated, has an extraordinary history of thousands of years. 2 of the 7 giants. In the Spanish magic world, wizards sailed. For hundreds of years, most of the magic ships sailing on the sea were made by craftsmen in the Spanish magic world. Although the Magical Congress of Magnesia and the Ministry of Magic of Brazil have little knowledge, they're the only oligarchs in the New World after all. Siren City connects the north to the south and connects the east-west waterway. Without the approval of these 2 countries, where would the business prosperity of Siren City come from? The Huxian Ministry of Magic and the Japan Magic Institute are the new upstarts. Although the history of wizards is not long, and the history of wizards in Dacia is only a few decades, it cannot be passed down by others. On My OG learns Yin Yang and the 5 elements, and incorporates wizard methods to form a unique Japanese magic system. Daxia has inherited Taoist magic since ancient times, and there are three schools of spiritual masters: Buddhism, Confucianism, and Taoism. The wizards are just the same as the Buddhism that was introduced to Daxia. It is not very eye-catching among Wuxia supernatural beings, but as long as it is fused with a little bit of Wuxia Taoism, it will become a school of its own. Nothing else, it's just that the foundation given by our ancestors is too strong. No one can ignore these two upstarts. The most important thing is that in the magic world, there is an unwritten rule that measures the strength of the Ministry of Magic schools. There are a total of 11 magic schools in the world, with Hogwarts being the most profound. It has been in existence for thousands of years, and is also the only one with a 1,000-year history. One is in Ilvermorny, Magnesia. One is in Casteloff County, Brazil, and the other is in Japan, the Magic House. As for the mysterious Daxia, it seems that no one can be found in the magic school rankings. But you must know that there are only 8 magic schools participating in the rankings. Where are the other 3? Most of Europe can share 1 or 2 magic schools. So where can such a vast land and such a dense wizarding population be able to house a main wizarding school? You taste it carefully. There are a total of 11 wizard schools in the world, 7 of which are behind Siren City. Who could match the support from the Ministry of Magic that Tina hoped to gain? Only France and Russia could. If it weren't for the mixture of extraordinary systems, one country alone would be able to overwhelm Tina's ideal allies. Why does Tina think that these little Karami dare to go against the Ministry of Magic, which is the most powerful in the magic world? This is only the influence of the Ministry of Magic, but don't forget that the magical world is always a world where strength is respected. The current super wizards, one is Dumbledore in England, the second is a rebellious boy Grindelwald who lives in prison, and a third is Nicholas Flamel who doesn't know life or death. At most, there's Aurelius, an ambitious man who's always ready to rise up. Who among them has the ideas, ability, and actions to support Tina Sebastian's actions? Without the support of a super wizard, who can she rely on to buy power? Those concessionaires? You know, the reason why Siren is willing to be the guard of Siren City is not just because Siren City is named after Siren. The most fundamental reason is that wizards can go into the water, but sirens cannot get to the shore. Aurelius suspected that they could not even complete the first step of the entire plan, which was to regain the sovereignty of Siren City. In his eyes, this was destined to be a failed plan, a naive idea, a sloppy arrangement, and an unreliable ally. Aurelius could think of no reason for her success. Aurelius did not want to get involved in this unwarranted dispute, but he was very interested in the blood-cursed orc information that Tina Sebastian mentioned that Siren had studied for 200 years. Tina was full of visions and hoped to get Aurelius to agree to her conditions, but she didn't expect that Aurelius was already thinking about how to get whoring for free. If you're working as a lobbyist, there seems to be no need for you to come to me, Aurelius asked knowingly. The surname Dumbledore is not simple. The Phoenix family and the pure white family are not just outer layers. Some people take the so-called sacred 28 tribes seriously, while others don't, and some regard it as a joke. Let's put it this way. This word has been around for no more than 10 years, and it basically belongs to the vocabulary of urban legends. There have never been any 28 sacred tribes. There are neither sacred nor 28 tribes. This is a term promoted by a group of pure-blood wizards along with the theory of racial origin, a term created to show that they are different from other wizards. The creator of this word is called Cantankerous. There is no doubt that he is a supporter of pure-blood theory. He is also a so-called pure-blood wizard in one of his ridiculous 28 tribes. Not many people actually know this word now. Who would have thought that a few decades later, this word would be considered by some people as a kind of capital that can be shown off? It's like a dog squatting in front of a pile of poop and telling everyone complacently, "Look, my answer is smelly, long, and has a beautiful point." Is it really because the Dumbledore family is not included in the Holy 28 clan because the Dumbledore family has a history of mixed blood? Of course not. The real reason is that Dumbledore is a human being, and he cannot accept that someone is proud of shit, let alone himself. Shit is proud. The glory of the Dumbledore family is accumulated by generations of outstanding and even great wizards in the Dumbledore family. To borrow a sentence to describe the Dumbledore family, today I am proud of Dumbledore origin. Dumbledore is proud of me. Although the Dumbledore family does not have any clear family traditions that are passed down, this sentence is a good description. In this era, Dumbledore's surname is far more useful than any of the Holy 28. The Holy 28 are the self-proclaimed name of some pure-blood wizards in the UK. Dumbledore's surname has long been famous throughout the world, along with Dumbledore himself and other Dumbledore ancestors. Tina came to him just because his last name was Dumbledore, nothing more. Of course, this is the only thing she can borrow. She also knows a little bit about Aurelius' power, but she knows that it cannot be used by herself. Mr. Dumbledore, you underestimate the surname Dumbledore. No one is more suitable than you. More than 15 Ministry of Magics have given admission certificates to the Dumbledore family. With this surname, you can become a guest of most ministers of the Ministry of Magic. Aurelius said, I can help you make a trip, but I need to get half of the information first, and then I don't guarantee that it will happen. I will only take your people to meet with the senior officials of the Ministry of Magic. Tina was overjoyed and quickly agreed. Okay, it's a deal. What you want will be delivered tomorrow at the latest. Tina was already ready to take action. All preparations for an uprising were in place, but the lobbyists she had trained over the years had no effect. In this age that pays attention to bloodlines, it is difficult for T to find pure wizards who are willing to work for her. Seeing that time is running out, she no longer has the patience or energy to train more lobbyists. Aurelius, the exiled Dumbledore, was something she had no choice about. Tina handed over the safe house to Aurelius and his group for temporary accommodation. The money was good. After Tina left, Nagini asked, Aurelius, are you really going to do this? Yes, and I don't need to pay anything. Aurelius smiled. 200 years of research data. This can save us a lot of time. Actually, it's okay if you don't. I don't want you to get into any trouble because of this. Nagini said softly. Hot trouble? I've been in trouble for a long time. I have too many lice, but it doesn't itch. Aurelius laughed and chatted for a while, then they went to rest. Early the next morning, Aurelius saw Tina's sincerity, a black, shiny pearl. These are the siren's tears. Tina stood in front of Aurelius, holding the black pearl. Question mark. Aurelius asked with a question mark on his face. Although he is not a mermaid researcher, let alone a professional, he still knows some things. Mermaid's tears are indeed a magic material, but nothing more. Mermaid tears, which are legendary in the Muggle world, are not a precious thing in the wizarding world. Moreover, the mermaid's tears don't always look like this. It is an alchemical product. My mother was cursed, which also made the girls in our family become blood-cursed orcs. They began to study blood-cursed orcs very early, hoping to find a solution to the blood curse. However, it is not that easy. Until my mother is completely reduced to a sea monster, there is no hope at all. It wasn't until I was 20 years old that the Sebastian family and the Sirens worked together to create this alchemical artifact, the Siren's Tears. Although it could not lift the blood curse, it bought time to the greatest extent possible. Aurelius's eyes flashed. This is what he needs. Completely lifting the blood curse? Perhaps the blood curse orcs were eager to get rid of something that threatened their lives at all times, but Aurelius was not. He never cuts across the board. Obscurus threatens life, but as long as it does not threaten life, Obscurus is the most powerful talent. The same goes for blood-cursed orcs. He had seen Tina transform and knew that Tina's solution must be to avoid losing her consciousness to animal instincts while still maintaining the ability to transform. I remember, what I want is all your research results and information. Aurelius looked at the thousands of tears that Tina handed over. Tina asked in surprise, Do you want the method of making Siren's tears? Including, but not only. Aurelius shook his head. It's not 733. I don't want to give it to you. The siren's tears use a lot of sirens' unique magic. You can't learn it. If you want it, I can give it to my grandfather and father's notebooks. Here you go. Those things are of no use anymore. I want to do some research and maybe get a Merlin order of Merlin metal. Aurelius smiled. Don't you want to save your companions now? Tina looked at Nagini. Nagini didn't bite. Although she was jealous of the baby, she didn't show it. She believed Aurelius. I'm sorry, MS. Sebastian, we have only known each other for 2 days. You should know that there is not that much trust between us. So, I think it is better for me to make my own judgment. As for Siren's tears, I think we're not in a hurry, right? As a sign of sincerity, I have completed the agreement between us, and you will fulfill it. Aurelius said. Tina smiled. Aurelius's words didn't sound so good at first, and he seemed to suspect that he might be doing something dirty. However, the subsequent proposal was very suitable for Tina. Although people had to bow their heads under the eaves, Tina's urgency became Aurelius's best support for controlling her. Aurelius' generosity gave her confidence in this cooperation. It is much more reassuring to say something ugly beforehand, CCBC, than to say nothing and keep it to yourself. Okay, I'll get you the notes right now. Tina put away Siren's tears and left in a hurry. Nagini watched Tina leave and asked, Are you worried that she has other thoughts? It's not the intention, it's the backhand. Aurelius shook his head. I judge others by myself. If I were her, would I dig out my heart and lungs when my partner doesn't show any sincerity? What we need is treatment. Your blood curse. Once you give me this, what will you do if I immediately betray you? If it were me, I would definitely have a backup plan, maybe not to cure you all at once, or to simply keep you as a hostage, or maybe I'll give you something, but it won't be a good idea anyway. That's why you asked for the notes? Do you still plan to study it yourself? Nagini asked. Aurelius looked at her with a smile. Do you believe me? Xin, there is no one more worthy of my trust than you. Nagini did not hesitate. The notes were delivered quickly, and they were a big pile. Aurelius put them in his box and did not stay long. They planned to leave. To be entrusted by others is to be loyal to others. Aurelius had promised to introduce senior officials from the Ministry of Magic of various countries to them. He was a middleman. Any trouble Tina Sebastian caused would not be involved with this middleman. So, this is an honest transaction. Aurelius had no intention of taking advantage of others. He originally planned to travel around the world to find alternative materials for the Crystal Hub. Where else could he go? However, the previously scheduled trip to Egypt may have to be postponed. He has research materials in hand and can read them first. After getting the information, Aurelius and his party did not intend to stay for a long time. Tina Sebastian's eyes were almost full of sparks. She was in a hurry. She was so anxious. Aurelius stopped procrastinating and took the people on the road directly. Riding on Zwu's back, he was riding at lightning speed. This kind of crossing of space, which was similar to shrinking the ground into an inch, was very smooth. It's as natural and comfortable as riding in a sports car. I'm afraid this woman is anxious. Aurelius chatted with Nagini. I feel it too, Aurelius. Why do I think she? I think her behavior is a bit funny. Nagini explained in confusion. You mean she came to us to handle such an important thing, right? Yes, I don't know much about this, but I feel that if it were me, lobbying the Ministry of Magic of various countries and finding allies should have been done a long time ago. But these days I always feel that she's about to launch an uprising. Similar. Aurelius laughed and said, You are very smart. You are right. She will revolt in a month at most. How do you know? Of course, Aurelius knew how he could talk to a stranger about a deal involving rebellion without any reason. Last night, Aurelius released his black mist, and the mark had already been placed on Tina Sebastian. Let's put it this way. If Aurelius's conjecture yesterday was just a conclusion based on what he saw and heard in Siren City these days, and using very daily information, then now, Aurelius may be better than Tina. He was aware of her arrangement. She started arranging it decades ago. Aurelius couldn't help but sigh. Longevity means willfulness. Starting from decades ago, Tina Sebastian began to make the siren conscious. Cultivate orphan wizards, but there are not many such orphans, and they can find even fewer. These orphans are raised by mermaids and then sent back to human wizards when they are about 11 years old to go to school, grow up, and join the workforce. These orphans, the sole purpose of the orphan is to get close to the powerful figures in the Ministry of Magic and promote alliances with them. Then why does she want to find us? Oh, of course it's because of bloodline. Orphans can be traced from school to work. Since many wizards are of Muggle origin, it's normal that little wizards under the age of 11 are not admitted. This also makes Sirens the Spy has not been discovered. Aurelius smiled sarcastically. It is true for success and failure. The lineage theory in the wizarding world is booming now, and it is difficult for a wizard who has been marked as a Muggle-born since childhood to be promoted. To make matters worse, I have been working in the Ministry of Magic for decades, and I am still just a small clerk. It is not easy to see the Minister of Magic and what he has done. What about the Minister of Magic? Seeing that the uprising is approaching, the spies she had high hopes for have disappointed her time and time again. Could she not be anxious? Aurelius smiled. But this also made her understand that in the magical world, it is important to have a noble background. Nagini asked. Yes, Aurelius nodded. Actually, I saw a siren the day we first came to her. Oh, there is a Leviathan in the siren tribe. This Leviathan felt the aura of Obscurus. Therefore, she noticed me, fearing that my appearance might disrupt her plan. She tested me, but she didn't success, but also realized that my power is far superior to hers. Aurelius threaded the needle and connected all the abnormalities in these days together. She was uneasy, so she performed a divination prophecy. I guess she wanted to know if I would affect her plan, but she accidentally discovered my name. The surname Dumbledore is too famous. With Albus Dumbledore becoming famous all over the world, Siren City is a seaport city with a strong commercial atmosphere. It is normal for her to know. She realized the opportunity. A drifting Dumbledore. Even if I didn't grow up in the Dumbledore family, as long as I have this surname, I can easily get the courtesy of the heads of the Ministry of Magic of various countries. Aurelius concluded. Her trouble is that she has no way to contact these people, not whether she can lobby successfully. You are only a guide, and you are both crucial and unimportant in her plan. Is this why? Nagini was relieved. What she feared most was confusion. The unknown was the source of fear. It's easy to understand what Tina is planning and then weigh the pros and cons. Obviously, Aurelius felt that this was something he could do, so he agreed. Then where should we go first? Portugal. You come from the Sirens? 2 people and a magical animal. Staff from the Portuguese Ministry of Magic are checking the entry procedures of Aurelius and his party. Yes, our transportation is not illegal, right? Aurelius said with a smile. The staff shrugged, and the automatic quill stroked gracefully on the document. It was no violation before entry, but not now. The only ones you can use are apparition and flying broomsticks. Watch your horse. If it gets into trouble, you'll be facing at least a year in jail. By the way, what are you doing here? Travel. We are traveling around the world. Aurelius replied. Travel? Is a graduation trip? It's so enviable. When I graduated, I also wanted to take my girlfriend to travel with me, but unfortunately, we didn't save enough travel funds. Welcome to Portugal, the staff said with a smile. Holding in his hand, picking up the steel seal, he raised his head and asked, I haven't asked your names yet. Nagini, Aurelius Dumbledore. He wanted to use the last name Dumbledore, and of course he would not hide it. Okay, Nagini, Asian, the name is weird, Aurelius Dumbledore. The steel seal in the staff's hand automatically changed letters, stamping 2 when poking and proofreading. He paused for a moment, raised his head and stared at Aurelius, his mouth wide open. Oh, is something wrong, Sir. No. Ublido, the staff member said cautiously. Yes. The British Dumbledore? I don't know where there is another Dumbledore. Merlin's beard, the staff member screamed strangely, wiping his palms on the clothes behind him twice, with an excited look on his face. Mr. Dumbledore, it's nice to meet you. You seem a little too excited. No, sir. I met Mr. Albus Dumbledore once when I was studying. His magnanimity and wisdom impressed me, and I will never forget it. I graduated from Beaux Batons. Emotions are the fanboy of my cheap uncle. But this is normal. Albus, like his old lover, has extraordinary charisma. Many wizards in the magical world worship both and are willing to follow them. It's just that Albus Dumbledore doesn't need it. Welcome again to travel to Portugal, Mr. Dumbledore. He finally calmed down the little fan, and he respectfully handed over their documents. Thank you. Aurelius took the formalities and left the Ministry of Magic with Zwowu and Nagini. I didn't expect that I would get the credit. The influence of the name Dumbledore is greater than I thought. Aurelius couldn't help but sigh. You know, Lao Dangtu is not at the peak of his reputation yet, and he has not yet experienced that duel that will go down in history. But even so, as a relative of Dumbledore, he received such warm courtesy from the Ministry of Magic in a country. For words, so terrifying. This is troublesome, Nagini said with a smile. You don't want to have anything to do with the family, but now you owe a huge favor. Aurelius said jokingly, you also owe me a favor. It doesn't matter. I'm relying on you. Nagini smiled brightly, a smile of freedom and hope that shocked the world, and Aurelius couldn't help but feel a little dizzy. He is not a pornographic person, but he is a normal man. Appreciation, purely appreciation. Let's go. We need to find a place to stay first. With a slight cough, Aurelius said, holding the magic map that the staff just gave him. The Portuguese magic world is sparsely populated, with less than 1,000 wizards in total. Although it was an independent ministry of magic, Aurelius really didn't understand the use of gaining support from such a weak ministry of magic. But considering that it was none of his business, he didn't bother to talk. Bay Tavern. This is the only wizarding hotel in the Ministry of Magic in Portugal. To be honest, the environment is not good. When he checked in, he even saw spider webs in the corners of the room. If it weren't for the fact that he had no choice but to choose Aurelius, he would have turned around and left. But even so, he has decided to live in his suitcase. The space inside the suitcase is definitely not comparable to Newt's, but it is still enough to accommodate 3 bedrooms and a living room. However, one of the rooms has been transformed into a study room by Aurelius, which is filled with various books. Please give me flowers. There are dark magic books he got from the Magical Congress, as well as books he bought from the bookstore in Wally's Cave, as well as the ones he bought from the Siren bookstore a few days ago, and the blood curse he got from Tina Sebastian Orc Research Notes. Aurelius loved reading very much, a habit he had developed in his hospital bed in his previous life. Not only magic books, but also a large number of books about local customs and customs. Aurelius's biggest flaw is his unfamiliarity with this magical world. Don't talk about the plot. What's more plot? The plot is just about a few people and things in this world. Knowing the plot is indeed his advantage, but he cannot take the plot as everything. In fact, Aurelius felt that the plot was no longer reliable. After sorting out a room for Nagini, the living room was occupied by the big cat Zwowu. Sitting in the study and carefully reading the research notes of Tina Sebastian's grandfather and father, Nagini stroked the cat with one hand and stayed aside quietly, and the years were quiet. The blood curse. An ancient curse may have been lost now. It was said that it might be lost 200 years ago. This is not good news. Aurelius traced a line of text with his fingertips. He frowned and muttered to himself. If you want to study a magic spell, the most direct way is to find out how to cast it. The bad thing is that the blood curse is a typical ancient black magic, and most of the existing blood curse orcs have inherited it. Many wizards have never even heard of the term blood-cursed orcs, let alone blood-cursed. Most of the existing blood curses may not be the kind of blood curse orcs, because this kind of blood curse has obvious flaws. It's not immediacy. Such an evil curse must be used with a certain degree of hatred. Of course, with such a great hatred, one hopes to get immediate revenge. But it would take more than 20 years for the blood-cursed orcs to completely complete the effects of the curse. This did not meet the demands of those who cast spells, so they were slowly abandoned and eliminated. The same goes for other blood curses. Although they have the advantage of causing harm to future generations, their slow effectiveness is also the main reason why they are on the verge of being lost. There is no casting information for the blood curse, which undoubtedly creates a huge problem for cracking the blood curse. Aurelius rubbed his forehead and asked, "What time is it?" 6 o'clock, Nagini replied. "Let's go out, it's almost time." After getting out of the suitcase, Zhuwu stayed in the suitcase and was not allowed to run around. Zhuwu was too lazy to get out. Arriving at the lobby of the Bay Tavern, the semi-open lobby is full of magic. The Bay Tavern is located in the Azores Islands in the North Atlantic Ocean. That's right, the Portuguese magic world is not in Portugal at all. But like Siren, he belongs to Haicheng. The only difference is that this is a shared territory for muggles and wizards. The Bay Tavern is hidden deep in a ring of submarine volcanoes. The entire lobby is like a crystal palace under the sea, separated from the sea water by a magic film. You can easily see the underwater scenery through the film. This is Chichi San, an immortal volcano. The only way to get in and out of the Bay Tavern is through the bubbles. Taking one step forward, part of the membrane that isolates the seawater separates and wraps the whole person, forming a colorful bubble that holds the person out of the water. Several cute pufferfish hit the bubbles and were so frightened that they bulged into thorny balls. Fortunately, the bubbles looked fragile, but they were actually made by magic and were tough enough. They just made ripples and slowly floated up. The moment the water breaks out, the bubbles disperse, but the people inside will not fall into the sea again. It's like there is an invisible bridge on the sea level, and you can walk freely on it. However, Aurelius and Nagini had no intention of leaving. Aurelius took out a brass whistle he brought from the tavern and blew it, which made a sound similar to the sound of a conch. I wrote a greeting note to the Portuguese Minister of Magic and made an appointment to visit at 7 o'clock in the evening. We have to buy some small gifts first. It's hard to go empty-handed when visiting. Woo! As if in response, the large conch flute draws a white wave from the distant skyline. A long galley came before them. The bow of the ship looks very funny. It is an octopus with a conch on its head. "Welcome aboard the conch. I am today's crew member, Omi Parker." The expressionless wizard crewman said the welcome words he had said countless times again. "Where are you going?" "Worshild, Pier 7. Chungwi, Joshi can 11 nats." Although the wizarding currencies of the Magnesium and the UK are different, basically the entire European wizarding world uses the galleon system. After all, it comes from the same source. There are dozens of magic ministries in Europe, so there's no need to have dozens of currencies. The goblins are disgusted. Very troublesome. Walking into the cabin, the space inside is much larger than the outside. Obviously, the traceless stretching spell. There are neatly arranged seats inside. It doesn't look like a boat, but more like a bus. Bang! Omi stretched out his hand and knocked on a window, shouting, "Worshild, hua hua." The oars are unmanned and automatic. Although the frequency is not fast, it can travel extremely fast. Outside the glass of the cabins on both sides, the scenery recedes rapidly, which seems to be much faster than Skander's. It seemed that not long after, Aurelius felt the ship slow down. "Worshild is here. Have a pleasant journey, both of you. The entire crew of the conch is at your service wholeheartedly." Walking off the boat, they are at a public pier. Worshild is the only wizarding village in Portugal's magical world, and it is also located on a remote island. Such a small island has few resources and is looked down upon by muggles. But for wizards, lack of resources has never been a problem. Their convenient transportation means that they will not care about the shortcomings of location and distance. The home of the Portuguese Minister of Magic is here. There were several wizard shops in Worcester. He randomly found one, bought a souvenir, and walked towards the home of the Minister of Magic. In order to avoid problems during the first meeting, Aurelius introduced some information about the Minister to Nagini. The Portuguese Minister of Magic is called Paul Herman. He was born as a Muggle wizard. There are only about 1,000 wizards settled in Portugal. It is also one of the rare ministry of magic without supporters of blood theory, because there is no so-called wizard aristocracy here. Then Miss Sebastian has thought very well. From this point of view, the Portuguese Ministry of Magic is also an easy ally for her to win over. Nagini said, "It seems so, but actually it is not. Considering the bloodline position, It is true that Portugal is the alliance partner of the Siren, but I am not optimistic about it. Aurelius shook his head. The Portuguese Ministry of Magic is in the International Federation of Wizards and other international wizards federations. Activities and organizations are all very transparent and low-key. This is self-awareness. A small Ministry of Magic like this is not willing to take the risk of offending those big Ministry of Magic to support a lonely person. Don't look at me like that. Aliens are treated as inferior humans, let alone fish who have given up their human identity. Looks like the trip was in vain. That's not that bad. At least, it would be good to get to know a few more friends. Well, here we are. Aurelius stopped in front of a small European-style building. The small building is not big, but it is very exquisite. It has the sea behind it, and the location is quite good. There's a courtyard in front of the door. A grill is being set up. A man is chopping firewood with an axe, and 10 beautiful hostesses are picking vegetables and preparing food with their 2 children. Looks like we're having a barbecue. Aurelius smiled and knocked on the low wooden fence door. "Oh, are you?" The man put down his axe and wiped his sweat and came over. The man has a very decent appearance, a tall nose, and bright gray-black eyes. He is wearing a muggle light blue shirt. The cuffs are rolled up for easy work, and the 2 buttons on the collar are unbuttoned. "I'm sorry, Minister Herman, for being so uninvited." Aurelius Dumbledore. "This is my companion, Najib." Aurelius smiled and shook hands with him. Oh, Mr. Dumbledore, please come in quickly. Please come in." Paul was very enthusiastic and opened the door and invited the 2 of them in. The ladies and children who were busy stopped and came over. "Let me introduce you. This is my wife, Fiona. These are my eldest daughter, Katie, and my youngest son, D***K. Fiona has been very happy to receive your invitation and has specially prepared to welcome you too." Paul smiled as he introduced his family to Aurelius. "That's really troublesome for you, Mrs. Herman, and of course you, Katie, and D***K. Aurelius and Nagini also returned the favor. When he met for the first time, it was obvious that Minister Herman and his family were very kind and easy to get in touch with. This is good news. Mrs. Herman's cooking is excellent, and Paul's barbecue skills are also excellent. Aurelius and Nagini also had their index fingers wide open. To be honest, I was a little scared when I first found out. Paul said jokingly. Aurelius also smiled and said, "I understand. Everyone knows Albus Dumbledore, but not everyone knows Aberforth. Let alone I am neither Albus nor Aberforth. People in the wizarding world are not fools, and others would not believe Aurelius if he said he was Dumbledore. The popularity of bloodline theory in the magical world is not just ignorance. Bloodline does have its uses in magic. For example, the Seer's bloodline, Dumbledore's Phoenix family, and the Blood Curse Orcs all rely heavily on blood inheritance. This thing exists objectively. There is no need to deny it. What I say is all my own efforts, but there is no need to overly mythologize it. But in this high-profile case of bloodline theory, many wizards are trying their best to prove their noble bloodline. Various magical creations and spells were invented. It is not difficult to verify the identity of Aurelius. After he recognizes the name Aurelius Dumbledore, his name will appear in the bloodline magic. The real Dumbledore, no doubt about it. Yes, Paul nodded, and then asked, "I wonder if Mr. Dumbledore came to see me for something?" Do not go to the Three Treasures Hall for any reason. Although wizards do not understand this sentence, the principle is universal. Aurelius said, "Nagini and I are traveling around the world, and our last stop was the Sirens. My visit this time is also entrusted by someone. Sirens' friends want to visit you, but they have no way." Paul laughed. "Visit me? What kind of connections do you need? I'm no different from other people's families." Aurelius did not answer his question. Maybe Paul didn't feel it himself. The Portuguese Ministry of Magic is already a small Ministry of Magic, but the Minister of Magic is still not accessible to everyone, especially outsiders. Aurelius believed that every wizard in Portugal had met his minister, and even the minister remembered everyone's name. But this is a Portuguese wizard, one of his own. Ministry of Magic officials in other areas can easily see Paul, But Tina Sebastian cannot. Still the same 4 words. No way. Portugal just doesn't have pure-blood nobles, but that doesn't mean there aren't purebloods. Even if Paul is a muggle-born wizard, sitting in this seat must follow certain rules. Can I know what it is? Paul asked. I don't know. I just introduced them. As for anything else, it has nothing to do with me. Aurelius said nonchalantly. Paul tasted the meaning and smiled. Okay, I understand. I will pay attention to it. Do you understand what? Of course, you understand that Aurelius doesn't want to get involved at all. The subtext is nothing more than, you just need to meet someone, and I don't care whether it succeeds or not, and you don't have to look at me or the Dumbledore family. Aurelius smiled and clinked glasses with Paul. Okay, this is over. All that was left was to eat and drink. We had a great time chatting. Paul is a very talkative person, and you feel very comfortable chatting with him. It's a friendship. After bidding farewell to Paul, Aurelius and Nagini returned to the Bay Tavern by boat and borrowed the tavern's messenger to tell Tina of the sirens. In the next few days, Aurelius and Nagini were shopping in Portugal. The second step is to spread the word. He also needs to find a crystal substitute. As expected, Aurelius received Tina's reply, which was not smooth. Paul did not agree to her alliance, and even refused her request for support. As expected, Aurelius watched as the note in his hand turned into ashes. The Portuguese magic world has a sparse population, and the Spanish Ministry of Magic is right next door. It's so stuck. How could it be possible to agree? Tina wanted Aurelius to lobby in many countries. She wished that Aurelius could sit on the chairmanship of the International Federation of Wizards and speak for the Ministry of Magic around the world. But this is obviously impossible. Aurelius also told her frankly that Portugal was his first stop. He would cross the Strait of Gibraltar and go to the Ministry of Magic in several countries along the Mediterranean Sea. Among them are France, Italy, Greece, Egypt, and other magical powers. It also includes the former Ottoman Ministry of Magic in the future Algeria, Tunisia, and Libya. It can be said that it is very sincere. But among these ministries of magic, Aurelius felt that the Egyptian Ministry of Magic was the most reliable. They are relatively more independent and have a special magic system. There are even a large number of Egyptian wizards who deny their identity as wizards and call themselves priests. If you want to cause trouble and find allies, this is the ideal choice. But Tina Sebastian obviously didn't know enough about Egypt, and the Egyptian magic world did not appear in her lobbying targets at all. Of course, Aurelius wouldn't say either. This was a thankless task, and besides, Aurelius' knowledge of Egypt only came from writing, and he had never been there. Let's go. The next stop is a tough one. To be honest, I don't have the confidence to still get the treatment here. Aurelius and Nagini said. Where? France. The Ministry of Magic exists in every country in the world, but there are differences between the same Ministry of Magic. There is no doubt that the French Ministry of Magic is among the top, or even the only group in the global wizarding world. Not only because France owns both batons, but also because 520 among the most famous super wizards in the world, Nicolas Flamel, is French. For now, the reputations of Albus Dumbledore and Gellert Grindelwald cannot be compared with Nicolas Flamel. Although Nicolim has not appeared for many years, everyone knows that this legendary wizard is still alive in the world. This is the magic world, where strength is ultimately the most important thing. A super wizard can directly take off a person's status in the magic world. France has Nicolim, who is in the spotlight. There is also Dumbledore in the UK, and the future is promising. Only the German wizarding community was the most injured. It finally gave birth to a super wizard named Gellert Grindelwald. He was also a rebellious boy who made trouble all day long and wanted to start a war. How dare the German Ministry of Magic support him? They would even have to expel him. Almost a joke from hell. However, before Albus Dumbledore reaches his peak, even the British Ministry of Magic, which is the origin of wizards, has to avoid its peak for the time being. The current French magic world is unique. Magnesia Magical Congress, it's still the same cell. Abernethy opened the air vent on the iron door and looked at the rickety figure inside. Grindelwald, half a year in prison, made him look miserable. His long, messy white hair was disheveled, and his beard was long and untrimmed. He placed his hands flat on his thighs and looked up at the ceiling with his eyes wide open and bloodshot. The annoying mosquitoes make a buzzing sound, which is his only entertainment. The dark cell walls were lit by only a white light that flickered on and off. The bloodthirsty mosquito smelled the smell of human blood. It pounced on it without hesitation, but it raised a scarlet barrier and was instantly melted. A mosquito wing fell limply. But Grindelwald was still looking at the ceiling without even blinking. It looked like his situation was worse than before. Next to his feet, a little lizard-like six-legged guy was chained and wearing a mask, crawling around feebly. Sheep-eating beast, also called Chupacabra, a dangerous little guy, but also a mysterious little creature. As a magical animal, he was caught eating the lambs of herdsmen. He was convicted of this crime and was imprisoned and sentenced to 3 years in prison. As for why the little guy who only stole a sheep lived in Grindelwald's cell, that is another story. Sensing the movement, the little guy looked up at Abernathy, tilted his head, and a trace of doubt seemed to flash in his big eyes. Abernathy smiled outside the door, and the little guy's eyes were also full of joy. Even the insect stumps that it always hated popped out with its long tongue and swallowed it in one gulp. No, got it. I think you will be happy to get rid of him. In the strict prison corridor, Rudolf Spielman was walking with Ms. Pickquery, the president of the Magic Congress. Just today, Rudolf is going to escort Grindelwald from the Magical Congress of Magnesia back to Europe. He, the director of the International Magical Association's prison department, will personally carry out the execution, which shows that he attaches great importance to Grindelwald. I would be more happy to keep him locked up here, said Ms. Piccali. Every day Grindelwald was imprisoned in the Magic Congress, he would once again reiterate the grand deed of the Magic Congress. It was the Magic Congress that caught the most wanted criminal who was causing trouble in Europe and leaving the Ministry of Magic in dozens of countries helpless. As for with Newt's help, that's not important. Although without Newt's sneak attack, these Aurors might have been defeated or even killed by Grindelwald. But what does that matter? What's important is not the process, but the result, right? Who captured Grindelwald? The Magical Congress of Magnesia. Where's Grindelwald? The prison of the Magical Congress of Magnesium. Sounds wonderful, Rudolph said helplessly. 6 months is long enough. It's time for him to take responsibility for Europe's crimes. Chairman Pickquery, Mr. Spearman, sir, the prisoners are under strict supervision and can be escorted at any time. Abernathy reported the situation. Pickquery nodded, stepped forward with Rudolph, and opened the air window. Rudolph couldn't help but praise. I think you have used enough security measures. It's all necessary means, Pickquery said with some help. This man was extremely powerful, and the guards had to be replaced 3 times. He was so deceptive, so his tongue was removed dash. Cut your tongue. Rudolph frowned. He was a little dissatisfied. Just because he can confuse people, why would he cut off his tongue? Wouldn't it be possible to turn everything to stone? Wouldn't it be possible to use a silencing curse? Wouldn't it be possible to apply a transfiguration spell on his mouth? Are you afraid that he will confuse people, or are you afraid of what he will say after being taken away? Rudolph looked deeply at Pickquery and did not ask any further questions. It's none of his business. He just needs to take Grindelwald away safely. Grindelwald. Grindelwald. The prison is boiling. As the embarrassed Grindelwald was restrained and escorted out by the Aurors in a twisted posture, countless prisoners shouted his name. Fanaticism. During the few months he was in prison here, even through word of mouth, Grindelwald won the enthusiastic support of everyone here. Even though he has fallen to this level, he is still a high king and a noble leader in the eyes of these prisoners. Rudolph felt shuddering, and he couldn't help but tighten his tight coat. It was obviously June, but he felt the bitter cold of December. Grindelwald, this man is so terrible. Magic groups all over the world owe you a huge favor, Mr. Chairman Pickquery. Standing at the top exit of the Magical Congress, there was a violent storm, lightning, and thunder outside. A prison car driven by 8 Thestrals was ready to go. This is a strange Pegasus creature that is as skinny as a stick, shaped like a horse, with a head like a giant dragon, and huge bat wings on its sides. Because of its ferocious appearance, white eyeballs without pupils, and weird features, its true appearance can only be seen by witnessing death. Was once regarded as an ominous sign. An elite Auror who came with Rudolph was waiting with a flying broom in his hand. What they were about to escort was the most dangerous dark wizard in the world. Even if he didn't have a wand and was bound by magic, they still didn't dare to be careless. Don't underestimate him, Picari warned. Mr. Spearman, Abernathy came up from behind and handed the small suitcase in his hand to Rudolph. We found the wand he hid. Finished? Picquery looked at him doubtfully. Abernathy paused, then stretched out his hand with slight hesitation. And this. It was a small pendant that looked like a small medicine bottle filled with red liquid. The silver hollow pattern looked very delicate, like it was made by a fairy. No one knew what the red liquid was. No wizard would dare to try it. It seems to be well protected, which shows that Grindelwald attaches great importance to this small bottle, which must be very important to him. When the small bottle was handed over to Rudolph, Grindelwald in the prison car looked at the roof of the carriage, where the smooth metal surface allowed him to see unclear images outside the car. He frowned slightly, his meaning unclear. As Rudolph got into the car with his things, a series of magic locks locked every gap in the car door. No one dared to be careless when facing Grindelwald. Picari breathed a sigh of relief. God knows how much pressure she was under in the short period of time when she brought Grindelwald from the cell here. It is finally over. The two Aurors driving the carriage waved their whips, and the Thestrals flapped their wings. Heavy rain is coming, and big things are about to happen. It's raining heavily. Under the pouring rain, 8 Thestrals pulled the dark prison carriage through the rain. The accompanying Aurors were wearing cloaks and riding on broomsticks. After settling a matter on his mind, Picquery led the others away, leaving Abernathy with an indifferent expression as he walked toward the passage where the prison van had just left. The strong wind was blowing the corners of his clothes. His cold and proud eyes were deep, looking at the prison car speeding eastward, and he took out his wand. It was a darkwood wand. It was very long, longer than most wands, a full 15 inches. It had an interesting shape, like a sugar cane, with one section after another, and every other section had a ball-shaped section. The scar is covered with densely packed, concave holes. With a tap of the wand, Abernathy suddenly disapparated. In the prison car, Rudolph did not look at Grindelwald opposite him. Even though it was an extremely exciting experience to be in the same room with the most dangerous dark wizard in the world, he knew how many limitations Grindelwald had. He didn't have any desire to communicate. After all, you can't expect someone who doesn't even have a tongue to talk to him about the boring life of imprisonment. Without his tongue, Grindelwald was not only unable to speak, he could no longer recite spells. Without a magic wand, you cannot recite a spell. Most of his abilities have been crippled. The once dangerous dark wizard is now worse than a lamb. On the contrary, the gadgets found on Grindelwald attracted his attention more. A decoration? That's impossible. Even if he wanted to decorate, Grindelwald would only use weird geometric patterns. This is a well-known thing. Since his school days, this has been used as the symbol of Grindelwald himself, and later, it became the symbol of his witchcraft party. But no one knows that this logo is not original to Grindelwald. The simple triangle, circle, and vertical line represent 3 legendary magic props. The legendary Deathly Hallows, made by the god of death. Maybe Dumbledore knew, but he obviously didn't go around saying it. He was still nostalgic for his old friendship, and it was impossible for him to tell people everywhere. Grindelwald, the dark wizard who made most of Europe terrified all day long, was a loyal fan of fairy tales. That's interesting. What is this small bottle that Grindelwald treasures so much, or the red liquid in this small bottle? He held the silver chain of the pendant and looked at it. Suddenly, the pendant emitted a gleaming light. Rudolph was startled and subconsciously looked up at Grindelwald, who was pointed at Grindelwald with a wand by 2 Aurors. He instinctively felt that Grindelwald was trying to cause trouble. But when he saw Grindelwald, he still looked half dead and depressed. his eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. Call. A false alarm. Rudolph was even laughed at by his stupid performance. At this point, what power could Grindelwald have to resist? Can you still argue with a silver tongue? Huh. In order to cover up his cowardice, Rudolph laughed and teased Grindelwald. Without a tongue, he still had a chance to refute. It was just an angry look, and the angrier he was, the happier Rudolph felt. But the development of things often does not go as expected. Grindelwald in the carriage suddenly showed a very painful expression. His face twitched uncontrollably, his skin spasmed, and it was visible to the naked eye that it was twisting and deforming. His messy long hair was getting shorter, and his fine stubble was receding. This sudden change left Rudolph and the two escorting Aurors confused. When Grindelwald raised his head and showed a mocking smile, they were stunned. Where's Grindelwald? Sitting in front of them. The person they were escorting was clearly the assistant to the security minister of the Magical Congress of Magnesia, Abernethy, who had handed Grindelwald's wand and pinned it to him not long after they parted. It was Abernethy who was taken away by them. Then, at the same time, under the hood of the prison car, the indifferent Abernethy raised a smug smile. CCBB. The crazy rain was hitting him, but he was enjoying it immensely. The streams of water slid down his cheeks, and he was in a state of ecstasy. The human body transformation technique is dissolved, revealing the true appearance. It was Grindelwald who was supposed to be sitting in the prison van. He is scrawled as if in a cage, but with that terrifying aura like the king of the world. Picari is right. Grindelwald's power of incitement is unparalleled. Abernethy became his follower, even willing to bear the painful punishment of cutting out his tongue on his behalf, and even took his place in the prison car heading to Europe. The purpose is just to hope that Grindelwald will tell him who he really is. Grindelwald appeared on the roof of the prison car in flash. With a tap of his wand, the whips in the hands of the two driving Aurors turned into two giant pythons. The giant python rolled the Auror out of the prison car and fell to the ground screaming. Many of the Aurors escorting him were frightened and pursued him on their broomsticks. The chaos outside the car and the sudden changes in the car made Rudolph feel bad. But when they instinctively wanted to use their wands to protect themselves, their wands were taken away in an instant and pointed at themselves. The prison van jolted violently. An indifferent and slightly proud face appeared from the window, and Rudolph had no luck. The small chaos he envisioned and the beautiful vision of all the members of the Communist Party of Dacia helping the prison did not happen after all. But something even more terrifying happened. Grindelwald. He was able to escape from prison himself. Damn! Rudolph suddenly opened the wand that Abernethy had just given him, and an ugly sheep-eating beast jumped out of the box and pounced on his face. Rudolph finally caught it and threw it to the ground. Abernethy, who had been honest all the way across from him, suddenly burst out and rushed forward. Abernethy, whose hands were tied, screamed and hit Rudolph on the stomach. The pain was so painful that he dropped the pendant in his hand to the ground. Abernethy fell head over heels, desperately holding the pendant in his mouth. Rudolph fought with him. He grabbed the necklace with his hands and tried to pull the pendant back, but Abernethy refused to let go. The two Aurors also joined in the scuffle, pressing Abernethy against the back window. The pendant that was finally snatched back was taken away again. Grindelwald drove the carriage at high speed on the Hudson River. He did not want to get entangled with the Aurors behind him, hoping to use the cover of the bridge to get rid of them. But why would an Auror give up? The dense rain affected their sight, and until now, they had not seen clearly that the person who hijacked the prison van turned out to be Grindelwald himself. The movement in the carriage was finally noticed by Grindelwald. You can call him cold or crazy, but that doesn't understand his ideals and persistence. When faced with credence, the squib, Grindelwald could use it up and throw it away. But for the wizards who truly followed him, Grindelwald did not hesitate to show his kindness. As the prison van crossed the surface of the fast-flowing Hudson River, Grindelwald waved his hand and touched the surface of the river. The entire prison car seemed to have become a whirlpool, and the cold river water filled the interior of the car in an instant. The 8 Thestrals felt great pressure, but under the control of Grindelwald, they were reluctant to drag the water in the carriage into the air again. The sudden flow of water finally gave Abernethy a chance to resist. The surging water broke away from the hold of Auror and Rudolph, and the panicked sheep-eating beast struggled in the water like them. But Abernethy still opened his mouth and took the pendant into his mouth regardless. The Aurors behind him kept chasing him, and Grindelwald, who didn't want to be cruel, was unhappy. Dark clouds are coming over the city. The magic wand was raised high, and terrible thunder and lightning fell from the sky, just like the arrival of divine power. There was an unlucky guy who accidentally hit lightning. He lost consciousness in an instant and fell from the sky. He didn't know whether he was alive or dead. The terrifying electric arc made the Aurors use their weapons, but to no avail. The Aurors are still chasing, and the lightning won't stop. One Auror after another was shot down. Science tells us that the strike of lightning is not just 1 point. 5 to 3,000 meters is still not a safe range. After dealing with the pursuers behind him, Grindelwald finally had his hands free. He grabbed the corner of the prison van with one hand and turned over to the side door of the prison van. With a wave of the wand, the door of the prison van was dismantled. The raging river found its outlet and rushed out of the prison van with the 2 Aurors. "You have joined a noble cause, my friend." Grindelwald took the pendant from Abernethy's mouth and put it in his breast pocket. Abernethy felt his new tongue in a daze, which was a long, forked tongue that looked more like a lizard or a snake. His tongue, which was pulled out by torture, grew back. Is this something magic can do? Regeneration of severed limbs is still a problem in the wizarding world. Otherwise, Mad Eye would not have a prosthetic leg or a magic eye, and Professor Kettleburn would not have to be half a human being. But it seems that this does not pose a problem to some powerful wizards. Grindelwald is obviously one of them. Turning his head, Grindelwald looked at Rudolph, who was still biting by the sheep-eating beast. He stretched out his hand to take down the sheep-eating beast. The sheep-eating beast, which was pretending to be a tiger, kept baring its teeth and claws at Rudolph. The blood on its mouth and claws seemed to make this behavior very convincing. But it didn't last long before the sheep-eating beast was soothed by Grindelwald's gentle voice. "Yes, I know, I understand, Antonio." The little sheep-eating beast, named Antonio, felt aggrieved and kept rubbing Grindelwald's neck and cheek with its bloody mouth, as if looking for comfort and a hug. Listening to the owner's comfort, Antonio became even more aggrieved. He kept whimpering. Maybe this annoyed Grindelwald. His gentle face was filled with disgust. "You are too noisy. Let go." The unprepared Antonio was instantly sucked away by the huge wind pressure. Grindelwald was indifferent, like a superior king, pulling up the sluggish Rudolph. He knew that all his subordinates might be dead, and then he might be next. He was scared, terrified, but he didn't have a wand. He held Grindelwald's hand and refused to let go. But he didn't expect that Grindelwald would drag him out of the car like this, and the huge wind and rain seemed to drag them down at any time. In panic, Rudolph discovered that the arm he was holding the wand he had just lost. Grindelwald let go, and the wand fell freely in the storm. Rudolph was so frightened that he kept repeating, "No, no, no, no." Grindelwald had heard many such wailings. He waved his arm expressionlessly, and Rudolph's hand slipped. Grindelwald couldn't help but tilted his head. The old guy's shouting made him upset. On his deathbed, Rudolph found his only light. That magic wand. Rudolph desperately stretched out his hand to grab the wand, but the close distance seemed as far away as the ends of the earth for 10 moments. Seeing that he was about to be photographed on the river, he despaired and even began to think about his life. Unexpectedly, he took a magic wand and slipped it into Rudolph's hand, shooting a shock-absorbing spell to save him from being patted into a patty. "Please give me flowers," or science tells us. If you fall into water above a certain height, the consequences will not be much better than if you fall on the cement floor. Grindelwald saved him? Yes. Grindelwald has never been a murderer. What people fear about him is his power to incite people's hearts and his paranoid, evil dreams. Even in order to preserve the spark of war between wizards and muggles, they would not kill him if they could. Rudolph saved his life in the turbulent drinking water. He looked at the retreating carriage with lingering fear. He seemed to be frightened. He didn't even dare to apparate away immediately. Instead, he soaked in the river until the carriage was no longer visible. 0. The most dangerous dark wizard in history. Grindelwald escapes from prison. The stupid magic kingdom of Magnesia let the devil go. Shocked. That man is back. The influence is really terrifying. In one day, everyone knew about it. Even the French newspapers were talking about Grindelwald's escape from prison. Aurelius put down the newspaper and took the letter from Nagini. T pointed at the news above. I've heard about him. In the circus, some people admire him, but some are afraid of him. Nagini looked at the news, frowned, and asked, I heard that when we went to New York, he caused a disaster in New York and was arrested for it. Is he really that terrible? Aurelius smiled and shook his head. He is not bad, but his character is average. Oh, have you seen him? Not only have we met, but we have also been together for more than half a year. Aurelius said with a smile. He does not like the theory of blood, but he advocates classification. No matter who he is, as long as he has the ability to cast spells, he is willing to accept them. Even if they are in people's eyes, inferior people are aliens. And if you don't have the ability to cast spells, that's what he despises, regardless of whether he comes from a high noble or not. He advocates that wizards are the masters of this world, and that wizards should rule muggles. This conforms to the wishes of many people who are dissatisfied with the statute of secrecy. This is also the reason why he has countless followers. Nagini thought for a while and nodded. It's very tempting, but I can see that you don't really agree with me. Actually, if you think about it carefully, you won't agree. Aurelius looked at her meaningfully. Nagini was stunned for a moment. Then she suddenly realized, I understand. Tell me about it. Aurelius encouraged. Nagini pursed her lips and said, It's a group. A hunter. Grindelwald's idea is nothing more than dividing people into those who have the ability to cast spells and those who do not. Nagini said excitedly. Spellcasters are nothing more than wizards, strangers like us, and those who cannot cast spells, corresponding to squibs and muggles. In Grindelwald's view, spellcasters are nobler than those who cannot cast spells. This is the view of most wizards now, even those kind wizards. Nagini's eyes shone. Most wizards feel numb. 150 is very pitiful and ignorant. No matter what, it's fine, but in the final analysis, he just feels that muggles are inferior to wizards, and the only difference is whether they can cast spells or not. Said it right. The so-called proposition, apart from those who cannot cast spells, Grindelwald's proposition is no different from today's blood theory. Just like in a circus, the leader is at the highest position, and then there are wizards and squibs who have the ability to cast spells. The status of the aliens is ambiguous, but those squibs don't dare to provoke me and John too much, because we have power that those squibs don't have. Nagini relied on her limited cognitive analysis. Aurelius snapped his fingers. Bingo! That's it. Grindelwald is a typical power theorist. His so-called classification still uses magical power as the only benchmark. As you said, spellcasters and non-spellcasters, but it can also be subdivided. Aurelius waved his wand, and a line of magic characters appeared out of thin air. Genius wizard, this is the top, can be worthy of Glein. There are not many people who are known as geniuses. This is a talent that can be encountered but cannot be sought. And most wizards are not geniuses. Except for a limited number of genius wizards, ordinary wizards also have different spellcasting abilities. What affects the level of wizards' spellcasting abilities? Aurelius guided Nagini to think about how Nagini seriously lacked common sense knowledge and judgment after being imprisoned for many years. Aurelius was trying to train her. Nagini thought hard and said with some uncertainty, Bloodline? It's not bad to say that. Some rare bloodlines do make wizards very good in certain aspects. I know a natural legilimens. Aurelius casually wrote, Special bloodline wizard at the back. Any more? Nagini shook her head. She couldn't think of anything. In her eyes, The prevalence of wizard blood theory is nothing more than that blood may bring some special talents, and she doesn't understand anything else. It's inheritance. The biggest difference between pure blood wizards, mixed blood wizards, and muggle wizards and their families is that pure blood wizards have been in the magical world for generations, and the magical knowledge accumulated by their ancestors is a huge treasure. Both parents are pure blood wizards. This is twice the accumulation, half of the half-blood wizards. As for the muggle wizards, it all depends on themselves. Look, the gap widens at the moment of birth. So in the current magical world, pure blood wizards have a higher status than half-blood wizards, and half-blood wizards have a higher status than muggle wizards. Nagini understood somewhat. The reason is not complicated. Pure blood wizards are born with more family accumulation and can learn to use it. Therefore, pure blood magic is generally powerful, occupies more resources, and wins a higher status and voice. Then, those so-called pure blood nobles, they have more resources than ordinary pure blood wizards. Of course, Aurelius wrote down pure blood nobles, pure blood wizards, mixed blood wizards, and muggle wizards in turn. Other than that, there are aliens. All aliens should be wizards, but some of them are like you, born with great flaws. Some are like me, caused by certain acquired factors, and some are like John, because some magic experiments failed. Compared with wizards, aliens people have the ability to cast spells, but the flaws are too obvious. Aurelius also wrote The Stranger. Then there are squibs. Do you understand the difference between squibs and muggles? Nagini wondered, aren't squibs just muggles living in the magical world? Aurelius shook his head. No, although squibs cannot cast spells like muggles, they are two groups. The most obvious thing is that muggle expulsion spells cannot affect squibs. This means that squibs cannot cast spells, but squibs have some magic resistance. To sum up, the squib has no spellcasting ability and has magic resistance, but it doesn't have any major flaws compared to the aliens. In the end, it's the muggles. Aurelius started writing, line by line in midair, along with his concluding remarks. Did you find it? The theory of blood is still based on the theory of strength. Nagini's eyes widened, as if he had discovered something incredible. Aurelius waved his hand casually, and the words in midair disappeared. Grindelwald's claims are not inconsistent with the bloodline theory. In other words, in the eyes of wizards who insist on the bloodline theory, Grindelwald's claims will not infringe on them. On the contrary, provoking a war between wizards and muggles and winning the war can greatly expand their interests. This is also an important reason why Grindelwald has so many followers. The clever Grindelwald deliberately blurred these. He only talked about two general concepts, wizards and muggles. He only said that wizards should rule muggles, so as to gain the support of middle and low-level wizards. But he said that even though they are both wizards, their status is also different. How to distinguish them? 3.7 is still the same old thing, bloodline theory. Aurelius spread his hands. Grindelwald really understands people's hearts, and the ideas he puts forward allow him to maximize the power of other wizards to accomplish what he wants to do. As a wizard, Grindelwald can trample on muggles everywhere he wants, because he is at odds with muggles. Having foreseen the future, he had long been convinced that there would be a battle between muggles and wizards. Rather than wait for the muggles to discover the existence of wizards and once again set off a medieval witch-hunting craze with those terrifying technological artifacts, Grindelwald thought it would be better to take action in advance. It can be summed up in the same 4 words: conquer the world. This is a man who wants to be the king of the world. The news of Grindelwald's escape from prison once dominated the front pages of major magical newspapers around the world. But with Grindelwald disappearing, the news is no longer hot. The temperature dropped so quickly that Aurelius had every reason to suspect the interference of some people. They did not allow the wizarding media to continue to increase Grindelwald's reputation, and they did not allow his crazy ideas to appear openly in newspapers. Of course, these are purely malicious slanders by Aurelius without any evidence. It may also be outdated news. News happens every day. It is the nature of these media to like the new and dislike the old. What dark wizard? What Grindelwald? To them, it is just a name, a tool that allows them to win front-page headlines and bonuses. Not long after, the name Grindelwald seemed to disappear, replaced by other news. For example, a beautiful marriage begins with the marriage of Scamander and Lestrange. A moving photo, a familiar person. Aurelius saw news about Newt again after more than half a year. Reading the news in the newspaper, it can be said that it tells a story of a unique love, which makes Aurelius almost doubt himself. 22. Could it be that the plot he knew was false? The photo is extremely misleading. Newt has his head lowered, and a dark-skinned girl is talking and laughing with him. At the edge of the inconspicuous scene, there's a man who looks a little like Newt, but is much more confident and sunny. The photo, coupled with this extremely ambiguous press release, could easily lead people to believe that Newt is in love with a Lestrange. Turn to the front of the newspaper. Aurelius' half-moon eyes. Sure enough, the Daily Prophet is really stubborn. Couldn't the BBC learn from it? Aurelius, who knew the truth clearly, did not believe a word of the report. Scamander is indeed married to Lestrange, but it is not Newt, a new writer and rare expert on magical animals who has become famous in the past 6 months, but his brother, who was neutral in the previous war with Grindelwald. The decorated war hero, Theseus Scamander. But what's interesting is that, as far as Aurelius knows, that Ms. Lestrange, Leda Lestrange, seems to be Newt's first love. What is this? A lover turns into a sister-in-law. Aurelius suspected that he had picked up the wrong script. The temperament of Newt, an autistic boy, doesn't look like that of Takajuro, the tiger-fighting hero, but Dairo is pretty much the same. He was not interested in the affairs of Newt's brother and sister-in-law. He put down the newspaper and shouted outside, "Nagini, has Mr. Aldo replied to your letter?" Not yet. Nagini walked in holding a brand new first-grade textbook. She was making up for her lessons. Like Aurelius, Nagini had never gone to school. She had magic power, but she didn't know how to cast spells. "We have been delayed for more than 2 months, and Ms. La has not responded?" Nagini shrugged, obvious. As the only one currently in the Ministry of Magic in the world, the French Ministry of Magic has a strong presence from top to bottom. His name as Dumbledore had little effect here. It took him 2 months, and he only managed to get along with the director of the Legal Enforcement Department and the assistant minister. As for the Minister of Magic, I have never even met him. Boom, boom, boom. Aurelius and Nagini looked at each other, then looked at the door. Who? Nagini asked doubtfully. They were unfamiliar with France, so why would someone knock on their hotel room? She didn't remember there was a waiter here. Aurelius narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment, and said, "I do have a candidate. Please open the door." Nagini walked over and opened the door. A middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes stood outside the door. He looked about 40 or 50 years old. He was wearing a gray felt hat and a coat. He had one hand in his pocket and a leather glove on the other. Knock on the door. "Hot summer. This look. Aren't you hot?" Aurelius was amused. "Actually, it's not bad. Fortunately, I have magic. A cooling spell can solve it," the man said with a smile, taking off his hat, revealing the top of his head with sparse hair and a full beard. The brown hair is mixed with some gray, but does not make people feel old and faded. Instead, it is full of the mature, stable, and resourceful charm of a middle-aged person. "You seem to know me and know I'm coming." The man walked in and hung his hat and coat on the hanger hook. His magical gloves flew down on their own, twisting and floating into the hat. "Albus Dumbledore," Aurelius said with a smile. "He is known as the only man who can fight against Grindelwald. How could I not recognize him? Dumbledore, the old bee, but he is far less reserved now than he was later. But the title of savior is being attributed to Dumbledore by media from various countries. Grindelwald is very scary. He can steal other people's wands silently, and he has superb transformation skills. When facing a group of magnesium aurors, using a wand that does not belong to him can almost destroy them. If not, Newt's sneak attack and lack of understanding of magical creatures may not have resulted in arrest at all, and he was able to openly kill and escape from prison under heavy security. 150. These scattered pieces of information make Grindelwald's deterrence increasing day by day. And Dumbledore has been called by some media and newspapers as the only person who can rival Grindelwald. Yes, some referring to the Daily Prophet. To put it bluntly, this group of people are afraid, and they want to give themselves a reason not to be afraid, and they just push out someone to act as a shield for them. Fortunately, they chose Dumbledore. Out of regret for his past, he did choose to stand up and try to stop Grindelwald in his own way. But during this trip to France, it was obvious that he was not here for Grindelwald. I've been waiting for this day to come, and I always thought you might come earlier. Aurelius was like reminiscing with an old friend. What would you like to drink? Coffee, tea, or Coca-Cola? Coca-Cola? Great, I like the sweet taste. Dumbledore took a sip of the fizzy, dark, unknown drink and couldn't help but praise it. You are a little different from what I imagined. Dumbledore looked at Aurelius. Oh, you are quite different from what I imagined, Dash. Aurelius also looked at him. Ah, the two looked at each other and smiled, clinking glasses happily. Coke, cheers. It tastes really good. It's a rare experience. I like it very much. Dumbledore put down the cup and seemed to like the Coke. My old friend talked to me, and he was surprised that we didn't send him an invitation. He thought you were my son. Sorry, many people don't know that you have a younger brother. Dumbledore talked about it. Wait a minute, Albus. I hope to hear something new from you. I'm looking forward to our meeting this time with great anticipation. It's not just an old-fashioned acquaintance, okay? Dumbledore looked at him and said with some emotion, You are really different from what I imagined. I never thought that apart from Aberforth and I, there would be relatives of the Dumbledore family alive until I heard that the Dumbledore family visited Europe. Can you explain it to me? Dumbledore asked. Aurelius was happy. This is a bit unexpected. I thought you should explain it to me. That's what I planned before I came here, but I found that you seem to know more than me. Dumbledore smiled. Maybe, Dumbledore said, I have never met you. In fact, I have only heard your name once. Aurelius held up his forehead. I really don't like you. I really do. Of course, it's also the first time I've met you. Question mark. Dumbledore gave him a confused look. Riddler, Albus, can you just tell me what you have to say? I thought you would be more honest when you came. Whether I admit it or not, you're always a family member in this body of mine. Aurelius the little bear couldn't sleep. Dumbledore was startled. No one had said this to him before. He suddenly laughed and shook his head. Sorry, Aurelius. I never thought that I would be like this in other people's eyes. An image, the Riddler? Very fitting. Well, I don't know if this problem of mine can be corrected, but I'll try my best. Then we can exchange knowledge and solve each other's doubts. Dumbledore shook his head and smiled, and he stretched out a finger. The first question, how do you know all this? We didn't know anything about your existence until I learned about it from my friends. Merman, the siren's mermaid, told me. And as a price, I will use Dumbledore's surname to introduce them to senior officials from the Ministry of Magic of various countries. Aurelius lied without blinking. Dumbledore looked into his eyes, frowning. Crazy emotions are infecting him. I forgot to remind you, don't use legilimency on me. It won't be too pleasant. Aurelius knew from the look on his face that it was no wonder that this old bee was using legilimency. This obviously won't lead to anything. Legilimency is very concealable and is one of the easiest magics to cast silently. As early as in New York, when it was certain that the Obscurus could resist legilimency, Aurelius habitually kept his brain in the form of the Obscurus. You? Dumbledore stared at him with a serious expression that seemed a bit incredulous. Call. Aurelius's hands transformed into black mist and then returned to their original shape. He had no intention of keeping it a secret in front of Dumbledore, and had different coping strategies for different people. He would hide it from Grindelwald because the old boy had evil intentions, but he would not do this to Dumbledore. Dumbledore is a contradictory person. When he was young, he was indifferent to his family and devoted himself to pursuing the true meaning of magic, just like Grindelwald. But with the death of his father, his mother, his sister's death, and his brother's hatred, he suddenly came to his senses. From then on, woolen socks became his symbol, and his family became what he longed for most but couldn't get. Does it look familiar? Aurelius asked him with a smile. Like my Aunt Dash, the Obscurial. Dumbledore stared at him. So it's you. Don't say that. It makes me look like a villain. To be precise, I seem to be the victim. Aurelius shrugged. Dumbledore exhaled slowly. You are right, are the biggest victim. Son, I'm sorry I didn't know anything about your existence. You say this as if you were my father. Aurelius rolled his eyes. Dumbledore shook his head. If I could care about him a little more, maybe he would confide in me, and I would come to look for you. Maybe I could find you and your mother in time, without stuck in that shipwreck. Shipwreck. Aurelius raised his eyebrows. You do not know? Should I know? Dumbledore was confused. He suspected that Aurelius knew, but he couldn't ask unless Aurelius told him. Because objectively, Aurelius was only a few months old when a shipwreck occurred, and he should not have known. There seemed to be a heavy atmosphere in the room. I haven't told him about you yet. At the end of the exchange, Dumbledore put on his coat and gloves, holding the hat in his hand, and turned to say. They all knew who Dumbledore was talking about. Aberforth Dumbledore, the physical father of Aurelius's body. Then don't tell him, Aurelius said decisively. Dumbledore was startled. He seemed a little sad. My child, don't you want to go home? Aurelius shook his head. Home? Do I have this concept? Home is where your family is. These are Dumbledore's true words. He longed for his former home, but he couldn't go back to the people. His father died in Azkaban, his mother was killed by his sister's obscurity, and her sister died in a dispute by No-Majs, and the only remaining brother also hated him because of his sister's death. He still has his family alive, but he is like a wandering ghost with no home. This is the secret that people trust in Dumbledore's heart and can never let go. He hopes to get Aurelius back. He hopes to make a home like a home. Maybe, but are you family? You and he and I only have a common ancestor by blood, and I have known you for less than half an hour. Aurelius said quietly, Albus, I think I'm a member of Dumbledore. I live in the kingdom of Magnesium, and everything I am familiar with is in the kingdom of Magnesia. Dumbledore took a deep breath and nodded. Okay, I respect your choice, Aurelius, but please forgive me. I can't promise you to keep things secret from Aberforth. I will convey all this to him. Have a right and deserve to know. Random. Why do I think he seems to be accommodating to you? Just because you have been living in exile for so many years, he is apologetic? Nagini asked doubtfully. Of course it's more than that. There are reasons for this, but more importantly, it's Obscurus. Aurelius closed the door and explained. Oh, by the way, the Obscurus can't live to be 10 years old dash, Nagini said suddenly. The Obscurus could not live to be 10 years old and had already been broken by Aurelius, but some impressions were not so easy to break. The erosion of the Obscurus by the Obscurus is irreversible. As long as the host lives for a day, this erosion will not stop. Dumbledore's sister is the Obscurus, and he only knows more. In fact, Grindelwald most likely learned about the Obscurial from Dumbledore. In Dumbledore's eyes, every day is a countdown to Aurelius' death. But who isn't? The scary thing is not death, but the anticipation of your own death. It would be a happy thing to find a family member who has been lost for many years, but the bad news is that the lost family member is approaching the end of his life. This is Aurelius in Dumbledore's eyes. This is why Dumbledore clearly knew that Aurelius had strange things and behaviors, but he pretended not to see it and accommodated Aurelius again and again. It doesn't even make him look like him anymore. Dumbledore is not perfect. In fact, he has a fatal weakness, his family. In other words, after all, Dumbledore regretted and blamed himself for those things. This was his destiny, and even led to his death decades later. Phew, the summer was hot, but Dumbledore's hands and feet felt cold. He didn't come here to ask questions. Of course, asking some questions and satisfying some curiosity is also one of the purposes, but it is not the main purpose. His main purpose was to see if Aurelius was really a member of the Dumbledore family. He never knew that his brother who hated him actually had a child. Maybe this is the consequences. They are obviously brothers, but now they are living in such an embarrassing situation. The result is, of course, confirmed. This is the fact. But the worst thing is that his nephew, whom he only met today, is already dead. He has the same disease as his sister, but he has grown so big. This is really a big discovery worthy of winning a prize, but I would rather not have this discovery. Dumbledore showed much pain. 30 years ago, he saw the loss of his sister with his own eyes. My nephew suffered the same fate as his sister, and the scene he didn't want to remember replayed in front of his eyes again and again. Aberforth, it's time for us to talk. Dumbledore took a deep look at Aurelius waving at the window, raised his legs, and disappeared. What a terrifying magical attainment. You can use apparition for this purpose. You are worthy of Dumbledore. Aurelius marveled. In terms of destructive power, Aurelius feels that he is not weaker than the two poles in the magic world. But in terms of magical attainments, he is far behind. One person has reached the pinnacle of white magic, and one has reached the highest level of black magic. Aurelius has super magical talent. He is sure of this. But how could those two not be the same? After studying magic for half a year, you want to compare yourself with the two most powerful wizards in the wizarding world? Alas, I haven't practiced enough. One's own family knows one's own affairs. Aurelius knew that magic was just a tool for him, and he could not devote himself to it. Squatting in a room, studying magic all your life? It's uncomfortable to think about it. He only does things that interest him. He does not learn all magic in general. His goals are clear: attack, defense, escape, and control. Attack and kill enemies, defend and protect yourself, run away even if you can't defeat them, control your subordinates, and win power. When Dumbledore didn't come, Aurelius was always thinking about it, but when Dumbledore came, he came as soon as he came. It's nothing more than solving a few odds and ends. You are leisurely, living in a hotel, studying blood spells, and practicing magic. He was not in a hurry, but someone forgot. New York, City Island. Several wizards in solemn black robes were waiting with their heads lowered. Grindelwald Operates. He's still in New York. Everyone thought he drove back to Europe. Did you find it? Not yet. The leading woman said softly. No. Grindelwald's strange eyes stared at her displeasedly. I gave you 2 months, but you got nothing. Credence, it's like he disappeared out of thin air, or he was hiding. A wizard who has been exposed to magic for less than a year can escape the search of my most loyal and capable subordinates. Do you want to tell me this? Grindelwald's eyes swept across the members of the Wiccan party, and the contacts came one after another. He lowered his head. Perhaps. Abernathy, who was inconspicuous in the crowd, suddenly opened his mouth, but was frightened by Grindelwald's eyes and closed his mouth. Maybe what? Grindelwald looked at Abernathy. He paid great attention to Abernathy, who looked a little timid. His other followers did not understand the special treatment he gave Abernathy, and they did not think highly of Abernathy's abilities. But Grindelwald won't. He is a qualified superior. He is good at discovering the shining points of his subordinates, provided that his subordinates are wizards. If it were a squib, he would feel like he had to wash his eyes if he took one more look at it. When he was pretending to be Graves, he discovered that Abernathy, a standard workplace veteran, seemed to have a special ability. He seemed to be able to find himself whenever he wanted to find himself. Of course, the premise is that he didn't deliberately hide his traces. I mean, maybe he left New York, Abernathy said. Grindelwald frowned. What do you think? Abernathy calmed down his nervousness and smoothed his thoughts. I have heard of the name Credence. Tina Goldstein once reported an unregistered wizard to the Ministry of Security. In the report point out that Credence lived in the No-Maj world since he was a child until he met you. Meeting me? Does it have anything to do with this? He said you taught him magic. That's nonsense. Grindelwald sulked. He promised to teach Credence magic, and he sincerely wants to teach Credence magic now. But he has never taught him magic. The report said that Goldstein hoped that the Magic Congress would register him, and at the same time give him compensation to make up for the mistakes in the work of the Magic Congress. But this was not granted. Chairman Pickweary designated him as a stowaway wizard. Was originally going to be forcibly deported, but I don't know why I changed my mind later. Abernathy became smoother and faster as he spoke. He took a deep breath and expressed his thoughts. I noticed the information we collected. Credence disappeared shortly after that incident. I think he may have been trying to avoid the pursuit of the Aurors of the Magic Congress. Has escaped. Why do you say that? An Asian man scolded. What if he hides? He is just an orphan, helpless, and has no relatives or friends. He doesn't even know where the gate of New York is. Abernethy was obviously unhappy, and his forked tongue was moving around in his mouth, but he glanced at the man, didn't reply, and quietly returned to the queue. He didn't reply, but Grindelwald spoke for him. Then I want to ask you, Crow, how do you know that he must be there? I don't know, but now that you've been looking for him for 2 months, have you found him? No, but what? 2 months, my dear subordinates, the subordinates I value, spent 2 months turning the entire New York City upside down without finding him, without a sound or a trace. Crow, under such circumstances and intelligence, do you think Credence is more likely to hide in New York and hide from all of you than he is to escape from New York? Crow shut up. Of course, he couldn't tell anyone about his little thoughts, let alone his immediate boss. It was easier to pinch his life than to pinch an ant. Could he not know that Abernethy had a point? But, sir, the world is so big. If a person deliberately wants to hide, we have no way of finding him. Grindelwald's female assistant, his true believer, Victoria Hill, stepped forward. Vita Rosier comes from a French pure-blood aristocratic family. She has noble status and extraordinary talents. She is also the only daughter in the family. Vita has everything she wants to have. According to the rules of drama, such a woman must be thinking of doing something. Fall in love with a poor boy. No, but almost. At a grand ceremony, while she was still on campus, she accidentally ran into Grindelwald, who was giving a lecture in France at the time. She was convinced by it, and she began to collect Grindelwald's words, study them, and believe in them. The more she believes, the higher Grindelwald's status is in her heart. She is like Icarus who wants to fly to the sun. The closer she gets to Grindelwald, the deeper she sinks. But she obviously doesn't feel like Icarus. She is right next to the person she admires most. She is right next to her son. She regarded Grindelwald as a god, which allowed her to gain Grindelwald's trust, and she also became the person who is more powerful than one person among the Wiccan party, but also makes others a little afraid of her. She is a true believer. Vita, don't worry about whether you can do it or not. You will only know if you can do it. Grindelwald's voice softened a lot. He gently straightened Vita's wrinkled veil and said, Don't be confused. Find your destination and be smart. Credence can only speak English, so the direction of his escape can exclude Asia. People who escape often deliberately stay far away from the place of escape. What better place than halfway across the world? Suitable. The beautiful eyes under Vita's veil flashed. Europe. There are many countries, the situation is complex, and the most important thing is that the language is fluent. Great, let's do it. Vita immediately made a salute, which was the supreme etiquette of their witchcraft party. Please rest assured, Europe is our territory, and as long as he is in Europe, we will definitely not be able to hide him. Grindelwald nodded, and the members of the internet party who received the order disappeared one by one. In fact, Grindelwald was also guessing. Although it sounded logical, it was definitely not true. What really made Grindelwald guess that Aurelius was in Europe was that he had just been reminded by Abernathy and then recalled the original prophecy scene. Aurelius was fighting someone. The place where they were fighting was a street. Through the limited screen, Grindelwald discovered that it was a block with typical European-style buildings on both sides. He thought it was the Magnesium country. After all, the Magnesium country and Europe were of the same origin, and it was not unusual for the architectural styles to be the same. He felt that he was familiar with Aurelius's character, and felt that it would be difficult for Aurelius to escape from the only city he was familiar with. Unfortunately, he miscalculated. Not only did he miscalculate when facing Aurelius, he also miscalculated in the original plot. He didn't expect that Credence's obsession with finding his life experience would be so great. He didn't know this. He was very busy and had no time to care about the life experience of a squib destined to be discarded by him, until Credence showed his power. Aurelius didn't know that Grindelwald, who had escaped from prison, was gathering his followers to hurriedly search for his traces all over the world. Please give me flowers, Zero. But he could guess. This is not a complicated question. Aurelius had thought of it as early as 2 months ago when he saw the news about Grindelwald's prison escape. It was also from that time that Aurelius reduced his energy in studying blood spells and began to increase his time practicing magic. In addition to magic, Aurelius also has the heritage of summoner. He has also practiced the blade code for more than half a year, but he can only be said to be a beginner. The hard work and experience of so many warriors in Valoran are not so easy to learn. For more than half a year, he has just entered the door. As for the summoner's ability, his improvement is limited. Valoran summoners are not like those in the game. You can level up by playing a few games. It also takes a lifetime to learn and study. So, how many summoners die without learning all the summoner skills? However, Aurelius already had an idea of Obscurus's development path. He planned to let Obscurus take the magic warrior route. What is a magic warrior? Heroes in Valoran can be basically divided into 2 categories, physical and magical. The characteristics of heroes can be subdivided into warriors, mages, tanks, assassins, auxiliaries, and shooters. Then each positioning can be further subdivided. For example, warriors can be further subdivided into light warriors and heavily armed warriors. Warriors are positioned between assassins and tanks. Lightly armed warriors prefer assassins and focus on lethality. Their main focus is kill the opponent and no one can hurt me. Heavy armed warriors prefer tanks and believe that only by living can you have something. Of course, these positionings are not absolute. It still depends on the hero himself. The so-called magic warriors are warriors who focus on spell damage. The game needs balance, but Aurelius doesn't want it. He wants his Obscurus to become a hexagonal numerical monster. Can fight, resist, milk, and run. But this is not very realistic. Aurelius still prefers light warriors. Obscurus itself has strong survivability. It can also disapparate, and its summoner skills include escape skills such as teleportation and flash. So it is king to be able to deal damage. It's almost time to gather the runes. Power. Runes are unique to Valoran. Summoners created runes to enhance the hero's combat power by observing and studying the creation runes. Although there are 7 runes in the world, the summoners only copied 5. Namely, precision, dominance, wizardry, determination, and enlightenment. However, summoners are only people after all, not the entire world of Runeterra. Even imitation runes cannot withstand them all. Summoners can only choose one of them as the main rune and another as the auxiliary rune. But there are not only 20 combinations, and building runes is not done in one go. Each type of rune is to be built gradually. They are cornerstone runes, advanced runes, and 2 ordinary runes. The combination of these is the true appearance of the runes. In fact, what has always made Aurelius hesitate has never been the choice of runes, but the positioning of Obscurus's future 073 development direction. In his eyes, there are only witchcraft and determination. It's just a matter of who is in charge and who is in charge. Ignoring other runes is not because other runes are not strong, but because only these 2 runes can exert the greatest value on him. What are his specialties? Why can these 2 runes bring out the greatest value? What is he? A wizard. A powerful wizard, a highly talented wizard. What these wizards have in common is that as long as they are not killed or have any accidents, their lifespans are extremely long. And it just so happens that among the witchcraft and determination runes, there are 2 common runes. Sorcery department, Gathering Storm. Spell strength or attack power will continue to increase over time. Resolute, Overgrowth. Absorb the vitality of nearby dead, non-heroic life forms to strengthen itself. The former increases damage, and the latter increases vitality to make it less likely to die. These 2 runes are also the only rune effects that can grow infinitely. To put it figuratively speaking, the accumulation of storms requires liver, and excessive growth can destroy Krypton. These 2 runes are a must for Aurelius. Since the 2 runes do not belong to the same series, This leads to the fact that the main and secondary runes that Aurelius can choose are only the witchcraft system and the resolute system. Since we are a magic warrior, let the magic department take the lead. After determining the main and secondary runes, Aurelius began to screen other runes to be matched. The main department is witchcraft, and the cornerstone rune Aurelius decided to choose the magical life AI. This is an ancient, pure magical life, and summon, Ali can create it. Ali is a bit like a salamander who was born from fire and died when the fire burned him out. Since being summoned, Ali's life has been dependent on the life of his summoner. This adorable little guy has been chasing magic all his life. When attacking an enemy, Ali will catch up and give him a brain hammer to protect his friends. Ali will also transform into a shield to protect them from attacks. Fortunately, Ali is connected to the life of the summoner. As long as the summoner does not die, Ali will not die. He will only languish for a period of time, but he will soon jump back to life from the summoner's magic power. Choosing to summon Ali is also relatively good. In addition to summoning Ali, there are also Arcane Comet and Phase Rush. Arcane Comet can support attacks like Ali, but it cannot guard, and there's a long interval between uses. Although the damage is higher than that of Ali, its applicability is relatively simple. After weighing the left and right, Aurelius still chose Ali. As for the Phase Rush, he also gave up. Although the acceleration effect is very suitable for the light-armored magic warrior envisioned by Aurelius, the premise of 3 consecutive hits is too terrible. Aurelius didn't have the confidence to hit with his sword. In addition, the CD is not short, but the duration is very short, and it was abandoned by Aurelius. In terms of advanced runes, Aurelius chose the more versatile mana flow tie, which can increase his own mana. It can also speed up recovery, which is quite practical. 2 ordinary runes, in addition to the must-select Gathering Storm. The other Aurelius chose Transcendence. This is a rune that smooths mana and reduces the interval between skill releases. It also has certain growth potential. After reaching the full level, the CD time can be reduced by almost 1/3, which is a considerable increase. As for the secondary runes, there are no cornerstone runes. You can choose any 2 from other runes. Overgrowth is a must, and the remaining 1 must be resolute. After careful consideration, Aurelius chose Explosion as his second rune of the secondary system. Explosion continuously charges any non-vital object within 3 seconds to cause huge destruction. In the game, it is a tower-destroying artifact, but in reality, it seems that this ability may also be used in combat. For example, during a magic duel, take the opportunity to hit your opponent's one a few times. The enhanced version of Expelliarmus is. After choosing the runes, Aurelius notified Nagini. Nagini, I will be in seclusion for about 10 days, so don't worry about me. Retreat? What is that? Nagini was puzzled. I have to stay in the room for a while to study magic. This is very important. Don't disturb me or anyone else. Aurelius warned repeatedly. This point is indeed very important. Although building runes can be carried out in stages, each stage is an irreversible and coherent process. Any rune that is disturbed during construction may have serious consequences. At least, 1 rune is permanently lost. This was certainly unacceptable to Aurelius. So he asked Nagini and Zhuwu to protect him. Coupled with the fact that he has arranged some magic, it should be guaranteed. Nagini heard the seriousness in Aurelius's words, and she nodded seriously. Okay, I won't let anyone disturb you. Thanks. Aurelius returned to his room and closed the door. He began to lay magic traps. Wizard spells are interesting in that their effects are not fixed. After these days of study, Aurelius discovered that magic can basically be divided into several categories based on how it is performed. Spells, rituals, potions, alchemy, spirit, soul, and life. However, many of these are Aurelius's speculations, and no one has mentioned them before. There are still many imperfections in this theory 3.3, which will be discussed later. However, Aurelius believes that magic spells can be transformed in these types. Magic traps are considered a type of alchemy in Aurelius's theory. That is, using specially made inanimate objects to activate magical effects. This time it's a small test. Aurelius even placed death curses on doorways and windows. Any unwarranted intruder will be protected by Avada Kedavra. Although the power has dropped a lot, with Aurelius' black magic level, the saint is still enough. Most of the traps were successfully completed, which also provided Aurelius with sufficient experience and material for his conjectures. But this is not the point. Once safety is ensured, it is time to start condensing the runes. The first thing the condensed runes do is to condense the cornerstone runes. It's like building a house without a foundation, and not even a single pillar can be erected. No matter how many other runes there are, they only serve the cornerstone runes, and they need the cornerstone runes to be effective. According to the method of condensing runes in the inheritance, Aurelius needs to manifest his soul. Cross your legs, close your eyes, and place your palms on your thighs, facing the scales. This was not necessary, but Aurelius felt it would help him concentrate. A little light appeared between the eyebrows, dark and glowing with a red light like a flame. Aurelius slowly opened his eyes and looked at his soul manifestation. Is it Obscurus? No. Although he has avoided the danger of being swallowed by the Obscurus by becoming a guardian through a contract, Aurelius's soul has been assimilated by the Obscurus over the years. Therefore, a state similar to Obscurus appears. This is not the soul, but the manifestation of the soul. That is, the invisible soul is displayed in a visible way. Don't think about this in detail. Your brain will burn if you think about it. Even Aurelius, who loved 22, tracing his origins so much, stayed away from him. He only needs to know that through this soul manifestation, he can indirectly build runes for the soul. I don't know the reason at all. The inheritance just says that this can build runes. He has already practiced the runes of summoning, Ali. Just like the summoner skills, he only needs a little familiarity with some of the skills in the inheritance to be able to use them skillfully. Rune building is also included. The magic power in the body vibrates like boiling water. Wisps of black and red magic power emanate from the limbs and bones. The soul seems to manifest into a vortex, attracting these vaporized magic powers. The black and red radiance keeps surging in the soul's manifestation, like a portal to hell. Gradually, a blue light came out from inside. A little life is conceived in it. It's done. Aurelius could sense a trace of connection deep into his soul. Just when he was preparing to welcome his own ally, a sudden change occurred. Cracking. The melodious and crisp chirping was very strange, like a kind of bird, but he had never heard of any bird making such a strange sound. The translucent blue is flashing, the deep black and the hot red are all mixed together. Bang! Black flames burst out, and a big divine bird with black flames burning on its body burst out from the fire. Bah! Bah! It cheered, as if celebrating its new life. It jumped for joy and spread its wings around the stunned Aurelius. Goo! The flames on the big bird gradually extinguished, and it fell in front of Aurelius, tilting its head and staring at Aurelius with big eyes. Chirp! The big bird came to Aurelius' side, and its huge head kept rubbing Aurelius' palm. Phoenix, Phoenix? Aurelius's mind was at a loss. Where did you come from? What's happening here? Why did a phoenix escape? Credence owns a black phoenix, and Aurelius knows it. He had also been thinking about when his phoenix would come, or did things change because of his time travel, and the phoenix didn't feel his need, so it stopped coming? This is also very possible. After all, there are many people in the Dumbledore family, and few of them can attract phoenixes. Regarding the phoenix, Aurelius's idea is to let it happen. He wasn't that thirsty, but who knew? Things in the world can be so wonderful sometimes. If you plant flowers intentionally, they will not bloom, but if you plant willows unintentionally, they will create shade. I didn't think about the phoenix at all, but it came by itself. Touching the feathers of the black phoenix with his palm, Aurelius had a headache. Who the hell are you? Aurelius felt the connection between the phoenix and him, and that connection was originally between him and Rune Alley. This situation is never mentioned in the inheritance. Ali doesn't look like this bird, nor is he supposed to be black. The most important thing is that Ali is a magical creature, not a magical animal. But the phoenix in front of me is a real phoenix. Through that mysterious connection, this phoenix has all the abilities that a phoenix should have. He also possesses all of Ali's abilities. It's like the two become one. This brings more than just 1 + 1. It seems I don't have to learn how to apparate anymore. Aurelius looked at its cute and innocent appearance and couldn't help but smile. Although he couldn't understand why it was like this, there was no doubt that it was a good thing, a great thing. This phoenix has a closer relationship with him than a relationship between a pet and its owner. Aurelius can enjoy almost all the abilities of the phoenix. This is an unprecedented enhancement for summon, Airy. The original disadvantage of the arcane comet's lack of power was gone, and Aurelius was even more grateful for his foresight. There's no need to communicate. They have the same mind. No need to cultivate. They're closer than brothers. With a thought, the phoenix ignited black flames and disappeared. Although the special effects have changed, Aurelius thinks this is Ali's ability. Iron armor protection. With a wave of the magic wand, the originally silver-white magic shield changed. Magic like burning embers spurted from the tip of the wand. Along with the cry of the phoenix, a flame shield evolved within the shield of the iron armor curse. It does not block the view, but you can vaguely see a proud black phoenix flying above. Really, Aurelius was sure. For some unknown reason, my Ali merged with this strange black phoenix. It has the characteristics of Ali's magical creature and the abilities and characteristics of the original phoenix. Okay, little guy, you killed my Ali, then you can call me Ali. The shield disappeared, and the black phoenix reappeared. It seemed to be very dependent on Aurelius, even just now. When they met, he fell in love with the feeling of being patted on the head by Aurelius. I always feel something is weird. Hearing Aurelius name it, Dark Phoenix seemed to like it very much and called out yo-yo twice. Aurelius was in a good mood and did not take back the Black Phoenix alley anymore, just letting it rest on the hanger. The long march of thousands of miles has only taken one step. There's still a lot of ruins that haven't been built yet. You guys, you've taken all the benefits when you came here. Zoe and I have been with you for so long, and you haven't gotten as many benefits now. Goo! Aurelius went into seclusion in France. But across the strait in England, a pair of strangers reunited again because of him. What are you doing here? Aberforth, who looks somewhat similar to Albus, opened a bar in Hogsmeade, the only wizarding village in Britain. Hogshead Bar. This is a bar that looks as bad on the inside as it does on the outside. A pig's head dripping with blood is the bar's logo. The bracket that hung the sign on a tattered wooden sign was also stained with rust. The bar is not big. It can even be said to be small. In the magic world where traceless stretch spells are widely used, it is rare that the outside space is as big as the inside space. Especially these stores. The whole house was very dark, and there was a strong smell of mutton. Thick dirt accumulated on several windows, making these windows seem to be unable to function as windows themselves. The several wine tables are also made of rough craftsmanship, but each one is shiny, and it is obvious that they have been plated with paste. But there are also advantages. The bright tabletop reflects the scattered candles on the table, making the bar not as dark as a cellar. Can a bar like this have a business? The bar looks more like a slaughterhouse than a tavern. Hey, the business of this bar is much better than expected. Discussing business over a wine table is not a Huxiao exclusive. It's hard to find a place for some less serious businesses, and the Pig's Head Bar is a good place. No one is making trouble here, not because Aberforth's surname is Dumbledore, but most people don't even know that Aberforth's surname is Dumbledore. Although Aberforth is not well known, most people don't even know that Albus Dumbledore has a younger brother. But Aberforth's talent cannot be ignored, and he himself is an Archmage-level figure. After all, he was the one who could get involved in the duel between Grindelwald and Albus, even though they were several years apart. It's okay if you don't have some skills. Aberforth, who was standing behind the bar wiping his wine glasses, looked at Albus with a cold face. His brother, no one could deny this. But his brother is also the person he least wants to see, no one. As for the other one, he wanted to kill him. You have a child, right? Dumbledore stood in front of the bar. There were no customers in the bar at this time. Aberforth grabbed the rag's hand and raised his head in confusion. What are you talking about? Dumbledore saw the flash of color in his eyes. He didn't want to use legitimacy on his brother, which would only put their fragile and pitiful bond to the test again. A few days ago, an old friend of mine came to visit me, and he brought me a piece of news that shocked me. A man calling himself Dumbledore visited the Minister of Magic in Portugal more than 2 months ago. Very young, about 18 or 19 years old. This is impossible, Aberforth said firmly. Dumbledore stared at him, and Aberforth frowned and said, "They are already dead. He lived and was adopted and raised by a muggle." Dumbledore said, "What?" Aberforth dropped the rag in his hand. "This is my confirmed news. I have met him. On the family tree, there is his name, Aurelius Dumbledore." Dumbledore looked at him. "Tell me what happened, okay? Then I will tell you what I know." "I'll tell you." Aberforth shook his head and walked towards a private room in the bar, and Dumbledore followed. The brothers were face to face. They hadn't talked like this for a long time. More than 20 years ago, in the Godric Valley, I met his mother. I was in a very bad mood at that time. You know why. Dumbledore acquiesced, of course, because of that summer of 1899. She was very kind and stayed with me during my most painful years. Then, one day 19 years ago, I went to look for her, but I couldn't find her. She was expelled because she became pregnant out of wedlock. Aberforth's face, which looked like ice that had not melted for thousands of years, showed a hint of regret and pain. 19 years ago, Dumbledore suddenly remembered something. "Was it you who came back from Germany?" "Yes." Aberforth nodded, and he continued, "I wanted to find her. I operated like crazy, searching every inch of Britain, but when I found her news by that time, it had been more than a month since the shipwreck occurred. I don't know why she got on the ship to New York. She has no relatives or friends in the United States. Aberforth still can't figure it out until now." That's it. What about Aurelius?" The name. Aberforth thought for a moment. If there was anything he was proud of, it was his memory. He could remember every guest he had. He can still remember things from decades ago. "She talked to me, and she said she liked the name Aurelius very much." "Okay, I'm sorry, I don't want to peek into your sadness, but it's important." Dumbledore apologized softly, and then said, "I'll talk about the rest. Your child is still alive. He luckily escaped the shipwreck and was taken in by a muggle family." "That's good. It seems like he's doing well." Aberforth was absent-minded. A son he had never met? Far less impressive than the girl who slowly walked into his heart. "No, my friend from Magnesium told me that he was abused when he was growing up. His adoptive mother was a muggle who hated wizards extremely." At this point, Dumbledore paused. He didn't know what to tell his brother. "What?" Aberforth suddenly raised his head. He had a bad feeling. A wizard who grew up abused by a wizard-hating family? He suppressed his magic. "Wait." Aberforth stood up, holding the table with both hands, his veins bulging out, and he looked like he was exerting himself. "You don't want to tell me that he has become an Obscurial?" Dumbledore nodded slowly. "Are you kidding? The Obscurus? Even if he is really the Obscurus, how could he still be alive?" "Well, Zhao, he is at least 19 years old. I think his magic power must be very strong. Only in this way can he survive to this day." Aberforth sat back blankly. His mind was a little confused, and he didn't know what to do. "I talked with him, and I offered to take him home, but he refused. He knew his life experience, but never thought about looking for it. I think he didn't want one. An even more tragic ending." Dumbledore sighed. "But the more this happens, the less I can do this. I can't pretend I haven't seen anything. He is our family, Aberforth, his child." "Okay, I understand. You can go. Let me think about it." Aberforth covered his face with his hands and began to chase people away coldly. Dumbledore stopped persuading him. He stood up and left with a complicated expression. Aberforth stared at the dark ceiling and kept murmuring, "Aurelius, British Ministry of Magic." As the Ministry of Magic deep underground, it relies entirely on magic light sources, making the place full of depth and depression. but the splendid lobby and reception hall dampened this atmosphere. The ground is a dark wooden floor that has been polished to a bright and eye-catching finish. The peacock blue ceiling is inlaid with gleaming golden symbols, which are constantly moving and changing. There were many gilded fireplaces embedded in the walls on both sides of the main hall. People kept coming out of the fireplace on the left, while a wizard who was about to leave walked towards the fireplace on the right. In the middle of the foyer is a fountain, and in the middle of the circular pool stands a group of pure gold statues. The tallest among them is a noble wizard, holding a wand high and pointing straight to the sky. Surrounding him were a beautiful witch, a centaur, a goblin, and a house elf. The centaurs, goblins, and house elves all looked up at the two wizards with infinite admiration. Well, this is very interesting. Wizards are especially in line with those who believe in racial supremacy and bloodline theory. In the reception area, Newt was worried. This is already the 5th time he has come to the Ministry of Magic to appeal. Since leaving New York last year, he returned to the UK to compile and publish Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, which is a great thing and means that his dream has come true. But some things are worse. 123. He had his international travel permission banned by the Ministry of Magic. The reason is the New York incident. Although according to the Magical Congress of Magnesia, it was Grindelwald who caused the New York incident, but Newt still caused big trouble. The British Ministry of Magic was also implicated. The British Ministry of Magic does not have the guts to cause trouble for Grindelwald, but it can cause trouble for Newt. Not only was he reprimanded by the Ministry of Magic, but his travel permission was also revoked. This means that he will not be able to legally travel around the world to study the magical animals he loves so much. This is unacceptable news for a magizoologist. Of course, Newt can travel around the world with his Muggle shield, but without a travel permit from the Ministry of Magic, he will only be able to act as a Muggle and will not be allowed to cast spells or contact the local magical community. This is very important to him. Newt, who grew up in the wizarding world and was very dependent on magic, couldn't accept it either. Of course, there may be another reason. He made a mistake to a woman. He had promised to give her his books in person, but he obviously couldn't do it as he couldn't leave the country. Perhaps because of my own breach of trust, there was no reply to the letters I sent. This made Newt very distressed. As a result, Newt has been trying to figure out how to get his travel permission back. He wants to restore his license. He wants to continue to study various magical animals. He wants to make up for his breach of trust. He wants to find. Today, he is here to attend the 5th hearing to lift his international travel ban. That's why he came to the Ministry of Magic. Anxiously waiting for the summons, Newt couldn't help but clasp his hands. "They're waiting for you, Newt." Newt looked up when he heard the sound. She was a beautiful girl, but that was not important. What was important was the person, Lita Lestrange. The person he once thought was compatible with his soul was now his sister-in-law. This is really a sad story. Lita, Newt was a little surprised. He couldn't help but ask, "Why are you here?" "Theseus thought it would be nice for me to join the ministry family," Lita replied. Newt looked strange. Did he really say Ministry of Magic family? It sounds like what my brother said. The atmosphere between the two was tense and awkward, but fortunately the Ministry of Magic's alchemical version of the sweeping robot helped them out. "You haven't been here for dinner." Theseus is a little disappointed. Walking along the corridor, Rita pulled the hair on her forehead and tucked it behind her ears. "We invited you, but you didn't come." Newt replied a little hesitantly. "I've been a little busy, writing and revising books." "He is your brother, and he is willing to stay with you for a while." Rita paused and then said succinctly, "Me too." Newt lowered his head, not daring to look at her. Maybe Newt is really God's favorite cub, and the Bowtruckle Pico he's been hiding in his pocket has come out. "Come in, Pico." Taking magical animals with you? Perhaps it is a common thing for magizoologists, but apparently the Ministry of Magic does not allow it. Watching the interaction between Newt and Pickett, Rita seemed to recall the past, and she couldn't help laughing. "Why do strange creatures always love you so much?" "Well, there are no strange creatures," Newt said, suffering from an occupational disease, but Lita took over the conversation. The two of them almost said in unison, It's because people are narrow-minded. It's because people are narrow-minded. The atmosphere is getting worse and worse. Newt, she is no longer your old friend. She is your sister-in-law now. How long was it before you last said that to Prendergast? Lita teased. That time was a month, you know. Rita thought of her childish behavior. I put a big dung egg under the desk to accompany you, remember? Huh. Two old friends told about the past, and the atmosphere was warm, but when a tall and thin figure came, the atmosphere was gone. Theseus Scamander, Newt's brother and Lita's fiancé. The relationship between this family is also really difficult. Theseus didn't know that Newt and Lita had been keeping each other warm in school. They were two isolated souls who became friends. All I can say is that they're worthy of being brothers. Both of them have the same aesthetics. After Newt left school, they almost never met again. Over the past 10 years, Rita got to know Theseus. They also fought side by side and finally agreed to Theseus' pursuit. Ridicule is ridicule. There are some things that need to be clarified and proved by Tinuit for Rita. Newt may have had some teenage feelings for Lita, his former best friend, but they never got together after all. The youthful feelings in their youth ended without a cure, but now they have grown up. Remembering the past together does not mean falling into the past. Theseus Scamander, a fine young man. This is a common knowledge of the Ministry of Magic. Compared to his younger brother who always loves to get into trouble, Theseus's resume is so luxurious that it's hard to believe. Theseus also graduated from Hufflepuff College at Hogwarts, but he had excellent grades and became an Auror as soon as he graduated. 10 years ago, Theseus and a large number of wizards participated in World War I and won the title of War Hero. After that, Theseus experienced great achievements in his job as an Auror, and before he was 40 years old, he took up the position of director of the Auror office. With handsome appearance and outstanding temperament, Theseus, who was born in Hufflepuff, is synonymous with reliability in everyone's eyes, while Newt is the opposite. For many years, Theseus has been the golden son-in-law of the Ministry of Magic. He is sought after by a large number of idle female staff, and is definitely the top one among a group of bald old men. But all this became a thing of the past after the newspaper went on sale a few months ago. After all, official announcement equals losing fans. Seeing Theseus walking up in high spirits, Newt couldn't help but grin. He didn't want to see his brother at all. Theseus stood before him like a mirror. Newt loves his current job and life, but in the eyes of others he is far inferior to the young talent Theseus. Actually, I don't remember. Newt whispered softly, making Lita's face darken. After all, there's no going back. Hello. Theseus greeted him with a smile, and they gathered in front of the door leading to the hearing. Theseus, Lita said, we were just talking about Newt coming to dinner. Really? Okay. Theseus looked a little surprised, but he immediately focused on business again. Newt, before we go in, This is the 5th time I've come to apply to lift the ban. Newt interrupted Theseus. I know the rules. This time is different from before, Theseus said with some embarrassment. This time you should try to broaden your ideas as much as possible, okay? Then stop being so. Like me. Newt smiled. Theseus also felt that what he said was not quite right, but that was what he meant. Newt's style was not liked by the senior officials of the Ministry of Magic, and it would not be a positive help for him to lift the ban on international travel permits. Come on, let's go. Theseus opened the door with Newt and walked in. Lita watched. She had just entered the Ministry of Magic, and the hearing was not something she could enter. This was a small hearing, but Newt looked not much different from when he was interrogated by Grave half a year ago. Participating in the hearing was his old acquaintance Torquir Truss, director of the Legal Enforcement Department of the Ministry of Magic. He was the one who applied to lift the ban to deal with Newt the previous 4 times. His brother Theseus actually pulled up a chair and sat there. This was something Newt didn't expect. What made him even more surprised was that there were 2 people he had never seen before. Why is the formation so big? Newt felt weird in his heart. He had a natural, keen sense of smell. When he was interrogated by Graves, who was pretending to be Grindelwald, he noticed something was wrong in just a few words, and this time too. He had a vague hunch that this hearing was more of a pretext to discuss whether to lift his ban. Travers presided over the hearing. There were some documents in front of him, including Newt's arrest warrant when he was in the United States and pictures of the destruction in New York. There was indeed damage by Newt's animals, but there were more. They were all torn apart by the powerful magic power that escaped when Aurelius went berserk. Grindelwald took the blame for Aurelius, but Newt's magical animals couldn't blame him. "You want to apply to lift the ban on your departure from abroad?" Travers said. "Why?" Newt's answer was the same as before. He had said the same thing last time and the last time before that. "Because I like to travel abroad." The persons prohibited from leaving the country are uncooperative and evasive about the reasons for their previous departure. A white-haired old man muttered with a thick German accent, but his voice could be heard clearly by everyone present. Newt didn't like him, especially the scars on his face and chin. Newt recognized at a glance that they were bite marks from the sheep-eating beast, a magical creature unique to America. It should be a young, sheep-eating beast, otherwise there would be no wounds left, but the entire neck would be amputated. That's right, this white-haired German guy is none other than Rudolf Spillman, who was sent to the Magical Congress of Magnesium to extradite Grindelwald and let him escape more than 2 months ago. Because Grindelwald escaped from prison in his hands and almost lost his life, and his face was disfigured by a sheep-eating beast, the little old man had a hard time in the past 3 months. He was hiding in the hospital like an ostrich. He hoped that it was all a dream and that when he came out of the hospital, he would still be the famous wizard. But he didn't understand the reality. Apparently, the facts would not follow his wishes, and his reputation plummeted. And he still wants to maintain the same airs as before. Travers looked at him displeased. "Old boy, you are overstepping your bounds." "That was just a field trip, sir. To collect information for the book I was writing about magical animals." Newt hated this kind of communication, but how could anyone not bow his head under the roof? Who asked him to beg now? Let these people lift the ban. You ruined half of New York. Travers regained the right to speak. "No," Newt frowned. "This is why he hates the Ministry of Magic." Newt explained seriously. "In terms of authenticity, the 2 items you mentioned are not correct. First of all, it is not me." "Newt," Theseus said softly but firmly. Newt closed his mouth and frowned. He didn't know why Theseus wanted him to shut up. Wasn't this tantamount to acquiescence? Can he take the blame? But Newt believed in Theseus. Maybe they had differences on some points of view, but he knew that Theseus was his brother and would not harm him. At this time, another black, strange wizard spoke. "Mr. Scamander, you are obviously frustrated, and to be honest, we are too. In the spirit of concession negotiation, we are willing to make a motion." "What kind of motion?" "The committee agreed to revoke your travel ban on one condition," Travers said. He leaned forward slightly, but unexpectedly, with such a small pause, Rudolph began to grab the words. "You join the Ministry of Magic and are assigned to your brother's department." Without thinking, Newt shook his head and refused. "No." But seeing Theseus's expression, Newt remembered Theseus's instructions just now. So he began to explain. "Theseus is an orer, but his talents are in other areas. Please give me flowers." "Mr. Scamander." Old Black was still trying his best to convince him. "The magical world and the non-magical world have coexisted peacefully for more than a century. Grindelwald wants to witness this peaceful destruction with his own eyes. For a certain group of people, his news is very tempting. Many pure-blood wizards believe in the innate right to rule, not just our world, but the non-magical world as well. And they see Grindelwald as their hero, and Grindelwald sees Credence as the one who makes everything come true. Wait a minute." Newt suddenly stopped with a surprised expression on his face. "Who are you talking about?" "Credence. Our information only tells us this name. Ever since he escaped from prison, Grindelwald has been frantically looking for such a person." Travers stared at him. "You seem to know something?" Newt frowned and recalled. This name sounds so familiar. I seem to have heard it somewhere before." The old black man said excitedly. "Really?" "Mr. Scamander, take a good look and confirm dash." The old black man waved his wand. The tabletop rippled like water, and Aurelius's appearance appeared inside. 0, It's him. Newt suddenly remembered. Credence. He has heard this name before. He heard it from Tina. When they were executed at Magical Congress, Newt saw it in Tina's memory. Later, during the chat, he learned that that was the reason why Tina lost her position as Auror. Because she couldn't bear the mistreatment of a child by a muggle. She cast a curse on the muggle in public. The abused child is called Credence. Do you really know him? And do you know where he is? This is very important, Mr. Scamander. Lauhe couldn't help but stood up excitedly and asked. Newt glanced at him in surprise. He didn't know why this boy was so important. This seems to have nothing to do with my hearing, right? Mr. Guzman, Travers pulled Old Black down and motioned for him to calm down, then turned to Newt. Mr. Scamander, I can make you a promise. As long as you help us find him, your ban can be lifted now. Newt was puzzled. What happened to this boy? Why is Grindelwald looking for him? Why are you looking for him again? This is not something you should care about. You can even regard this as a deal. Not only can you lift the ban, but you can also become a war hero. Travers crossed his hands on the table and stared at Newt, waiting for his reply. Find him, and then what? What then? Protect him, of course. Are you sure you want to protect him? Not kill him. Newt said with a hint of sarcasm. Mr. Scamander, please watch your words. We are the Ministry of Magic and Law Enforcers. How can we kill a child for no reason? Travers was annoyed. Hey, Scamander is still stubborn. A sinister voice sounded from behind the marble pillars, and a sinister middle-aged wizard came out with a sinister smile. All because of the hideous scars on his face. Newt immediately glared at each other. What is he doing here? Son, Newt, Newt. Theseus runs out chasing Newt. Newt was furious and didn't want to pay attention to Theseus at all. The behavior of the Ministry of Magic made him angry. Newt, what are you doing? Theseus was also very annoyed. You think I'm different from you and want to use Grimson? Isn't it? You are crazy. You are being our ****D by Grindelwald and his followers. Do you know what you are doing? Don't you know who Grimson is? Newt asked Theseus. Because you're too weak, I'll take over the job you can't do. Look what he said. We just want to find him. Grimson can track any magical animal, no matter how rare it is. We need this tracking method. You could do it too. I finally convinced others that 927 wants you to do it. I don't want to use Grimson as much as you do. Newt looked at his brother in disbelief. Because of this, you found Grimson? His men have never survived. Having said this, Theseus was also a little lacking in confidence. He leaned against the wall dejectedly, holding his hair with both hands. Some people say, if you can't find it, you can't let Grindelwald find it. So a borrowed knife? Put it all on a notorious hunter of magical animals? For magic and justice. Newt sneered. I recommend you for this job, just because I don't want to do it. We don't know what this boy means to Grindelwald, but after he escapes from prison, he will launch his followers to search New York day and night for several months. Just to finding him means that he is very important to Grindelwald, and being important to Grindelwald means he is the biggest threat to us. Theseus closed his eyes tightly. But you messed up. They will definitely hire Green Johnsons. Newt, we still have a chance. That is an innocent child who should not be a victim of war. Now come back with me, take this job, find him before Grindelwald, and bring him back for. Don't tell me about justice. I can't and will never allow your so-called justice. Newt refused sharply. Stop being a coward. It's time to see the reality. Newt. Theseus grabbed his shoulders and stared at Newt. You have no option to escape. This is selfish and irresponsible. Any people, everyone has to choose a side. You are no exception. Newt lowered his head and almost said a few words through his teeth. I don't choose. After saying that, Newt turned around and was about to leave, but was stopped by Theseus calling him repeatedly. Newt, you keep saying you don't agree with our justice. So what is your justice? Well, you said we want to kill the child, but what about you? Just complain and criticize incompetently here? You want how to do it? Okay, now you know we're going to kill that child. What about you? Or run away? Do nothing to save him? Cut off the relationship? Be like 10 White Lotus farts? Newt was stunned. Is this him? Seems to be. But he definitely doesn't want to be the White Lotus that Theseus talks about. Come here. Theseus walked over with open arms and held Newt in his arms. "Be careful, their people are watching you." Newt looked at his brother inexplicably. Theseus stopped Newt with his eyes, and then his voice became louder. "If you are not, then you must take this job, whether it is for you or the child. Think carefully." Theseus patted him on the shoulder. Newt left with a sullen expression. Grimson. If Newt is asked to choose one person he hates the most, it must be this Grimson. He is the most notorious hunter of magical animals in the world, if not one. He would do anything for money. This was something Newt couldn't tolerate, and their first encounter was in the mountains of Latvinia. For the horns of the horned beasts, Grimson killed the last pair of horned beasts in existence. Although the horned camel was ultimately rescued by Newt and prevented the extinction of this magical creature, it seemed that he had foiled Grimson's plan, but this could not conceal Grimson's evil deeds. In the past 30 years when Grimson was active, at least 7 magical creatures were exterminated at his hands, and over 10,000 magical creatures died at his hands. He alone accounts for more than half of the world's black market magical animal trade. He is like the opposite of Newt, who is also familiar with magical animals, but Newt protects them out of love, while Grimson kills them for money. Grimson is a wanted criminal in half of the world's Ministry of Magic, but such a person appears openly in the British Ministry of Magic, even as comfortable as his own home. This is extremely ironic. In the name of justice, you have to invite a heinous criminal to do something. This made Newt even more disgusted with the Ministry of Magic. What should I do? Newt was confused. He didn't want to get involved in the affairs of the Ministry of Magic in Grindelwald. He didn't like either side. Reminded by Theseus, Newt discovered the stalker behind him and used a little trick to escape the pursuit. Just as he was about to leave, a glove appeared out of thin air, making Newt feel at ease. He recognized the owner of the gloves, who was his respected commander and the person he trusted, Albus Dumbledore. Glove pointed towards the roof of the building opposite the corner, and he saw Dumbledore waving to him. Looking at the glove stretched out to shake his hand, Newt smiled knowingly, and he still did so. Holding the glove, the follower reveals himself. The next moment they arrived at the rooftop of Building 2.9, where Dumbledore had been waiting for a long time. Dumbledore. Newt watched Dumbledore turn around and couldn't help laughing. The inconspicuous roof is packed. Dumbledore smiled and took out his wand. "I do indeed like to enjoy the scenery. The fog is coming." The thick fog emerged from the tip of Dumbledore's wand and enveloped the entire London in the blink of an eye. What a terrible curse. Newt is also capable of this magical spell of mist. As a magical zoologist, he also carries many magical animals with him, so he is bound to build a large number of environments suitable for the survival of these magical animals. Weather magic is undoubtedly the best choice. Newt's weather magic is very good, but it pales in comparison to the mist that Dumbledore is currently using. "How's it going?" Dumbledore and Newt took advantage of the heavy fog and strolled down the street. "They still believe it was you who sent me to New York." Newt felt helpless. "You said it wasn't me?" Dumbledore asked. "Yes." Newt paused and said helplessly, "Although it is indeed you." Dumbledore glanced at him and smiled. This further confirmed Newt's conjecture. "You tell me how to find the Thunderbird that was traded. You know very well that I will take it home, and I can only use the method of numb claws." Still smiling, neither admitting nor denying. Not proactive, not refusing, not responsible. The man known as the Great Dumbledore is truly a scumbag. He is still a scumbag who specializes in deceiving men. I have always felt a kinship with the great magical birds. There is a story in the family. Whenever a Dumbledore family member is in urgent need, the phoenix will come. It is said that my great-grandfather had one. Later, after he died, the phoenix came, fly away, and never come back. Dumbledore seemed to be talking about something irrelevant. Newt was not led astray by him. "Please bear with me. Professor, I don't believe this is the reason why you told me Thunderbirds 22. Dumbledore suddenly became aware of the Watcher chasing after him again. To be honest, with Dumbledore's strength, such tracking was like a child's playhouse. He grabbed Newt and disapparated, throwing away the pursuer. Apparition can be tracked. Just like a car passing by has tire marks, so does apparition. But obviously, the Ministry of Magic's monitors were helpless when it came to Dumbledore's apparition. The monitor watched the two people disappear. He had no choice but to clench his fists angrily and turn around to leave. But he didn't notice that on the bus just 10 meters away, Dumbledore and Newt watched him leave. Tell me about your ban. Are they going to refuse to lift your ban on the grounds that I sent you to New York? Dumbledore crossed his legs and leaned on the back of the seat with his elbows. Asked. No, I have to tell you this even if you don't ask. Newt's face was solemn, not dwelling on the past. Oh, does it look any different? Yes, I met Grimson at the Ministry of Magic. They hired him to find a boy named Credence. But as he spoke, Newt noticed that there was nothing strange about Dumbledore's face, and he felt strange. He seemed to have known it for a long time. Well, it's very early. When did you know that? About 3 months ago? Dumbledore shrugged. I am getting older and my memory is a bit bad. Aren't you going to do something? Newt stared at him. Dumbledore smiled and returned the favor. Aren't you going to do something? Newt shook his head, a little confused. I don't know. He told Dumbledore what Theseus told him in the Ministry of Magic. Then he said, I'm sure I'm not, but I find that I have no reason to refute. So what should I do? Find the boy and then send him to the Ministry of Magic? I don't trust the Ministry of Magic. Newt looked at Dumbledore, and suddenly his eyes lit up. I think I can send him to Hogwarts, to you. Dumbledore was speechless. What kind of unlucky boy is this? Isn't this a lie? Dumbledore comforted the eager Newt. No, Newt, I do want you to find him, but not to bring him back. In fact, I have already been there. I offered to bring him back, but he was refused. What? Have you found Credence? Newt was stunned. Dumbledore shook his head. Maybe we should call him by his real name, Aurelius Dumbledore. Dang. Dumbledore. Newt stood up in surprise, hit his head on the roof of the car, and couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. Sit down, Newt. Don't be surprised. Dumbledore said with a smile. He is indeed my family. This is unbelievable. Professor, when did you get married? You have a child, and the child is living in an orphanage in New York? Newt asked, covering his head. Why does everyone think Aurelius is their son? Dumbledore shook his head and said, No, he is my brother's child, but because something happened, he was lost, and we all thought he was dead. Well, don't ask anymore. I have a brother, so there's what's all the fuss about. Credence is your nephew. That's right. Professor. Grimson is prolific in murdering people. According to statistics from the Ministry of Magic in various countries, dozens of people have died at his hands. The mission given to him by the Ministry of Magic is to prevent Grindelwald from finding Credence. For him, the easiest way is to kill him one step ahead. Newt looked at Dumbledore. Your nephew may be in danger at any time. Actually, I'm not worried about Grimson. I'm worried about Lord Grindelwald. No, I'm worried about Aurelius. Dumbledore flipped his fingers, and a delicate black card inlaid with gold appeared in his hand. Looking at the mysterious characters on the card, Newt asked, What is this? This is an address, a safe house in Paris, of a very old acquaintance of mine, enhanced with magic. Dumbledore handed the card to Newt. Newt grabbed the card and asked in confusion, Safe house? Why should I use 870 safe house in Paris? I hope I don't need it, but sometimes things go very wrong. It's good to have somewhere to go and a cup of tea to drink. No, I want to say, why should I go to Paris? Newt waved his hand repeatedly. Because Aurelius is in Paris. I hope you can find Aurelius. Bring him back. No, I hope you can protect him for a while. Me? Protect, Newt said in surprise. Professor, are you mistaken? You should go to Theseus. I am a magical animal scholar, not a bodyguard. Because I believe you. Dumbledore looked at him, seemingly sincerely. But the reason why Newt doesn't believe it is just believe it. But I haven't lifted the ban. I can't leave the country, otherwise I will be thrown into Azkaban. The car keys are thrown away. Dumbledore looked at him with a smile. Do you know why I admire you? What? Newt was surprised. He was actually very introverted and had low self-esteem. Since no one paid attention to magical animals, a magical zoologist was not that valuable. There's also a benchmark brother who is in line with the universal view. But the man in front of him, who was called the Great Dumbledore, said he admired himself. I admire you more among the people I know. Dumbledore looked at him with a smile. You don't crave power, popularity, and fame. You just want things as they should be. And for this you will do whatever it takes. That's very good, but Dumbledore, please forgive me for asking a question. Can't you go? You know your nephew may be in danger, but you don't protect him, and even if you let me go, it's not to bring him back. Excuse me, I can't understand. Newt asked eagerly. Dumbledore shook his head and smiled bitterly. You all think that I am omnipotent. He patted Newt on the shoulder seriously. Believe me, Newt, I am not omnipotent, and in this matter, you are more professional than me. A lot. Are you serious? Okay, I don't blame you. Given your situation, I would probably refuse. Okay, Newt, I wish you a good night. Dumbledore took the card out of Newt's hand and stood up to leave. What? No, wait. Newt quickly chased after him. But how could he catch up to Dumbledore? Oh, don't be like this. Newt scratched his already messy hair in distress, but unexpectedly found Dumbledore's glove holding a card floating at the door. Newt has already understood. Play hard to get. It's an old trick, but he falls for it every time. Smiling to himself, he let Glove stuff the card into his pocket, patted it, and gave him a thumbs up. Dumbledore, Newt couldn't help but laugh, feeling really helpless towards the professor. On the streets of Paris, France, empty and sparse. Due to the time difference, it was dark in London and the lights were on, but it was dusk in Paris. Grindelwald and the costumed wizards arrived here. For 3 months, they searched New York and Europe. Aurelius did not hide his whereabouts, but instead visited many senior officials of the Ministry of Magic using Dumbledore's surname. In a magical world, which has a small population, the connection between nobles and purebloods is even closer. I couldn't find it before because the name didn't match the person. But as a large number of Umbrella elites returned to Europe and compared photos, Aurelius's identity naturally emerged. This is why they had to waste more than 2 months in New York, but it only took them more than 10 days to locate Aurelius in Europe. Grindelwald did not come directly. Credence's true identity gave him some hesitation. Dumbledore, this surname made him alert to the extreme. He suddenly began to reflect on that prophecy, the prophecy about Aurelius. He suddenly discovered that the street in the prophecy seemed strikingly similar to the street he was walking through. That battle happened here. Grindelwald was shocked, and there was an unpleasant feeling lingering in his heart. Before, he felt that Aurelius must belong to him. So of course the figure fighting Aurelius was regarded by him as Dumbledore, who he could not take action against. But now, Aurelius's true identity is that he belongs to the Dumbledore family. Would one Dumbledore help him kill another Dumbledore? So that's me. Grindelwald looked gloomy. There seemed to be 2 little people quarreling crazily in my heart. Grindelwald's sudden stop made several core members of the Umbrella Party who were following him a little puzzled. But as Grindelwald's most loyal believer, Vita gently shook her head at the others. She knew that Grindelwald was thinking about big things and signaled them not to interrupt and continue to carry out the operation. Abernethy and Crow, who had always looked down upon him, brought an ancient hearse to a slow stop in front of a gorgeous house. Not long after, 2 green lights flashed in the room, and 2 coffins were carried out, loaded into the hearse, and left. During this period, Grindelwald didn't even blink. They were just 2 muggles, not enough to attract his attention. He even wanted to know what the truth of the prophecy was. That was about how he was going to deal with Clay, Aurelius. The dove occupied the magpie's nest and walked into the gorgeous room, Grindelwald 10 shots. This struck his followers as very strange. Because these actions were finalized by Grindelwald, they now need orders for the next step. And this order and instruction can only be done by Grindelwald. After thinking again and again, Grindelwald felt that he still had to fight for it, even if his hopes were greatly reduced by the surname Dumbledore. After a thorough cleaning, this place will be very comfortable. Grindelwald paced the room with his hands behind his back, and then said to a Wiccan, "Send my greetings to Aurelius Dumbledore. I want to talk to him. With all due respect, sir, why should a young boy be so solemn? Just catch him. It was an East Asian man with a long beard, and his conspicuous bare half of his head was very conspicuous. Mr. Sotero, put aside your arrogance. We are coming together for the great benefit. We must fight for all the power we can to face our biggest obstacle. Grindelwald has always been self-centered, but he is very concerned about himself. This Eastern wizard was quite polite. Albus Dumbledore, for some reasons, I can't take action against him. Of course, he can't take action against me. Credence, or Aurelius, he is our support to kill Dumbledore. Green, DeVoe explained. I have heard of Dumbledore a little bit. More than a year ago, you abandoned your family business and went to the Magnesium country. You said you were looking for the power to destroy Dumbledore. Are you just like these 10 young boys? Grindelwald became angry when he thought about this. No, at that time, I placed my hope on the Obscurus. As long as I was given a little time, I could activate its powerful power to destroy Dumbledore. Unfortunately, just when I was about to visit, those damn arrogant people in the Magnesium Kingdom Luo ruined everything, Nuo Qianho, and their curse tore Obscurus into pieces. Grindelwald did not mind telling his failures at all. He firmly believed that no one could succeed forever, and this was not the first time he had tasted it. Failure tastes like a fox. Vita wisely brought a skull-shaped snuff pipe forward. Grindelwald took a deep breath, and the two dark eyes of the skeleton were burning. For the greater good, 1898. It is not only the core idea of a witchcraft party, but also the ideal that Grindelwald adheres to throughout his life. Call. Thick smoke and dust billowed, and a scene he experienced 9 months ago actually appeared inside. The devastating Obscurus ravaged the entire New York City, but was eventually killed by the combined efforts of dozens of Aurors. Put down the snuff bottle and watch the scene replaying and dissolving. Originally, we had 2 choices, but with the death of the last remaining Obscurial, we only have 1 choice left. Because of one name, Credence, the whole world is undercurrent. Countries don't know who Credence is or what kind of magic he has, but they only need to know that Grindelwald is looking for him at all costs, so they must stop him at all costs. Aurelius, who had been in seclusion for several days, did not know that the world had become chaotic because of him. He was gathering energy to start building his last rune. The manifestation of the soul at this time has greatly changed. The rhombus-shaped black crystal has an obsidian-like luster. The interior is hollow, with a black and red phoenix hovering inside. As the runes trembled, the phoenix's loud and crisp cry showed its infinite joy. Blasting, the construction is completed. It's done. Aurelius laughed. Building runes is an extremely important part of the summoner system, and because of its irreversible characteristics, building runes must be done carefully. Very smooth. This is to be expected. Building runes is important and you're afraid of being disturbed, but if you take confidentiality measures so that no one knows that you're building runes, then the risk will be greatly reduced. The manifestation of the soul gradually dissolved, and Aurelius only felt refreshed. Aurelius, are you done? Nagini saw Aurelius pushing the door open, as she came forward in surprise. Thank you, 677. My dear, thank you for your protection. Aurelius smiled. I feel great, like never before. Meow, meow. The huge furry head came up and kept touching Aurelius's shoulder with its head. And me. Zwawu was dissatisfied that Aurelius only talked to Nagini as soon as he came out, eager to show off his achievements. Of course, and you thank you, big guy. Aurelius rubbed his big cat head. It was extremely difficult for a big man who couldn't stay any longer to stay with Nagini in this small guest room. Aurelius, there is something I want to tell you, Nagini said with a solemn expression. Oh, judging from your expression, this doesn't seem to be a good thing. Aurelius stopped scratching my chin and straightened up. That mermaid princess hasn't written for 10 days. Nagini said, this is very wrong. Our lobbying in France is not going well. She writes to ask questions almost every 3 days. She even proposed more than a month ago. Give up lobbying France for the time being and hope we can go to other Ministry of Magic. Nagini took out all the previous letters with Tina Sebastian. I read all the letters and compared them back and forth. Her patience was wearing away, and the emotions reflected in the letters were getting more and more irritable. But after you went into seclusion, she suddenly lost news. Aurelius squinted his eyes. There was indeed something wrong with this, and it was very unreasonable. But it did not exceed Aurelius's expectations. He said, "It seems that she can no longer control it, Dash. You mean, she has already started a plan to take back the siren? 80%, and I would almost say she failed." Nagini nodded. "It makes sense. If she successfully recaptures the siren and controls the siren, she will definitely send a letter, and she will urgently need support from other Ministry of Magic, but she does not. It's just that Dash." Nagini was a little confused. "She doesn't have any allies. Why is she waiting?" "Nagini, things sometimes go very wrong. We can foresee some things happening, and we can even calculate them accurately through some means, but human will cannot be calculated accurately." Aurelius said with emotion. "Is this what man's calculation is not as good as God's calculation?" Nagini said a strange Huxia accent. This is what Aurelius said before, and the attentive Nagi temple remembered it. "That's right," Aurelius nodded. "Actually, I had this question before. Tina Sebastian is only a mermaid hybrid. Why would those sirens be loyal to her? She is neither the maker of the contract, let alone a controller. They are both intelligent creatures, so why can she control the sirens? Arts, you should have noticed that she's not very clever in terms of wisdom or methods. Her only reliance before was that she only knew the mermaid language through the sirens. Of course, profit can be made from the information gap, but this is dozens or even tens of thousands. Hundreds of years. I don't think the Ministry of Magic of various countries who want to seize the sirens would be so confident that a person who will definitely have hatred towards them will assume such an important position. It's a bit strange. Maybe she was the only one a few decades ago, but now that decades have passed, the people in the Siren Council have no other preparations. Nagini followed Aurelius's thoughts and quickly problem found. So, our partner is not that honest. Of course, neither are we, so it's even. Aurelius smiled and sat leisurely on the sofa, stroking the cat with his left hand and stroking the cat with his right hand. He took the teacup from Nagini. "Then what do you think she is hiding?" Nagini asked curiously. Aurelius shook his head. "I'm not a god, nor am I a roundworm in her belly. How can I know what she kept and what she thought? Then, we just pretend we don't know." Nagini pointed at the pile of letters and asked, "Isn't it good? We have more time to study and solve your blood curse problem." Aurelius looked at her with a smile. "Aurelius, isn't it a bit not trustworthy?" "Haha, don't think about it, Nagini. Our transaction is just to help them meet with the senior officials of the Ministry of Magic. Everything else has nothing to do with us. It's because she didn't write to tell us the next target. It's none of our business. This is her problem and has nothing to do with us. Is it a transaction, and we still have to rush to save her?" Aurelius laughed. Nagini was right when she thought about it. They had been working hard to help Sebastian complete the deal, and no matter what, they couldn't blame them for being dishonest. This is Europe, the West, where the spirit of contract is strongest. The transaction here is just a transaction. There is no friendship at all. As long as the contract does not stipulate it, it is not their obligation to perform as partners. Then shall we continue to live in Paris? Or shall we leave? Well, let's stay in Paris for the time being, but we can't stay in the hotel anymore. The expenses for 3 months are not small. The funds Sebastian gave us for activities are running out, right? There's about a third left. Buy a house, and we will settle in Paris temporarily. I also want to visit a legendary wizard to study the lack of original information on the blood curse. Maybe he will know. Legendary wizard? Who is it? Nicholas Flamel. Nicholas Flamenco? Nagini asked in surprise. Are you talking about the Nicolami I think of? If you are thinking of the famous alchemist of the 14th century, the legendary wizard who created the Philosopher's Stone, then yes. Aurelius nodded. No way. People from the 14th century are still alive. Nagini couldn't believe it. I always thought it was a legend. He really made the elixir of life? Used the magic stone? Aurelius smiled and said, "Wizards have a long lifespan. If there are no accidents, I can live for at least more than 100 years, not to mention a legendary wizard who makes magic stones and refines the elixir of immortality. I know magic is magical, but I didn't expect it to be so magical. Do you know Nicolene?" Nagini asked with emotion. "No, I haven't met Nicolene, but I do know Albus Dumbledore, and we have a good relationship. I will write to him and ask him to help introduce." Before he could finish his words, he just said something else. Dong dong dong. Aurelius narrowed his eyes, glanced at the door, then turned to look at Nagini, casting a questioning look. Nagini shook her head, indicating that she didn't know who it was. Aurelius's eyes immediately turned into pitch black, with little sparks flashing in his eyeballs. As Obscurus, he has no eyes or ears, but has special sensory abilities. A door is no obstacle at all. A man dressed in black stood outside the door, really all in black, totally black inside and out. But the mysterious geometric mark on his collar revealed his identity, a follower of Grindelwald, the witch-hunting party. The laws of the Ministry of Magic are very strange. Sometimes they feel very strict, and sometimes they feel very outrageous. Grindelwald's crimes are known to the world, but these followers of Grindelwald wear the mark and walk on the street with arrogance. The reason is that there is no evidence that they committed a crime. This situation has not happened once or twice, and it will not be the last time for the Wu Shui party. At the end of the period of terror created by the Dark Lord Voldemort decades later, a large number of Death Eaters were released due to lack of evidence. Quite polite. Aurelius smiled and motioned for Nagini to enter the room first. Nagini saw Aurelius's appearance, understood what he meant, and entered the room with the big cat Zou. Void raised his hand and waved, and the door opened. The black man was about to speak out, but found that there was no one in front of him. He looked up and saw Aurelius with his legs crossed and a teacup in his hand, giving him a distant salute. Old Black's face darkened. He felt that Grindelwald was indeed the only choice to defeat Dumbledore. Inscrutable. Of course, Aurelius couldn't see the dark look on Lao Hei's face, and he didn't care either. "Come in, sir," Aurelius said. Lao Hei walked in and took out an exquisite greeting card from his arms. It was a true greeting card. Aurelius was dazzled by the greeting card with strong national style. "When did Laoj get this hobby? I heard that you love wuxia culture. Mr. Grindelwald specially prepared a greeting note for you. He hopes to have a chat with you." Lao Hei does not have a RB that is comparable to the postgraduate entrance examination level. Instead, he cherishes his words like gold and has a humble and polite attitude. Aurelius even noticed that Lao Hei held the greeting card in both hands and handed it over. Although he could see that Lao Hei was a little awkward, he still tried his best to maintain this weird etiquette. As soon as Aurelius raised his hand, the greeting card escaped from Lao Hei's palm and slowly floated in front of Aurelius. "No contact, open it by yourself," and lines of beautiful English are revealed. Aurelius didn't expect that such a thing could happen, but Aurelius didn't expect that there would be square wuxia characters in the invitation. That's pretty much it. How can we expect Grindelwald to really cultivate the rights of Zhou? After taking a few glances, I found that the content was simple and straightforward. Grindelwald hoped that they could talk face-to-face and promised that it would be just him. He even promised not to carry a wand to relieve Aurelius's concerns. "I'm interested." Aurelius put away the greeting card and looked at the old black man. "Please tell Mr. Grindelwald that since he was polite first, I will not be rude. I will be waiting for him in 3 days. Dejia, may not be here, but I think he should be able to find me." Lao Hei breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. "I will tell you the truth." He didn't even know his name, so when old Hei saw Aurelius agreed, he immediately left. This is really interesting. Grindelwald has changed a lot after he came out of prison. Could it be that the prison of the Magical Congress of Magnesia can also be reformed through labor? Are you really planning to see Grindelwald? Nagini came out of the room. "I still want to see you. I've sent you all the greeting cards. If you don't see me, it wouldn't be appropriate." Aurelius Haishin handed it to Nagini. "But," Nagini knew how scary Grindelwald was, and she was very worried. It's nothing, he can't keep me. Aurelius was confident. If it were before, he might not be so confident. But now, he is completely different. Being able to use the power of the phoenix to apparate, the sky is vast, and as long as he is not defeated, no one can stop him. Nagini didn't know where Aurelius' confidence came from, but she was used to believing that Aurelius's confidence, as if everything was under control, made her a little lost. Aurelius felt a little irritable in his suitcase, which was a reaction to his pre-programmed magic. Strange, what day is it today? Why did everything come to me as soon as I came out of seclusion? Aurelius muttered and waved his hand to summon the suitcase. The suitcase vibrated open and a double-sided mirror popped out. Is that the witch you mentioned? A natural legilimens? Nagini asked curiously. Aurelius nodded and connected with Henny. Merlin's socks. Thank God, you finally got in touch. Helmy looked eager. Have you contacted me? Of course, I've been looking for you for almost a week. Henny said happily, patting her heart. Don't worry. Tell me, what are you looking for me for? Is there something going on over there in Magnesia? Jane asked after Aurelius comforted Henny. Something happened. Something big happened. Henny took a deep breath and spoke in her unique accent. I heard from Tina that Grindelwald has been looking for people since he escaped from prison, a large number of Wiccan Party members. Entering New York, they almost turned New York upside down. The news from the Magic Congress is that he is looking for you, and you are in danger now. Aurelius asked, Is there any more? Please give me flowers. Queenie pursed her lips and said, I saw in Tina's memory that the Ministry of Magic sent Special Envoy Arnold Guzman to the British Ministry of Magic to discuss how to thwart Grindelwald's plan, and my sister was sent to Europe to find you. Oh, this is interesting. Aurelius raised his eyebrows. Grindelwald is looking for me. The Magical Congress is looking for me. And, according to your wishes, the British Ministry of Magic is also looking for me. Suddenly, from an article, the worthless absconding and smuggling wizard has become the center of attention, and I am really not used to it. I'm not kidding. My sister has been away from home for almost a week. She is in Paris. You are not in Paris, are you? Queenie suddenly realized something and asked. Yes, I'm in Paris. 17 Queenie opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. Hey, it's Mr. Aurelius. Hello, Mr. Aurelius. We meet again. It's unbelievable that you are actually a wizard. Jacob's figure broke into the double-sided mirror, and he recognized it at a glance. He saw Aurelius in the mirror and greeted him warmly. But Aurelius immediately noticed that something seemed wrong with Jacob. He looked distracted, flushed, and had an overly cheerful expression on his face, as if he was high. Hello, Mr. Kowalski. Queenie, maybe we need to talk about casting a charm spell on a No-Maj. Do you plan to learn from your sister and change from this boring job? Aurelius said, Oh, what? What spell? Jacob smiled naively. His eyes only stayed on Queenie, extremely obsessed. Well, I'm sorry, Aurelius. I just remembered that we have to go out. Goodbye, Dash, Queenie panicked. The excuse she made was poor. Aurelius didn't stop her either. He just felt a little emotional. He didn't expect that the plot had changed so much. Queenie still had to cast a spell on Jacob to maintain their relationship that was not accepted by the world. Queenie knew very well how serious the consequences would be if she was discovered. Her sister Tina lost her position as an Auror because of casting a spell on a No-Maj and fell all the way to the wand management department. If it hadn't been for what happened later, she would have been destined to spend her whole life in that boring position. Tina was lucky and escaped. Not only was her official reinstated, but she also made many meritorious deeds during this period. There are even rumors in the Magic Congress. This mission to find Credence is the ultimate test. Once she finds Credence, she can replace the betrayed Abernathy and Graves and become the first woman in the Magic Congress. Is also the youngest female head of the Department of Magical Security. But does Queenie have such luck? I don't know, but under this uncertainty, Queenie still did it. Women in love are blind. For the love in their hearts, they can selectively ignore all risks. Until now, this has been an unsolved mystery in Aurelius's heart. Why did a beautiful witch fall in love with a fat No-Maj man? Love of beauty, talent, and money are all understandable. But in Aurelius's senses, none of them seem to be able to describe Mr. Jacob. It couldn't be because Jacob was Queenie's first No-Maj man, right? You can't do it, can you? That which cast a love spell on an ordinary person? Nagini said with some confusion when the call ended. Yes, a girl who is carried away by love. Aurelius shook his head. In the Magnesium Kingdom, not only casting spells on muggles, but even being friends and interacting with them are strictly prohibited. This is really harsh, Nagini said. They went from the Sirens to Portugal and then to France. Nagini also saw a lot of things in the magical world. She knew the wizard's desire to hide. Although she was doing everything possible to avoid being discovered by the muggles, she did not as nervous as Magnesia, due to historical reasons. Then why don't they immigrate to other countries? Other countries don't have such regulations, right? Nagini was puzzled. Good question. Then ask her when you have the opportunity to meet her in 627th. Aurelius didn't want to say anything more about Queenie's emotional issues. These are not important. Let's go. Go see where suitable houses are available. Good. Taking the suitcase, Zhuwu got in obediently, and Aurelius took Nagini out. The Wizard's Hotel they stayed in was in the Hidden Place, the largest commercial street in France's magical world. To be honest, the name is straightforward enough, but this is its unique feature. The French Ministry of Magic was only established in 1790, when Nicolim was over 400 years old. Unlike the United Kingdom and the Magnesium, the French Ministry of Magic was established due to the famous Louis XVI-related events. It can be said to be the Ministry of Magic closest to Muggles. Even their slogan is liberty, equality, fraternity. The hiding place is not hidden underground like Wally's Cave, nor is it a street like Diagon Alley. If I had to describe it, it looks a lot like Station 9. They enter and exit through a statue, and through the statue, they emerge on the main street of the hiding place. There is no doubt that this is achieved through magic, but what kind of magic it is, Aurelius does not know, but he is very interested. This must be a kind of teleportation magic. It is impossible to hide an entire station in a pillar, nor to hide an entire commercial district in a statue. It's not that it can't be done, but it doesn't match the facts. Hogwarts Express is about to leave the station, and there is more than one way to and from the hiding place. These are not the characteristics of the space expanded by the traceless stretching spell. To be honest, the experience of teleportation magic is hundreds of thousands of times better than apparition, flue powder, and port key. Silently, one step at a time, this is the teleportation that Aurelius imagined. The hiding place is very lively, with people coming and going. It's not a special festival. It can be said that it is crowded every day, 365 days a year. The French magic world is at the top of the list. Although the sun has already set, hasn't it not set yet? As the leader in the global magic world, it has a large wizarding population gathered here. Conservative estimates suggest that there are at least 300,000 wizards living in the French magical world, accounting for 1/10 of the total number of wizards in the world. 300,000. Even in the previous life, it was considered a large county town. Travelers and traders who come here are bustling with people. Even if the sun is shining brightly, it only makes the hiding place even hotter. It's still noon, and there are more people here at night. Nagini and Aurelius didn't walk for a long time before they were covered in sweat. Although it is already September, the sun is still very poisonous. Apparition is disabled in a hidden place, and there is no anti-apparition magic. It is unrealistic to install anti-apparition in the entire shopping street. But no serious person wants to let the aurors from the Ministry of Magic come to their door. They must leave or go to a dedicated location before they can disapparate. The only place in the hideout where apparition is allowed is in the central square. There are several moving statues and fountains in the middle of the square. There are 5 roads surrounding the square, and the roads are lined with a variety of shops. On the north side of the square, there is a notice board. Each notice flies over and sticks to itself. The words on the notice can also move, making it look like the electronic billboards of later generations. Is there any? After reading the notice for a while, Aurelius didn't find any news about the house being sold, so he turned to Nagini and asked, "No, it seems that I have to buy a house on a Muggle street." Aurelius said, a little helplessly, his ideal plan is to buy a house in a hidden place. The hiding place is centered on the central square, and 5 paths divide the hiding place into 6 radiating areas. There are shops on both sides of the road, but the gap between the 2 streets is a residential area. Many wizards live in hiding places. These houses and residential areas are what Aurelius wants. Here, he can decorate his houses with magic and do various magic experiments. It will be much more convenient. It would be very troublesome in the Muggle community. If there was any magic experiment accident, Aurors would come to visit. Although Aurelius felt that he would most likely be treated like Grindelwald in the future, he did not go directly to the wanted criminals. Just as the two were discussing purchasing a house in a Muggle community, at the entrance to the hiding place, Tina Goldstein, wearing a knitted hat and coat, secretly tapped the Muggle policeman who was resting in front of the statue with her wand. Confusion, confusion. The Muggle policeman shuddered and turned a blind eye to Tina. The bronze statue behind her lifted up her skirt. Tina lowered her body and got directly into the base of the statue. She arrived in Paris? It took Grindelwald and a large number of wizards to search for 3 months before he found Aurelius Tina in just a few days. Is Tina too good? Or the Wu Chui party a bunch of losers? Neither 2.7 is. Tina Goldstein has an advantage that Grindelwald cannot match. She can openly borrow resources from the Ministry of Magic of various countries. Again, Aurelius has never hidden his whereabouts, but can be said to be high profile. Grindelwald couldn't let his subordinates get a photo of Aurelius. What they had been looking for was credence. It was the opposite direction. It would be strange if they could find it. And since Tina has met Aurelius in person and knows that he has changed his name, how could it be difficult to find him? After receiving the news from the French Ministry of Magic, Tina went straight to the hotel where Aurelius was staying. Tina, who was anxious, ignored Aurelius and Nagini, who were walking side by side just 10 meters away from her. Passing by. Aurelius suddenly stopped. What's wrong? It came very quickly. Aurelius looked at Tina, who was hurriedly walking forward with a smile in his eyes. You know, Tina Goldstein, 17. Nagini glanced curiously. That Queenie's sister? Magnesium ore. Right. Want to see her? No, let's go. Now is not the time. Aurelius does not believe in these Western politicians at all. Politicians in the magical world are also of the same origin, and they are all the same. Tina Goldstein, despite being a popular female auror, is actually a reckless person who will only be used as a knife. Better not to see it than to see it. Aurelius, who quickly forgot about Tina, took Nagini straight to the 13th arrondissement of Paris. The 13th arrondissement of Paris is located in the southeast of Paris and is the most sparsely populated area in Paris. The reason is because of the number 13. Most Westerners dislike the number 13. But Aurelius didn't care about this, because he was Huxia at heart. Not only did he not think 13 was a bad number, he actually liked it a little bit. Many people in Dachau prefer this number, and there have been many combinations named 13 since ancient times. For example, the 13 Tai Bao, 13 MO, 13 Classics, etc. all like to make a set of 13. In the previous life of Paris, the 13th arrondissement was also the borough with the most Asians in Paris. Even Mr. Wu spent most of his time here when he was studying in France. Aurelius chose this place because, firstly, there were few people and the house prices were cheap, and secondly, there were already many Huxia here. He instinctively chose this place. The real estate agents were surprised when they heard his choice. These days, only white people from the 13th arrondissement sell houses, but it is rare to see someone who specializes in selling houses in the 13th arrondissement. Real estate agents have a long history. They existed during the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period. In order to save trouble, Aurelius directly found a real estate agent. They pretended to be a Huxia couple on their honeymoon and bought real estate in Paris because they loved Paris. After wandering around for an afternoon, Aurelius finally saw a house that he was quite satisfied with. The single-family villa has an indoor area of about 500 square meters, a typical French style with a garden, an underground warehouse, and a small swimming pool. The owner of the villa is a fat middle-aged man. He is a factory owner. He heard that his business has not been doing well recently, and he needs money for turnover. So he sold this property where he does not live regularly. Not only does it bring back funds, it also saves a lot of property taxes and annual property vacancy taxes. The old man was easy to talk to, and it didn't take long for the terms to be negotiated. Aurelius chose to settle in gold, and the owner of the house almost immediately pulled him over to transfer the ownership. In this way, Aurelius bought his first real estate in the world. He didn't use magic to fool people. The business was fair, and the price was right. Aurelius was not that evil-doing person. Aurelius didn't bother to occupy the magpie's nest and then kill the owner. No one is included, right? Mr. Grindelwald. Okay, we can move in directly. Aurelius walked around his villa with satisfaction, and he had already begun to think about how to modify it. What's a pity is that he doesn't understand the cheat-and loyalty charm. Otherwise, he could have transformed this place into his own safe house. Seeing Aurelius raise his wand to cover the entire villa, Nagini picked up the restless suitcase and released the fussy Zwuwu inside. The Muggle-expelling curse is a very useful spell. It can be regarded as a low-profile version of the Red Bold loyalty curse. It can make all nearby Muggles ignore everything here. Meow. Crash. Looking at Zwuwu diving into the swimming pool to have fun, Aurelius suddenly felt that besides looking like a cat, this guy had the personality of a husky. It's really awesome. With a murmur, Aurelius released a cleanser to purify the muddy water of the pond. He didn't want Zwuwu to bring this dirty swimming pool water into the villa. Although the villa is well decorated and has been taken care of by the previous owner from time to time, since it is not a permanent resident, it still needs a good cleaning. For wizards, cleaning is just a matter of cleaning things up. By 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening, the entire villa was completely new. I had a barbecue dinner at my new home to fill up the atmosphere. Aurelius began to renovate the house. The first and foremost, of course, are the various magic traps. Both Li Hua and Avada were equipped. This was the spell that Aurelius originally transformed into a magic trap, and he used it quite skillfully. The second is protection. The iron armor protection and the iron armor spell covering almost every inch of the wall make the entire villa comparable to a military fortress. With Aurelius's magic level, these armor spells would not be a big problem against an RPG. With protection and counterattack traps, the initial transformation is over. Aurelius was not afraid of using Avada Cadaver frequently, and he was not even afraid of being discovered. Just discover it if you find it. This is not the UK. There is no such thing as an unforgivable curse. Even if there is one, it does not constitute a crime as long as it is not used directly on people. This is a typical legal loophole, but it is also capable. Who makes others unable to turn the death curse into a magic trap? 3 days later, Grindelwald leaned on the sofa, his strange-colored eyes showing a hint of doubt. He actually didn't understand these ancient etiquette. He subconsciously looked at the old wizard who was sitting cross-legged and meditating. Mr. Sachuro, is this also your etiquette? The old wizard opened his eyes, with a chrysanthemum-like smile on his wrinkled face. I didn't expect this boy to be quite polite. This is the etiquette for welcoming distinguished guests. I will invite you every day for 7 days. Grindelwald shook his head. What a complicated etiquette. Sir, is it possible that he is stalling for time to prepare to escape? Crow suddenly said. Grindelwald was a little hesitant, and to be honest, he was also doubtful. Aurelius, it was strange for a child who grew up in a New York orphanage to talk about Husha etiquette. But in the end, he rejected the idea. No, I understand him. Aurelius had indirectly teased him, and of course he was annoyed at the time, but he was not a man easily swayed by his emotions. During the 6 months in prison, Grindelwald thought a lot. He carefully sorted out everything about himself, including his plans for the Umbrella Party and his greater interests. Also included is an analysis of Aurelius as a person. He felt that they were the same person, and he even felt that Aurelius was more similar to his former best friend Dumbledore. Of course, the most important thing is that he is confident that Aurelius cannot run away. This is Europe, his natural base. If this allows Aurelius to run away. Grindelwald has no face, right? Dover. The sea breeze carried the salty and wet breath and rolled up Newt's already sharp hair. He walked toward the cliff with his head lowered, carrying the suitcase he never left. On the snow-white cliff, an ugly figure is holding a wooden stick in hand, seemingly waiting there early. A shabby black robe was blown around by the sea breeze, and a rusty iron bucket was thrown carelessly in front of him. "You are late. We will set off in 1 minute." The man in black robe grinned. 5,000 galleons. Newt said anxiously, "No, we agreed on 30 galleons." The man in black grinned his mouth wide, revealing his yellow teeth, and gave a weird laugh. 30 to go to France, and the other 20 is to make me never mention that I saw Newt Scamander illegally leave the country. The price of fame, brother. Newt smiled bitterly. He was blackmailed. He doesn't have any good ideas. He is a knife man, and I am a fish, so let's cut him. Grabbing a handful of galleons, Newt handed it to him. After checking the weight, the man in black robe was satisfied and stuffed the galleons into his belt. 10 seconds, 9, 8, 7. The iron bucket on the ground suddenly vibrated, like the drum of a drum washing machine spinning rapidly. 3, 2. Newt took a deep breath, stepped in, and his whole body was sucked away. The next moment, Newt appeared on the streets of Paris from the white cliffs of Dover, England. After shaking his body, Newt recovered from his dizziness. The taste of door keys is not very pleasant, especially the inferior door keys made by these smugglers. After calming down, Newt hurried towards the hiding place. This was his first time in Paris, but he had done his homework. He is not traveling, but there may be conflicts or even dangers, so of course he must be well prepared. Writing down a rough map is also one of the important preparations. Like Tina, the two really have a good connection. The poor Muggle policeman had been cast 2 confusion spells in 1 day, and he would be confused for the next few days. Africa Hotel. Africa Hotel, Newt muttered, searching for the hidden place. This is where Aurelius and Nagini lived. Found it. Newt's eyes lit up, and he walked over quickly. "Hello, sir. What can I do for you?" The hotel waiter, dressed in Muggle professional attire, greeted him politely. "Hello, I'm looking for Mr. Aurelius Dumbledore who lives here," Newt said. The waiter was a little strange and muttered, "Strange? Why is everyone looking for Mr. Dumbledore today?" "What? Many people came to see Mr. Dumbledore today." Newt's heart sank. Who would come to see Aurelius? Grindelwald? Or Grimson? "Yes, it's already the 3rd wave, including you." The waiter nodded. "What about others?" "I don't know, but he's not in the room now." The waiter glanced at the magic display behind the counter, which had information on whether there was anyone in each room. He went out with his wife very early and never came back. Newt walked out with blank eyes. He was a little at a loss. He feels like he screwed up. Originally, he thought that he was entrusted by Dumbledore to help him protect his nephew this time. He needed to prepare well, so he chose to come to Paris this afternoon. The purpose is to prepare more information about the French Ministry of Magic. "Why are you so late?" I learned from the waiter that Aurelius also left after the first visitor left, and his wife also left with him. What the hell? Aurelius is not even 20 years old. How can he get a wife? He must have been coerced. And the second group of visitors, thankfully, didn't seem to be Grimson, but a beautiful lady with a strong American accent. USA? Newt immediately thought of Tina, but he immediately shook his head and threw the thought away. How was it possible? How could Tina come to Paris? At this moment, Newt's eyes that were flying around met a pair of beautiful eyes. To Tina, Newt was stunned. Even though he hadn't seen her for more than half a year, he would never forget Tina's eyes. Even if she just covered her face with a scarf, he could still recognize her. You have to trust a magizoologist's ability to observe physical characteristics. "Tina, why are you here?" Newt stepped forward quickly and grabbed Tina, who was about to turn around and leave. Tina's hands froze, and she sat down reluctantly. "I'm on a mission, Mr. Scamander." Tina's tone was cold and rather unkind. Mr. Scamander? Newt didn't understand. Tina stood up and turned around to leave, but Newt chased her again. Tina, this one is stupid. Haven't you obviously thought about how to apologize to her many times before? Why can't you say a word? Newt wanted to slap himself twice, but he couldn't. As soon as he saw the person he thought about day and night, Newt immediately forgot about Aurelius. He only had Tina in his eyes at the moment. Mr. Scamander, please don't pester me, okay? I'm on a mission. I know your attitude towards Obscurus. Tina didn't look back, and her leather jacket was slapped by her beautiful back. Snap! Newt's heart dropped, and he quickly explained, I know my words in that letter may have been a bit extreme. How do you say that? A group of hypocrites who insist on delusion. Tina snorted coldly. Newt Khan was about to get down, and he groveled. I'm sorry, but I can't appreciate those people who are murderous when they encounter something they don't understand or are afraid of. I'm an Auror, but I don't know how to do it. Tina said angrily. I know, because you're the one in the middle. It's done. Newt's limited edition wonderful metaphor appears. Newt's magical brain circuit made Tina stop and stare at him with a look of confusion and confusion. What? You're the one in the middle. What did you say? Tina stopped in confusion. Seeing that there was something going on, Newt quickly explained. This description comes from the rune snake with 3 heads. The middle head has vision. Everyone wants Credence to die, except you. You are more enlightened. Credence? Tina noticed the element, and she looked at Newt. You came here for Credence too? Hi, you said I was some kind of G middleman, but you turn out to be 2 of those idiots, head. So, Newt looked at her blankly. Tina held her forehead. She let it slip. Who knows why she lost her mind when she saw this silly little freckle. Taking a deep breath, Tina calmed down and looked at Newt. Well, Mr. Scamander, it seems that neither of us are smart. I really hope no one will know your strange metaphor. Or maybe it's just me. Newt's voice was weak. It's not important. I think we need to chat and exchange information. Tina sighed. Why are you looking for Credence? Actually, his name is Aurelius. I know. So why are you looking for him? I don't remember you being an Auror. What do these things have to do with you? Tina pulled Newt to the corner of the alley. 730. Newt looked at her for a long time. Newt always felt that Tina would not be like those people. He said, Dumbledore, Aurelius is the nephew of my teacher, Mr. Albus Dumbledore. He hopes to invite I have come to protect Aurelius for a while, because he is in danger during this time. Tina nodded. This reason is very reasonable. Tina was already surprised when she found out Aurelius' full name. Although Dumbledore is not as famous as he was later, he is still highly respected. The great Dumbledore is enough to show that Dumbledore is famous far and wide. Of course, many of these are due to old lover Grindelwald. The greater the fear Grindelwald brings to the Ministry of Magic around the world, the greater Dumbledore's reputation. The higher the reputation of Dumbledore, the higher the reputation of Dumbledore's Phoenix family. After learning Aurelius's real name, of course he thought of the Dumbledore family. The total number of wizards in the world is about 3 million. Although there are many wizards with the same name or surname, there are also some that are unique. The surname Dumbledore is one of them. There is no doubt that anyone with the surname Dumbledore must be a member of the Dumbledore family. Tina just didn't know that they were uncle-nephew, but when the family was in trouble, it was natural for Dumbledore to want to protect him. After all, there are not many people in the Dumbledore family, and many wizards think that Dumbledore is the only bloodline of the Dumbledore family. So, you're here to take Aurelius back? Tina breathed a sigh of relief. Well, I really want to say yes because this is also the best solution I can think of. Aurelius will be safe with Dumbledore, but what Dumbledore said was confusing. He just asked me to protect him. Newt shook his head and asked, What about you? Tina, what do you want to do with him? Similar to you. Chairman Pickwery asked me to find him and bring him back to the MAC for protection. He is a wizard from the Magnesium Kingdom. Damn it. Wouldn't it be better if this was the case? Why was he wanted at that time? Tina scratched her hair irritably. She has always been very disgusted with the MAC's behavior of not admitting her mistakes, but instead blaming all the blame on Aurelius. Tina's political sensitivity is very low. She doesn't understand the thoughts of these officials, but as a wizard who has always regarded the 12 Aurors as idols and pursued the Auror career as a lifelong pursuit, Tina knows right from wrong. "Excuse me, I don't think the Magic Congress is telling you the truth," Newt interrupted. He has always been disgusted with institutions such as the Ministry of Magic and the Magical Congress, especially after the hearings. Trust in magical officials at the Ministry of Magic has dropped to freezing point. CCFJ. "What do you want me to do?" Tina looked at him. Newt lowered his head in embarrassment. I don't know. No matter what, we have to find him first." A dazzling green light lit up outside the room on the 3rd floor of the hotel. Tina's pupils shrank for a moment. She pushed Newt out of the way and ran towards the hotel. "Hey, Tina." Newt didn't know why. The green light just flashed away and he just didn't see it. She chased Tina all the way to the guest room on the 3rd floor of the hotel. The door was closed with a "Do Not Disturb" sign hanging on it. Tina hammered the door several times, but there was no movement inside. "What's wrong with you, Tina?" Newt caught up and asked. "This is Aurelius's room, Dash." Tina's face was terrifyingly gloomy. "What? I just saw it, the death curse." Tina kept waving her wand, hoping to use the unlocking spell to open the door, but it seemed to be of little use. The door was closed and motionless. "Let me do it. Open the Alaho cave." Newt tried to open the door. As a British wizard, Newt was used to using this instead of the quickly open that Tina and Queenie loved to use. But obviously, it's all useless. An anti-locking spell has been cast here. Most hotels do this, but the one here is the most difficult to open. Newt said, "The lock opening spell and the anti-lock opening spell restrain each other, and the comparison is the magic power of the two casters. If the lockpicker is stronger than the anti-lockpicker when casting the spell, the anti-lockpicker spell will not stop it, and vice versa." With Newt's strength, most hotel doors couldn't stop him, but he failed to do so here. "I'll go find the hotel staff." Split into pieces. Looking blankly at Tina's wand, Newt was silent. "Where is the time?" Tina opened the broken door fragments and went in with full vigilance. There's almost no courtesy in the room, but it has a sense of life. There was an unfinished teacup on the coffee table, and the half cup of tea inside had already gone cold. "Did you see it wrong?" Newt couldn't help but ask after seeing the neat room. "It doesn't look like there was an attack here." Tina didn't speak. She slowly walked towards the bedroom inside. She was 100% sure that the green light just now came from the bedroom. I swear by her professionalism as an Auror. Gently pushing open the ajar door, Tina saw it. A short man fell to the ground and hit his head on the ground, but his legs were still on the windowsill. Careful. Tina only felt that someone had punched her stomach hard with her fist, and she fell to the side uncontrollably. "What are you doing?" Tina was angry, but she happened to see a green light penetrate the place where she was just standing and hit the floor. "Are you okay, Tina?" Newt grabbed the winged demon that flew back and ran over to help Tina up. "Sorry, it was an emergency just now. I had to." "Did you see that?" Tina didn't care about Newt's attack on her. It was obvious that Newt was trying to save her. If Newt hadn't knocked her away, the killing curse would have fallen on her. "It's the death curse," Newt nodded. "No, I'm asking, did you see who cast the death curse?" Tina was a little speechless. "Who doesn't recognize the death curse?" Newt pointed to the light in the center of the bedroom ceiling. "It shines from there." Tina looked at the harmless lamp with an ugly face. "I didn't expect this to be such a dangerous black magic item. What is this hotel doing? Or is this for Aurelius? A trap prepared by C." Newt didn't think this was the fault of the hotel. No hotel in a commercial street in the wizarding world would do this. It could only be a wizard hotel in the wilderness, where good and bad people mixed together and black traders and robbers switched seamlessly. The two men did not think that this might be Aurelius himself. In their impression, Aurelius had just been exposed to magic for less than a year. "The corpse is coming." Tina didn't dare to rush in rashly. She waved her wand and used the flying spell to drag out the corpse inside. "Dead," with no external injuries at all. In addition to what I just saw, he should have died from this dark magic lamp. Tina leaned down and looked at the corpse carefully. As an auror, she was already used to seeing corpses, not a hotel staff. Newt looked at the corpse's clothing and shook his head. The hotel's waiters all wear logo uniforms, and you can tell at a glance. Tina looked up at the place where the body had been lying just now in the open window. She frowned and said, "From the posture of his body, I felt like it came in through the window, but I didn't expect it." As soon as he entered, the lamp was triggered, and the death curse dropped from the sky and killed him directly. Probably, Newt felt a little anxious, and he was a little scared. What if the one who got tricked was not this inexplicable gentleman, but Aurelius himself? That would be terrible. Who is it? Who would want to kill Aurelius? Tina thought hard. Newt said decisively, "It must be Grimson." Who? Gunnar Grimson, a notorious criminal, was hired to find Aurelius. Employed by whom? Grindelwald. Newt didn't say anything. What was he going to say? Should he say in front of a magnesium auror that the British Ministry of Magic hired this criminal? Newt was certain that this was Grimson's handiwork. In his understanding, Grimson was a person who would do whatever it took to save money as long as he could get money. Wow, what day is it today? You too. Who will pay for this door? Aurelius's voice rang, and he happened to be returning from the newly bought villa with Nagini. The villa has not been packed up yet, and many daily necessities have not been prepared. Aurelius? Tina and Newt are overjoyed. Aurelius walked over and looked at the dead people on the ground, his heart unmoved. He also felt it was amazing that this should be the first person he killed unexpectedly while he was awake. He originally thought he might feel a little uncomfortable, but he didn't. Perhaps because the people of Vada cadaver kills don't leave any external injuries. The corpse doesn't look like a dead person at all. "Where did you find him?" asked Aurelius. "In the bedroom inside." Tina looked at him. He fell under the window sill. He was probably attacked and killed when he climbed in through the window. Aurelius walked towards the bedroom. "No, there are dangerous black magic items inside." Tina grabbed him. "Dark magic object? You mean the lamp?" Aurelius asked. "Yes, he almost attacked me just now. Fortunately, Mr. Newt's commander saved me." Tina glanced at Newt and said. Aurelius shook his head. "This is the consequence of breaking into other people's houses. You have triggered the mechanism." When Newt saw Aurelius say this, he and Tina looked at each other. Why is there something wrong with what he said? "Please give me flowers." Oh. "Mr. Dumbledore, are you going to tell me that this lamp is yours?" Tina's tone was not very good. "I have some very important information in my room. Is it too much for me to put some protection in place?" Aurelius asked. Tina gritted her teeth. "Your protection just killed someone, and almost killed me. I remember that I hung the Do Not Disturb sign at the door and broke into my room without my permission. It doesn't seem to be my fault, right?" Aurelius shown me on. "But you used the killing curse, Mr. Dumbledore. No matter what, I will tell the Magic Congress the truth about what you did." "Got sick again?" Aurelius looked at her speechlessly. "This character is really amazing. Haven't you learned your lesson from what happened in New York half a year ago? Repaired as before dash. With a click of the wand, the aspects that were dismantled by Tina slowly returned to their original state. Of course, the anti-locking spell above is gone. The repair spell can repair the object itself, but it cannot repair the magic spell attached to it. Okay, Ms. Goldstein, please give me your long speech when you have time. You two came here uninvited. There is no reason for it, right? I'm here to take you back to the Magic Congress. Grindelwald and his henchmen have been looking for you since he escaped from prison. Chairman Pickweary asked me to take you back for strict protection." Tina said coldly. She cannot accept Aurelius' behavior. 1. Protection? I remember she seemed to be looking for me. I left the magnesium country as she wished, but now she wants me to go back. Is it menopause? It's unpredictable. This makes me very difficult. O'Reilly Woosie sat on the sofa with his legs crossed. "Do you know your current situation? Grindelwald, the terrorist who destroyed most of New York, is looking for you." Tina suppressed her anger. "As it happens, the man who destroyed half of New York is right in front of you. I think Mr. Grindelwald is very polite. He sent me the invitation 3 days in advance. Aurelius took out the invitation sent by Grindelwald and threw it on the table. When Tina heard this, she was horrified. What? He has found you? 8. I couldn't wait to grab the greeting card and read it. Oops. Newt also felt bad, and he quickly told his purpose. Mr. Dumbledore. I'm Newt Scamander, a student of Albus Dumbledore. He asked me to come here to protect you. But the situation is very bad now. I suggest that we leave France immediately and go to Hogwarts. Only there can we guarantee your safety. Aurelius looked at him and shook his head. I don't know about this. It's true. Newt thought that Aurelius didn't believe him. So he defended. He cares about you very much. These are his exact words. Aurelius looked at him with a half-smile, and Newt tried his best to force himself to do something he was uncomfortable with, looking at each other. He hoped that Aurelius could see his sincerity, but he didn't know that by doing so, he exposed all his secrets. Actually, I'm not worried about Grimson. I'm worried about Grindelwald. No, I'm worried about Aurelius. Believe me, Newt, I am not omnipotent, and you are more professional than me in this matter. Like Dumbledore. Newt thought Dumbledore was asking him to protect him, but in fact, it was like surveillance or surveillance. He knew that Obscurus was terrifying, especially an Obscurus who lived to adulthood. Therefore, he asked Newt to come to him. In terms of research on the Obscurus, Newt was more professional than Dumbledore. Dumbledore was familiar with the Obscurus because of Ariana, but he did not specialize in studying the Obscurus. Since ancient times, there's been very little research information on the Obscurus, except Newt. This is why he told Newt that Newt was more professional than him in this matter. He refused Dumbledore's invitation. Dumbledore did not force him out of concern for his family, but Dumbledore was worried that the Obscurus in his body would explode and cause a greater disaster. So he tricked Newt. However, it can be said that it is protection. The outbreak of the Obscurus destroys everything, but it will destroy the Obscurus itself. Preventing his outburst was also for his life from Dumbledore's perspective. In just a few breaths, Aurelius made a good guess based on what he knew in Newt's experience. He didn't reveal it. He didn't want anyone to know that he was a legilimency master. He thought for a while and said, I will meet with Grindelwald in 3 days. No, Tina and Newt said in unison. Aurelius frowned. I don't seem to have asked for your opinion. Tina's cheeks twitched, and she seemed to have made up her mind. I'm sorry, Mr. Dumbledore. I absolutely cannot allow you to see Grindelwald. You have no idea how terrible he is. Looking at Tina's slowly raised wand, Aurelius said casually, So you plan to show me how powerful you are first? I won't hurt you pass out. No, Tina. Tina was obviously worried, and the tip of the wand bloomed with red light. But he never expected that Aurelius's eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light, and Tina's unconscious body was bounced out, hitting the dead body on the ground, and exploded into a firework. By the way, Tina herself was also deprived of control of the curse, fell out, and the wand rolled aside. Eyes. Just one look broke Tina's spell. Newt was stunned by this scene. What kind of magic level can break the spell of an elite auror with just a look? Newt asked himself that he would never be able to do it, and even he doubted Dumbledore. He has never heard of this ability. Of course he didn't understand, because this was not a wizard's magic at all, but an explosive rune that Aurelius had already filled with energy. The effect of the blasting rune is to cause massive damage to inanimate objects after being charged. Wizards are living beings and are not affected by explosions, but what about magic spells? This was a sudden idea, but the effect was surprisingly good. The armored spell that Aurelius was preparing to use was useless. He clearly felt that the damage from the explosion was a little overflowing. Facing the auror's spell, the damage was overflowing. It is reasonable to infer that even if it is Dumbledore or Grindelwald's spell, the damage will overflow. The curse explosion should also be effective. After all, a lot of damage from explosions is percentage. This is good news. He has developed a new use of explosive runes. Ms. Goldstein, did you know? According to the laws of the French Ministry of Magic, if you cast a spell on me first, I have unlimited rights to counterattack. Aurelius stood up and said, holding to the tip of the wand began to glow green. Death Curse. Yes, Aurelius' favorite attack spell is powerful and does enough damage. A single point attack will not hurt flowers and plants. It has no pain and is in line with the spirit of humanity. It will not suppress animals. A stunning death scene. This is simply the greatest invention. At least it is perfect when it comes to spells with the purpose of killing. Aurelius doesn't like messy magic. He advocates the essence rather than the excess. Just know how to use most spells. Aurelius has only learned 3 magic spells used in battle until now. Single target basic attack Avada, group attack AoE fire curse, defensive skill iron armor curse. I originally planned to learn another apparition skill, but it was abandoned after I acquired Alley. The Phoenix's apparition is much stronger than the wizard's. The green light was flashing, Tina's eyes widened, and she stepped back again and again, her eyes filled with fear. Although the death curse is not called the unforgivable curse in other countries, it is still one of the most feared black arts. It's not about its lethality, it's about the magic that hurts others first, hurts yourself 2.0. The ultimate killing intent contained in it will have a great impact on the caster himself. This leads to the fact that wizards who like to use the death curse are themselves very evil dark wizards. After all, the previous trap was separated by 1 layer. But in the real face of the life-killing curse that was about to take action at any time, Tina was ready to kill all the evil fantasies of the dark wizard. No, Mr. Dumbledore, please don't. Newt panicked and quickly stopped him. Nagini seemed not to have seen all this, still standing behind the sofa behind Aurelius, and the years were quiet. She was very familiar with Aurelius, especially after spending time with him over the past few months. After waiting for so long, she still doesn't know what it means? It's nothing more than scary. If he really wanted to kill someone, would Aurelius still need to charge up his life-killing curse? Green light bloomed, and Tina's screams were ear-piercing. Newt's eyes widened. The wrist-thick green lightning arrived in an instant. Can we sit down and have a chat? Tina was stunned as an inconspicuous mosquito fluttered down from in front of her eyes. Sorry, there are mosquitoes in the hotel. I hate mosquitoes. Aurelius showed a bright smile and pulled Tina up. Ms. Goldstein, please work hard. How can an auror be afraid of mosquitoes like this? Where's the little bug? Newt breathed a sigh of relief, listening to Aurelius's words and not suffocating to death. Do you use the death curse to kill mosquitoes in your home? Tina was trembling all over. The killing curse was right in front of her eyes. No more than 3 or 4 inches. If there is a slight deviation, she will be the one who dies. The death curse is perfect for a killing technique. The only drawback is that it is non-directional. As the saying goes, even if you can hide, you can also accidentally kill someone. So close, and the mosquitoes are so small. Is this not scary? You madman. Tina trembled. O'Reilly 22 us is very satisfied with the effect. Tina is a woman with an excessive sense of justice, but obviously her justice is not necessarily true justice. So sometimes she inevitably does things that she thinks are right, but are annoying. Hope to convince her? Sorry, Aurelius never likes to show off. Tina is not someone worthy of his saliva, so it is better to shock. Now it seems that the effect is very good. Tina is much more honest. Mr. Dumbledore, please don't do this next time. It's very dangerous. Newt rubbed his head. He was really scared just now. Mosquitoes are so annoying. Aurelius explained insincerely. He sat back on the sofa and said, Mr. Grindelwald is very polite, and I can't be rude. And with all due respect, you guys don't seem to be more trustworthy than Grindelwald to me. At least, Grindelwald had someone send him a greeting card, but you just tore me down. We saw the scene of the death curse, and we were worried that you were. Newt quickly explained. Aurelius raised his hand. That's why I didn't pursue you. Besides, Mr. Scamander, thank Dumbledore for your concern for me. I shouldn't need anyone to protect me. Newt opened his mouth, but when he thought about the exquisite killing curse just now, he was speechless. Newt's current strength is at the elite Auror level, not much better than Tina. In short, Newt felt that he couldn't stop the death curse just now. So here comes the question. Who is protecting whom for a bodyguard whose combat effectiveness is not as good as that of the person being protected? However, considering that this was a task given by Dumbledore, Newt felt that Dumbledore must know his nephew, and Dumbledore must have a purpose in letting him come. He smuggled himself to France and spent 50 galleons. Should he go back in such a dejected manner? No, Mr. Dumbledore, please listen to me. I don't know why Dumbledore asked me to protect you. I am neither an Auror nor a powerful wizard like him, but I believe that Dumbledore must have a purpose in asking me to come. Newt spoke quickly. Whenever this introverted little freckle was anxious, he would always say a lot. He is your uncle. You should believe that he will not harm you. These words left Aurelius quite speechless. Yes, he didn't want to harm me, but he was afraid that I would harm others. But Aurelius couldn't say this yet. Is it possible that he wants to tell Newt? My uncle is just afraid that I, the Obscurus, will destroy Paris. So he asked you to guard against me? He can't even say that he has completely controlled Obscurus. As for the summoner being able to contract with Obscurus, this secret will rot in his stomach. In fact, it was impossible for Aurelius to tell Newt and Tina that he was an Obscurus. Less than a year had passed since the New York incident, so he would be asking for trouble. He could tell Dumbledore because his last name was Dumbledore. Dumbledore will not tell others this secret, because if it is revealed that Aurelius was responsible for the previous New York incident, Aurelius can walk away. But Albus Dumbledore, is Aurelius. Monk's Temple. The Dumbledore family cannot support such a big family. Therefore, even if Dumbledore knew that Aurelius was the culprit of the New York incident, he could only tearfully let his old lover Grindelwald take the blame. Anyway, Lauga has a lot of blame to bear, so he doesn't care about these one or two. A few days ago, a house in the hiding place was visited by thieves, and Grindelwald was accused of doing it. In the years since Grindelwald was active, the case detection rate of the Ministry of Magic in various European countries has increased dramatically. Anyway, if the criminal can't be found, he will be hit on the head. Looking at the sincere Newt, Aurelius tapped his head with his fingers. Okay, Mr. Scamander, if you insist. But please don't disturb me. This was a tacit agreement that he would cooperate with Newt. The main reason was that Aurelius felt that he had made a lot of money with Newt. The Stein National Bank was still looking for that batch of gold. Aurelius felt that it was appropriate to show Newt some love, even if Newt didn't know it. Of course, there is no reason to be too early, and another reason is that Aurelius just saw the little card Dumbledore gave him from Newt's memory. Due to the effect of the Red Dan loyalty charm, even Legilimency could not see the address above, but he knew the plot of the movie he had watched in his previous life, and knew that it was Nicolim's safe house. He is looking for Nicholas Flamel. There is too little existing information about an ancient curse like the blood curse, especially the original method of casting the spell. Only old monsters like Nicolim can possibly retain. If you want to study blood curses, the original method of casting spells is undoubtedly extremely important. The original idea was to ask Dumbledore, but this obviously required a favor, and the old bee's favor was not that easy to owe. Now, if I follow Newt and meet Nicholas Flamel, it will undoubtedly be a coincidence. It's just a coincidence. Then let's talk about you, Miss Goldstein. Aurelius looked at Tina, who calmed down. Although you are an Auror of the Magical Congress of Magnesia, and this is France. You have no law enforcement rights, right? To be honest, with the way you attacked me just now, I can definitely use the death curse. I'll hit you without paying any price. Aurelius looked at her. My mission is to take you back. We are protecting you. Tina's expression looked very sad, and there was a sense of unknowing in her eyes when she looked at him. Aurelius could completely guess what Tina was thinking, and he didn't need legilimency. From Tina's point of view, she's here to save Aurelius from fire and water. But just because she guessed it, it didn't mean that Aurelius would be grateful, nor did it mean that Aurelius would be at her mercy. Do you think I believe it? Aurelius looked at her contemptuously. Miss Goldstein, I remember that 7 or 8 months ago, You told me with all your heart that I would receive compensation from the Magic Congress. But what did I gain? Tina's expression was a bit unbearable. She had always felt sorry for Aurelius about this matter, but her sense of justice prevented her from turning a blind eye. Wanted? Deported? I am now leaving my homeland and wandering around Europe. Miss Goldstein, do you think if you were me, should you believe what you just said? Would you trust someone who is covering up others in order to whitewash the piece? The sinful Magic Congress. Aurelius didn't mention anything else, only grasping this point. Tina fell silent. If you can't beat it, you will lose. What else is there to say? Okay, you two, I don't need to mention some things anymore. I was very happy today. I saw an old friend and made a new friend. If nothing happens, would you like to stay for a meal tonight? Nagini's craftsmanship is very good. Aurelius winked at Nagini, who responded with a slight smile. Excuse me. Tina was reluctant. She didn't want to see Aurelius at all now. What she did just now frightened her, no less than the shadow brought by the execution chamber 9 months ago. But considering the mission and Newt's crazy hints beside her, Tina agreed. Nagini said hello and went out. These days, Nagini has been borrowing the hotel kitchen to cook. Zwu's appetite is too big. If he buys everything from the hotel, he will probably go bankrupt. After dealing with Newt and Tina, Aurelius took a closer look at the body. The cause of death is not important. It can be seen at a glance. What interests Aurelius is his identity. Who is he? A thief? Kind of, but Aurelius didn't think so. Although this guy behaves like a thief and dresses like a thief, he climbs out of the window at night, which is the proper behavior of a gentleman. But Aurelius just didn't believe that he was a thief. The main reason was that a thief must have a reason for stealing, right? He stayed in his room for 10 days and spent the first 2 months living in seclusion, visiting a few Ministry of Magic officials, and that was all. He didn't reveal his wealth, so why would the thief target him? No thief breaks into an empty door without any reason. If he doesn't step on it better, what if he is a poor man? I gently uncovered the corpse and searched it, but found nothing. Except for a well-maintained wand, there is no important information. Objects outside the body can be placed and removed, but the things on the body cannot be removed. Rolling up the sleeves of the dead body, a strange tattoo was revealed. It looked like a vulture, but it had 3 legs. What mark is this? Aurelius didn't recognize it, so he looked at Newt. The 3-legged vulture must be a magical animal no matter how you look at it. But unexpectedly, Newt, the world's #1 expert on magical animals, also looked confused. Isn't this a magical animal? Aurelius asked. Newt shook his head. Never seen it. Never heard of it. Could it be the symbol of some mysterious organization? Aurelius looked at Tina again. This magnesium aura might know. Tina also shook her head. That's it. I don't know anything about my feelings. Aurelius continued to look at the body. In the mouth of the corpse, Aurelius found a tooth hiding poison. Good guy, a dead soldier? Aurelius shook his head. Nothing else is really gained. But fortunately, for wizards, there is something that makes it easier to leave evidence. A magic wand. Excuse me, who can help me? Aurelius handed over the corpse's wand. Tina took out her wand and pointed it. Flashback curse. Miraculous light emerged from the tops of the 2 wands, connected together, and the golden light shone, recreating the magic spell the wands had once cast. Alejo Cave, there is a counterspell on the hotel room door, but there is no window. Illusion spell. Tina looked carefully at the manifested images. An operating Newt added. Can you show it a little more? Look where he comes from. Aurelius reminded. Tina shook her head. No, the flashback spell can only look at the spells that the wand has cast before. The flashbacks continue. It can be seen that this is a person who relies heavily on magic spells, and most of them are relatively advanced magic spells. Yes, spells such as the opening of the Alejo Cave and the disillusionment curse are actually real, advanced spells. It's not how difficult these spells are to cast, but how few people use them. In fact, many people have the illusion that wizards have mastered all kinds of magical magic and seem to be omnipotent. This is not right. In fact, most wizards reach the pinnacle of their lives the moment they graduate. Normal life, work, and traveling are no different from ordinary people except for the tool of magic. Who hasn't tried to use wire to open an iron lock as a child? But except for thieves and locksmiths, who in a normal world would study lockpicking skills every day. The same goes for wizards. Unlocking spells and body transformation spells are almost useless in daily life. Most wizards commonly use various life spells. If they are not used or cast for a long time, simple spells will degrade. In comparison, the disembodiment spell is very difficult, but almost every adult wizard can cast it in quantity. This is where practice makes perfect. It's just that the stories I came across in my previous life were all closely related to combat. So most of the characters who appeared were combat talents, which led to the misunderstanding. Don't think too highly of wizards. Except for their innate magic power, wizards are no different from ordinary people. There are geniuses and mediocre people, and there is a division of labor. The owner of this wand has no life spells in the short term, but only combat magic. Black magic is also commonplace. Sketch the image experience through the casting of these spells. Aurelius judged that this was a person who wandered on the edge of battle, and he was most likely to be shady. This eliminates formal combat professions such as orar and duelist. In addition, Aurelius discovered that his battles were very frequent. Broken down, there were at least a dozen battles of varying lengths within the limited flashback duration of the flashback spell. This is a good idea. Aurelius discovered that he always used non-fatal spells in battles, mainly confinement and control. Petrification, freezing ground, leg tripping, and leg-locking spells were the most common ones. And in among these curses, there are occasionally death curses, such as death curses and thunderbolt explosions. This shows that his battles are mainly based on subduing and capturing, and he will only choose to kill the target when he is unable to subdue and capture. In fact, Auror really fits this kind of fighting model, but his clothes and the fangs in his mouth make him look like a well-trained killer. So what does this person do? Wait, Aurelius suddenly raised his head. Has he used the iron armor curse? Maybe not. Is there such a wizard? He fights frequently, but he has never used the iron armor curse. Aurelius frowned, but he used a lot of obstacle spells. Tina said, although the obstacle curse is also a defensive spell, it is mainly for control and cannot replace the role of the armor curse at all. Aurelius shook his head. He suddenly saw what Newt seemed to have in mind. He looked like one and asked, "What did you find?" "He is a magical animal hunter." Newt looked grim. "I have seen these people. They make a living by hunting magical animals and selling various magical animal materials. Because a large amount of powder is fresh and the best, these people generally, they will be captured alive and imprisoned and then killed to obtain materials when it is time to sell them. Fantastic animal hunters mostly work in small groups of 3 to 5. They have a clear division of labor. There are those who are responsible for prevention, those who are responsible for capturing, those who are responsible for tracking, etc. This person should be in charge of such a team capture and besiege people. As he said that, Newt's face turned ugly. We missed it. Such a team acted almost at the same time. When he came here, his companions must not be far away. But after such a long study, his companions may have run away long ago. Wait, hunter of fantastic beasts? You seem to have said, what is it called, Grim? Grimson, Gunnar Grimson. He is the most famous magical animal hunter in the world, monopolizing more than half of the global illegal magical animal materials market. I met him at the British Ministry of Magic before coming here. The British Ministry of Magic hired him to track you. Newt looked at Aurelius. Maybe this person is one of Grimson's men. Call. As the fierce flames rose, a corpse and the last evidence of a person's legacy in this world disappeared into nothingness. Lihua. This is the terrible Lihua. As a kind of terrifying magic, it is still debated whether it should be classified as a curse or a black magic. Its terrifying power shocks everyone. The corpse disappeared almost in the blink of an eye, almost making Newt and Tina think there was something wrong with their memories. There was a corpse here just now, right? What are you doing? Tina exclaimed. That's evidence. Aurelius waved the wand he had just obtained and lightly touched the dark flames. The terrifying fierce fire turned out to be extremely tame. It poured into the wand and disappeared obediently. Evidence? What is it for? Find this person's identity and prove that you were attacked. Attack? I didn't even see him alive. Well, Ms. Goldstein, I'm not an Auror and I don't need evidence. Aurelius put away his wand. He decided to use this one in the future, as it had more projects than his previous one. Tina was silent. She didn't like Aurelius, but she had no choice. The deterrent effect of 660's life-killing curse was very good. Even if she was dissatisfied or disapproved of it, she would not sing the opposite. It's time to eat. Nagini came in wiping her sweat. Behind her was the hotel's suspended trolley, with a huge thigh of an unknown creature lying across it, and several very good-looking side dishes. Aurelius and Nagini had already eaten, but since Aurelius left Newt and Newt alone, he couldn't help but give them food. Just treat it as a midnight snack. This, Mr. Dumbledore, is too enthusiastic, we can't eat it. Looking at the exaggerated roast leg, Newt was shocked. What kind of big eater does it take to eat this? He soon found out. That's not our dash. Aurelius opened the box, and Zhao Wu, who had already smelled the fragrance, jumped up from inside, startling Tina, but surprising Newt, who was extremely obsessed with magical animals. Zoe, this is a very rare magical animal. Awu dash. Zhao didn't care about anyone else. He only had eyes for that roasted leg. But I remember that Zhao Wu is a magical animal unique to Daxia. Why is it here with you? Newt looked at Zhao Wu as if he were a lover, not even paying attention to Tina beside him. I got rid of it as circus, Aurelius explained casually, and led a few people to the dining table. Okay, let's have dinner. The meal was not bad. The atmosphere was harmonious just by chatting. After dinner, Newt was placed in the living room, while Tina stayed in Nagini's room. Aurelius didn't like sharing a room with anyone, especially a man. Tina was a little disturbed and couldn't sleep. Today's events made her feel helpless and uneasy. She didn't know why Aurelius had changed so much in less than a year, especially with the terrifying death curse and the unknown magic fire. She simply couldn't be equated with the timid orphan back then. An unknown demonic fire? Yes, the well-known characteristic of the fire curse is that it changes on its own, showing a monster-like appearance. At the same time, it has the characteristics of becoming increasingly violent and difficult to control. It is attributed to black magic. On the one hand, it is the negative emotions it mobilizes. On the other hand, it is because it is difficult to control. Most wizards will play with fire and burn themselves. But none of these characteristics appeared in Aurelius's spell, because Aurelius has a very strong talent for the fire curse, or he has an absurdly high talent for all black magic. If other wizards' fire curse is level 1, then Aurelius's fire curse is at least level 5, Grindelwald is about the same, and if Albus Dumbledore also learns fire, you should be good too. But please be careful. Aurelius learned Li Hua for only 7 or 8 months, because the research on the severe fire curse has reached a very advanced level. The characteristics of those severe fire curses have disappeared due to the powerful control over the severe fire, and have even been rendered with the color of black flames like the Obscurus. Tina didn't know this, and she certainly wouldn't think of the fire curse. Okay, get some rest early. Nagini hugged the new bed she asked for from the front desk of the hotel and tried her best to appear gentle and friendly. She knew that Aurelius probably didn't like this aura of magnesia very much, but since Aurelius showed his dislike, she had to be as gentle as possible. It has to be said that in the past 6 months, Nagini's growth has been more than just learning magic. What's your name? Tina hugged the pillow and leaned against the bed. My name is Nagini. Are you a couple? Tina asked casually. Nagini's face suddenly turned red, but she still whispered, No, he saved me. And he promised to treat me. Treatment? Are you sick? Then you should go to the hospital. Tina couldn't help but said. Nagini smiled and shook her head. It's useless. No therapist can save me. Okay, good night. Nagini walked out. She doesn't have the room anymore. She's going to live in Aurelia's suitcase. Over the past 6 months, the effect of her blood curse has worsened to the point where she will transform into a giant python whenever she falls asleep. Aren't you going to rest yet? Nagini walked into Aurelius' room. The trap on the ceiling was still guarding this bedroom. No outsiders could come in, except for Nagini and Zwowu. Aurelius had whitelisted them as early as setting up the trap. Aurelius was sitting on the bed. In front of him was an enlarged bookcase, which he temporarily used as a table. It's still early. I'll look at these notes again. Aurelius smiled. Nagini sat next to him, feeling a little guilty. I'm sorry, you haven't had a peaceful sleep for a long time because of me, but I can't help you. You've just learned magic, and you haven't even used the levitation spell yet. There's no need to be harsh on yourself. Aurelius smiled. Nagini also changed her subject. Are these notes useful? There must be some. To be honest, I also admire Sebastian's fathers for being able to create a method to control the blood curse without completely understanding the principles of the blood curse. It's incredible. Ori, Liu said with emotion. Their ideas are very interesting. Things? What ideas? Tame, Aurelius said. They believe that since the blood-cursed orcs eventually turn into beasts because the beast nature is constantly affecting and assimilating the human part, then if this part of the beast nature is tamed and made into a vassal, this impact can be greatly avoided. Is it like an animal tamer? But how to do it? I see Skander taming animals, whipping, starving, and rewarding them, but I can't do these. Do I have to go to bed hungry? Nagini was in trouble. So I said I need the original principles of blood spell casting. These information can only be used as a reference. The situations are different. You and Sebastian cannot generalize, Aurelius explained. First of all, she has the blood of the mermaid siren. This is the biggest difference. She can use part of the siren. Magic can help, but you can't do this. Secondly, your animal forms are also very different. Although I suspect that the python you transformed into is also a magical creature. After all, poisonous pythons should not exist in the Muggle world. But you have to know that although magical animals, it cannot be generalized, but snakes are always difficult to tame. On the other hand, Sebastian is different. She can turn into Leviathan, and she looks like a gentler virgin Leviathan. This is a kind of creature with healing ability. Small Leviathan. Aurelius was like a doctor, carefully explaining every idea he had. As far as I know, sirens have the ability to tame Leviathan. These few books are what I learned from sirens. I bought it from the bookstore in the city, and it records that the sirens use to control their tamed Leviathan beasts to fight against wizards. These all provide the basis for Sebastian to tame the beast in his body. Aurelius paused and said with some uncertainty, and I highly doubt that the real key is the siren's tears. That black pearl-like alchemical product? Yes, I suspect that thing has the ability to enter the soul. What? Because no matter how I look at these materials, they all focus on the core of taming, but they don't mention how to tame them. You are right. Such taming is indeed like an animal tamer. And the premise is that an animal tamer is needed. There are two individuals with the beast. This is impossible for the blood-cursed orcs. If they could be divided into two individuals, why bother to domesticate them? Aurelius boldly hypothesized. Then the body is shared and can be divided into two. Each individual has only a soul. The blood-cursed orc will have two entangled souls, the human and the beast, and they are fighting for control of the body together. Only in this way can it be domesticated from the soul level. But the soul is imaginary. Today, most of our research on the soul is prohibited, and some of it is cruel black magic, which is very superficial. We can't even perceive the location of our own soul. How easy is it to complete the domestication of the soul level? You can't do it yourself, so you rely on external things? Yes, but these are just my guesses. There is no other evidence at all. Aurelius couldn't help, but shook his head and sighed. It's okay, you're already great, I still have time. Nagini mistakenly thought that Aurelius was a little disappointed and comforted him softly. Aurelius didn't explain either. In fact, he already has some ideas in mind. It is not difficult to verify his conjecture. He had used a method of soul manifestation when condensing runes before. Wizards cannot manifest souls, but summoners can. As long as Nagini is taught the method of soul manifestation, he will soon be able to verify whether his conjecture is correct. He hoped that he was right, because as long as it was confirmed that the blood-cursed orc's beast transformation was the result of another soul, he could further make a contract and turn the beast soul into a defender. The summoner's inheritance that allowed Aurelius to escape the crisis of life and death can also help the blood-curse orcs escape the fate of the curse. But now is not the time. He has to prepare for the meeting with Grindelwald in 3 days. No, 2 days. He still doesn't know what Grindelwald is going to do. Being in the storm will naturally involve a lot of Aurelius energy. After chatting for a while, Nagini went into the suitcase to rest, and Aurelius also put away the book box. Early the next morning, Aurelius opened the door and saw Tina and Newt, who were a little overwhelmed. He couldn't help laughing and said, "What are you doing? Who knows how many traps you have? I don't want to die in vain." Tina said in the middle. Aurelius shook his head and drew out his wand to disperse all the traps he had laid before. With all the salutes, and the 3 of them went out the door. Under the strange look of the innkeeper, Aurelius checked out and left. An unlucky guy died yesterday, and no one found out about it. Where do you want to go? Compared to the boring Newt, Tina's words were much denser. Please give me flowers. Moving, Aurelius said, turning around and entering a grocery store. I spent a lot of galleons and purchased a lot of daily necessities at one time. Galleons are the currency of the British wizarding world, but they are actually the common currency of the entire Europe except the Russian Ministry of Magic and even the African Ministry of Magic on the southern coast of the Mediterranean. The main reason is that the economies of these countries are controlled by Gringotts. There are only 3 types of magic currencies that are popular in the magic world around the world. The dropper is the currency of the magnesium country. The galleon system is the most widely used in the world, and the other is called French gold, which is not French gold, but a currency belonging to the Husham Ministry of Magic. Essentially a very valuable material, but given monetary properties. 0. Do you plan to live in France in the future? Newt asked as he watched Aurelius stuffing large and small bags into his suitcase. Of course, the French Ministry of Magic is pretty good. Aurelius glanced at Tina with a sideways glance. The meaning was self-evident. It was better than some magical congress anyway. Tina's heart sank, now that she has settled in France. The hope of following her back to the United States is even slimmer. Arriving at the villa in District 13, Newt and Tina became the first guests to visit. Waving the magic wand and pointing the purchased items into place, the style of the entire villa changed, from a classical French style to a mysterious kingdom belonging to a wizard. Various magic instruments come into play, especially the cart that wields a broom and mop, which will ensure the cleanliness of the entire villa. It's so convenient. Tina looked at the car with envy. Alchemy props? Yes, France is the alchemy capital of the world. More than half of the world's alchemy masters are from France, and half of them are Nicoleme's disciples. Aurelius looked at Tina in surprise. Small eyes, a little speechless. What exactly do wizards learn in school? In addition to magic, I also teach you some common sense. An Auror who knows nothing about the most powerful ministry of magic in the world. Aurelius is really becoming more and more dissatisfied with the magic world. Grindelwald deserves to have so many followers. 3. Speaking of Grindelwald, by the way, what is he doing? Alone, Grindelwald arrives for the appointment. From the deep and quiet drainage outlet, Grindelwald walked with crisp footsteps. This is a nice hidden place, especially when there are no floods. No one will come to check it out for hundreds of years. The tall man has been waiting for a long time. If Newt were here, he would definitely recognize that this tall man was the Grimson he saw at the hearing. Grimson had a sinister look on his face. When he saw Grindelwald, he opened his mouth and said, "Is your information accurate?" "What?" Grindelwald was a little surprised. He thought he was here to hear good news, but why did he seem to be here to investigate? That boy, he is not what you call a 1, 2, 3 rookie. When the vulture saw them leaving with a salute, he went to the hotel to check for fear of losing him. But he never came back, silently, as if the world has evaporated. Grimson said, with an ugly expression. Perhaps it was out of his disgust for the hunter of magical animals that Newt was really fooled. The uninvited guest who broke into Aurelius's room in the hotel was really Grimson's subordinate. And it seemed that he was a subordinate that Grimson valued very much, even going so far as to challenge Grindelwald for him. Grindelwald thought thoughtfully, "It seems that I still underestimated his talent. It's really amazing. He has such terrifying power in less than a year after being exposed to magic. My judgment is correct. He will be a helper, an important piece of the puzzle for us to build a great cause." "You don't know either?" Grimson looked at Grindelwald with some suspicion. Grindelwald pressed his shoulders with both hands and said earnestly, "We are gathered together for the greater good. We have the same goals and like-minded people. Why should I hide it from you? What good does this do to me? What does this do to us? What good are my great ideals? Or do you think I'm one of those cowards from the Ministry of Magic?" "Listen, I know my credibility. Grimson is very aware of his reputation, which is almost ruined by the streets. Although this bottomless style of conduct has brought him a lot of benefits, it means he doesn't mind his bad reputation. Bad people may not necessarily not know that they're doing bad things. In fact, they may know better than Hoadu. But for the sake of profit or something else, they would rather go against their own hearts. So there are bad guys and criminals." Grindelwald interrupted him and looked at him seriously. "We are gathering together for a greater benefit, so that your name will shine with glory in the future. We are doing the greatest thing. Let wizards rule the world. This is a glorious and resolute fight. This is a great cause. You and I have never been subordinates. We are brothers. I trust you and have nothing to do with anyone or anything, just because we have something in common: pursuit and ideal." A brainwashing conversation was like the first time they met a few years ago. Grimson used to be a hunter of magical creatures who was not afraid of meat and vegetables, but everything changed after meeting Grindelwald. For the greater good, just this sentence made countless wizards willing to go through fire and water. Grimson was also attracted by Grindelmo's charisma, which shone like the sun. Grimson possesses extremely powerful strength. He could have been one person inferior to 10,000 people in the witch cult party, but he was not. He has been brainwashed by Grindelwald, a brainwashing more terrifying than the Imperius curse. For the sake of one of Grindelwald's ideals, he was willing to hide himself. Even the members of the Wiccan party did not know that he was also a companion. He became Grindelwald's black glove and led his hunting team to make great contributions to Grindelwald's rule. "Tell me, Yuan Wei, Bob Long, my best catcher. The sacrifice of our companion makes each of us heartache, but it is for the greater good. He is a hero, and we will give him a reasonable treatment." Grindelwald is not just talking. He also knows that His Majesty, needing both grace and power, compensation was immediately promised. "What should we do next?" Grimson raised his head. "Continue to monitor him? No. This matter is no longer something that your men can get involved in. Don't make fearless sacrifices." Grindelwald refused. After thinking for a while, Grindelwald said, "I will ask Mr. Soprano to take action. You and your team, I hope you can occupy Père Lachaise Cemetery as soon as possible. We need a rally to announce my return to the world." Grimson was reluctant, but he still did not refuse. This great wizard second only to Grindelwald in the Wiccan party, but he was also the most deeply affected. Watching Grimson use apparition to fly away, Grindelwald stayed where he was and thought. He could deceive others with his talk, but it would be bad if he even believed it himself. He knew that he was doing something with huge impact, completely subverting the survival rules of wizards in the past hundreds of years, and completely tearing apart the veil of the magical world. Such a major event must be done with sufficient caution, and it cannot be done by just shouting slogans. The biggest trouble in this is, of course, Dumbledore, his once best friend and comrade, has now become his biggest obstacle. Forced by the Blood Alliance, they fight all the time, but are unable to take action against each other in a practical sense. This has been the case for more than 10 years. This has almost become his inner demon. If Dumbledore hadn't stopped him, he would have fulfilled his dream long ago. Fortunately, God sent credence to him. He 1.6 he. Grindelwald laughed strangely as he thought about it. He was so satisfied, being able to achieve such achievements in less than a year after being exposed to magic, such a talent, is terrifying. In 3 to 5 years, or at most 10 to 8 years, he will definitely be able to catch up with himself or Dumbledore. This is the most perfect gift God gave him. It's a pity that this gift is not easy to get. He wants to persuade Aurelius to devote himself to this great cause, but Aurelius, surnamed Dumbledore, happens to be the one. Dumbledore, God really loves this family. Grindelwald shook his head, sighed with emotion, and apparat away. Something went wrong, and he had to change hands. There were a lot of things that had to be arranged, especially Aurelius, who couldn't escape under his nose. "Where are you going?" Abernethy stopped and turned his head. It was Crow who looked down on him and opposed him. "I don't think I need to tell you where I'm going," Abernathy said coldly. "Huh, Abernathy, what is it that makes you dare to talk to me like this?" Crow said with an angry look on his face. "You saved Grindelwald? You can sit on our heads and shit. AB asterisk 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 D. Know your identity." Crow's finger poked Abernathy's heart, which stung a little. Compared with the tall and handsome Crow, Abernathy is short, small, and not outstanding in appearance. Crow was condescending and looked down upon this lucky boy. Since Grindelwald was released from prison, Crow has noticed that Grindelwald's trust in him has declined. This is a red flag. As a wizard at a magic house, everything in Europe should have nothing to do with him, but he appeared next to Grindelwald. The composition of Grindelwald's followers is very complex. Most of them are ordinary wizards who are bewitched by his idea of wizards rule the world. Miraculously, there are a large number of Muggle-born wizards among them. Grindelwald's philosophy is very strange. He does not see pure blood or mixed blood at all. He only sees wizards, squibs, and muggles. He can be kind to every wizard and have a lot of patience, which undoubtedly makes those muggle wizards who feel discriminated against in the wizarding world fall in love with him. But there's also a large portion of speculators. Crow is one of them. For this reason, he traveled all the way from the magical world of Japan to Europe to follow Grindelwald. In addition to different purposes, there are also differences in identity and combat power. As mentioned earlier, due to historical reasons, pure-blood wizards have more magical knowledge and resources, resulting in the average achievements of pure-blood wizards being higher than those of Muggle wizards and mixed-blood wizards. This is one of the sources of pure-blood theory. Although Grindelwald did not divide wizards into 3, 6, or 9 grades, he was a supporter of the theory of strength. This means that most of the people who occupy high positions in the witch cult party are still these pure-blood wizards and pure-blood nobles. In the past, Grindelwald had always trusted Crow and others, but since escaping from prison, Crow found that Grindelwald was alienating himself. It was very subtle, but Crow noticed it. He couldn't figure it out, but this Abernathy, a little person Crow looked down upon, suddenly appeared, and Grindelwald loved to take him with him wherever he went. This was his treatment in the past. The sense of crisis, coupled with Crow's disdain for Abernathy, AB asterisk 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 D didn't even have a surname, all combined to promote his hostility towards Abernathy. Abernathy looked at Crow showing off his power, his expression as usual. Crow is dissatisfied with this guy's performance. He should be trembling with fear now. Crow immediately understood why Abernathy, who had always been timid, had no fear at all. "Sir Dash, I didn't see Abernathy trembling like chaff, but he tried it himself first." Grindelwald's figure appeared behind them. He glanced at Crow coldly. "Abernathy is our companion and our comrade in arms. You shouldn't be like this." The calm tone made Crow even more scared. "Let's all do the work." Grindelwald seemed to have no intention of pursuing the matter, and Crow couldn't believe it. But he didn't see the snake letter spit out by Abernathy, and the cold vertical pupils that seemed to be an illusion flashed away. "Where did you want to go just now?" Abernathy stood behind Grindelwald. "I want to go find my family." Abernathy deadpanned. "You have changed a lot." Grindelwald patted his shoulder with satisfaction. Although Abernathy was persuaded by him and was willing to fight for the greater good, Grindelwald knew that he was not willing. In other words, from a certain perspective, Abernathy and Crow were the same. Humanoids, they all want to gain something by working for themselves. There is nothing wrong with this. The bustle in the world is all for benefit, and the hustle and bustle in the world is all for benefit. Although Grindelwald did not know this ancient saying from Dacia, the truth is this. Abernethy has a unique talent, which Grindelwald has just established. He has a sense of smell that is comparable to magic, and Abernethy is indispensable for being able to find Aurelius so quickly. As soon as he landed in Portugal, Abernethy was sure that Credence had been here, and then discovered Aurelius Dumbledore, the only visitor, and then traced it to France. You know, Aurelius went to Portugal 3 months ago. What kind of Shoutian-level nose is this? But this is Abernethy's talent, and it is also the reason why he is valued by Grindelwald. Grindelwald valued Abernethy's talent, but was also very dissatisfied with his character. Perhaps because he had stayed at the magical society for a long time, Abernethy became one of those old fools who were just messing around. When things happen, you can delay them as long as you can, fool around as long as you can, bully the subordinates and flatter the superiors, put on airs, use chicken feathers as arrows, look ugly and think beautiful. But Grindelwald discovered today that Abernethy had changed a lot. He began to learn to dress himself up. His greasy hair became refreshing, and his old-fashioned sloppy clothes were replaced by a clean 3-piece windbreaker suit. Only the top hat that he habitually lowered was slightly incongruous. These are still foreign objects. What really surprised Grindelwald was that he became more comfortable. He gradually became taciturn and became more serious about his work. This is good. It makes Grindelwald very satisfied. Followers become constantly better by following him, which can give Grindelwald an alternative sense of accomplishment. Is there any result? Grindelwald asked with concern. Abernethy shook his head, his eyes flashing with confusion. No, I have news, Grindelwald said softly. Abernethy looked at Grindelwald in surprise. He had indeed received Grindelwald's promise to help him find his family. But in fact, he himself did not have much hope, because someone once promised to help him find his family. But after 20 years of searching, there was still no news. We found a shipwreck that year. There were 47 survivors. The total crew members were 462 people. There are only 30 people alive today. Your family is among these 462 people. Minister of the 12. More than 400 people. Only 47 survived. Abernethy's voice trembled. Grindelwald patted him on the shoulder. To be honest, it is unlikely that your family is still alive. Abernethy's nostrils were shrinking and dilating. He lowered his head and spoke with an unprecedented firmness. I still have to find them, even if it's a name, a corpse, a tombstone. Furstenberg Square, French Ministry of Magic. Yosef, you really let me down. There are too many signs that Grindelwald and his henchmen are in Paris, but you, in your Aurors, have found nothing. French Minister of Magic Derek said. The Auror office was furious. The object of his anger was a black wizard. He looked a little haggard and was wearing an old woolen coat. French black wizard? Why is it unreasonable? Very reasonable. Obviously, what is used in the Muggle community is not suitable in the wizarding world. African wizards are also an indispensable part of the wizarding community. Sorry, Your Excellency Minister, our Aurors can easily detect the traces of the Wiccan party members, but we have never found Grindelwald. These people take to the streets with great arrogance because they have not committed any crime and there is no evidence. We cannot force arrest and interrogation. Yusef Kama said with apology and grievance. Then what's their purpose? Why did these terrorists gather in Paris? Derricks asked helplessly. You didn't even investigate this, did you? There is some gain, but I think the evidence is insufficient, so the Emperor has not given it to you yet. Yosef Kama looked embarrassed. What's the gain? Brother, you are too cautious sometimes. You have to imagine what our situation is now. Grindelwald is in Paris under our noses. At this time, what chain of evidence and sufficient evidence do you need? Drixus was overjoyed and asked quickly. We found out that Grindelwald's purpose in coming to Paris was to visit Mr. Aurelius Dumbledore. Yosef said without confidence. This thing sounds incredible, because this news was actually revealed by a member of the Wushu party during a routine interrogation. This sounds like an excuse, but they have no other evidence that Grindelwald has other purposes. Aurelius Dumbledore is the lobbyist. It's not quite accurate. He also visited me, but only as a matchmaking middleman. Maybe he received some benefits from Siren. Oh, that's it. I really don't know. Otherwise, I wouldn't have left him alone for a few months. It's a bit of a mistake. Derrick's didn't take it to heart. The French magic with Nicolim has been there since its establishment. There is no one with the most influential ministry of magic in the world. As the French Minister of Magic, it is no exaggeration to say that Derrick's is extremely powerful. Is Dumbledore awesome? Old Dumbledore can still give him some respect. He really doesn't care about a little Dumbledore who pops up out of nowhere. But now that Grindelwald has made a special trip to visit this little Dumbledore, Drixus has suddenly raised the priority of this gringo who didn't care much. Anything else? Yusef shook his head. There's also the fact that Grindelwald is looking for a man named Credence, but that's all we know. Okay, I understand. Is Dumbledore still waiting for my reply? Maybe, because he hasn't left Paris, which means he hasn't given up yet. It's really hard for him, Mr. Yusef. If you have seen him, please take the time to send me a message. I would like to invite him to have dinner with me tomorrow night. Derrick said, with all due respect, Mr. Minister, the Siren rebels have been defeated. Do you still need to see him? Yusef asked doubtfully, with a hint of uneasiness in his eyes. Who said anything about this? If Grindelwald wants to see him, then we have to fight for him. It's that simple. Okay, I'm going back first. Remember, step up the investigation. Okay, sir, walk slowly dash. Yusef Kama's expression changed immediately as he saw off the minister. Something wasn't quite right, and he threw out this news just to conceal other things he had investigated. It would be terrible if Aurelius and the minister were to meet. Yusef Kama's expression changed drastically several times, and he hurriedly ran outside the Ministry of Magic. Almost at the same time, England, Hogwarts. A group of heavily armed and ready aurors appeared outside the castle. Hogwarts prohibits disembodiment, so they can only go here and then walk into Hogwarts. If there was no anti-apparition, Torquil Travers would not mind bringing people directly to the classroom to give Dumbledore a blow. As Dumbledore's reputation increases, more and more wizards trust Dumbledore over the Ministry of Magic. The Ministry of Magic is always paying attention to these issues. To this end, they continue to take high-profile actions in field missions to demonstrate the prestige and power of the Ministry of Magic. This is something Travers is extremely passionate about. Even though he has long since left the Aurors and has become the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, the superior authority, Travers will still often lead teams to perform tasks. For this reason, the power of Theseus, the official director of the Auror office, has been reduced. Travers was accompanied by Theseus Scamander and Lita Lestrange. Lita officially joined the ranks of Aurors not long ago and formed a husband and wife team with Theseus. On this trip, they faced the great Dumbledore, and almost all the elites of the legal enforcement department of the Ministry of Magic were dispatched. Of course, Dumbledore may not care. Wizards can't be decided by just a bunch of people. With a roar, a dozen Aurors swaggered through the hall and arrived at the classroom where Dumbledore was teaching. Along the way, many students saw them. Perhaps Dumbledore's education was too successful, or perhaps the old headmaster was too old to supervise, which led to many students in the school having a bad impression of the Ministry of Magic. Call friends to remind each other to pay attention to others. On the 4th floor of the castle, Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, Dumbledore, who was the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor at the time, was concentrating on teaching. Dang, maid, Bouledo is the most popular professor in the school, no one. On the one hand, there's the terrifying affinity between Dumbledore and Grindelwald. On the other hand, Dumbledore's lectures are very interesting, so interesting that they can attract anyone to indulge in them. A knowledgeable and charming teacher. What's not to love about a child? And today, he, Travers, is going to make these wizards understand their position at Hogwarts, Dumbledore's home ground. P.S. I'm sorry, brothers, I'm gone today. I haven't slept well for several days, and I only get 3 or 2 hours of sleep a day. I really can't keep an eye on it, and my eyes are blurred while typing, and I'm hallucinating in my head. It has been so painful to write these days. I have to refine the setting by frame, and I have to think about how to avoid the plot. I have to adjust and adjust. The main thing is to sleep a little longer and code while half asleep and half awake. Defense against the dark arts classroom. Today is a practical class, which is the most popular class for every little wizard. These little monkeys can never restrain their restless hearts, dueling and confronting each other, using magic wands to perform magic, and trying mysterious and wonderful spells. These are far more interesting than boring theories. Even Dumbledore, who had a brilliant tongue and could make theory classes interesting, could not change the nature of children. What was going on was a mock duel. A chubby student confronted Dumbledore with a wand, and the other students formed a circle around them. Compared to the students who looked nervous and eager to try, Dumbledore was much more at ease. What were the 3 biggest mistakes you made last time? Dumbledore asked. The boy thought for a moment. It got an unexpected shock. Anything else? Yes, I didn't dodge before breaking the spell. Very good, last one. The boy thought hard. He really couldn't remember. Other students couldn't help but snicker. Ha, he can't remember. Just when the boy was really wondering if he had missed something, the wand in Dumbledore's hand suddenly glowed with fluorescence. A gentle but irresistible force grabbed him directly, flew him backwards, and sat down on the sofa behind him. The boy looked at his naughty professor helplessly. He still didn't understand. He was being fooled. The most important one is that you haven't learned the first 2 thoroughly. Dumbledore couldn't help laughing, and the other students also laughed. 837A class was unfolding perfectly, but some people broke in. This is a school. You have no right dash. A young and beautiful teacher did not stop the intruding or she was interrupted rudely by Travers before she could even say anything. I am the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. I have the right to go wherever I want, as long as I want. This seemed to be a response to the lady just now, but his eyes were focused on Dumbledore. Facing a group of students, Travers couldn't refuse and said, "Get out." The students frowned and stared at them, but did not move. After just this brief encounter, they didn't like this intruder. Children are all obedient. Travers' authority was in the wrong place. This is a school. Apart from professors and principals, what they fear most is inviting parents. As for the director of the Legal Enforcement Department, who is this? I don't recognize him. Travers was embarrassed to find that none of the students moved, especially when he saw these students subconsciously looking at Dumbledore. Okay, kids, please follow Professor McGonagall out. Dumbledore's words were much more effective. The children followed the female professor and filed out. The boy who was Dumbledore's rival angrily warned Travers, "He is our best teacher." Thanks, Mike Reagan. Before Professor McGonagall left, he couldn't help but glance at Dumbledore worriedly. Give me a look of relief. Now, Dumbledore and a group of Aurors were the only ones left in the classroom. Dumbledore watched several Aurors disperse in the classroom, seemingly forming a double team, which made him understand that the intruder was not malicious. These Aurors seemed to want to fight him. Dumbledore didn't take this to heart at all. In other words, Dumbledore had cultivated his character for many years and had a good temper. At least on the surface, he had a good temper. If it had been Aurelius or Grindelwald, he would have laughed at them. People, I don't know why they have a kind of self-confidence. People with higher status are often more likely to be self-confident. What on earth allowed them to produce a wizard who could compete with the likes of Dumbledore through heaps of numbers? If these Aurors were just like Dumbledore, the Swiss encirclement and suppression operation more than a year ago would not have failed, and Grindelwald would not be able to cause such a big disturbance. The Ministry of Magic throughout Europe is helpless against Grindelwald. Why would Travers think that Dumbledore, the only one who can compete with Grindelwald, will be easy to deal with? It is a very simple truth, but politicians like Travers always turn a blind eye. Newt Scamander is in Paris. Travers looked like he was in control, as if he knew everything. Dumbledore, an old Riddler who knew the secrets of Tai Chi, said lightly, "Really? Stop pretending. I know clearly that you ordered him to go. Travers pressed forward step by step. Dumbledore leaned on the teaching desk and said with a smile, "Well, if you're lucky enough to teach him, you will know that Newt is not a person who is good at following orders." Travers smiled coldly and threw a small notebook to Dumbledore, who caught it with one hand. "Have you read The Prediction of Tycho Dodonus?" Travers stopped pestering Newt and talked about the book. "Well, many years ago." Dumbledore turned the pages of the book casually, closed it, and put it aside without caring. Travers sings the prophecy. The man is cruelly exiled. The daughter is disappointed and despairing. Yes, I know. Dumbledore seemed to feel uncomfortable standing. He sat on the lectern and put his hands in his pockets, very leisurely. "Very well, then tell me, what does this prediction, CCFB, say?" Travers asked. "How do I know?" Dumbledore didn't answer, not to mention whether this poem was a valid prophecy made by the prophet Dodonus. Even if it was, there are various interpretations of the prophecy. You can only guess based on these few vague sentences. Things are undoubtedly inaccurate. Taking a step back, even if Dumbledore interpreted it correctly, why would he tell Travers? Grindelwald, a murderer, a criminal, escaped from England, Travers said to himself. If he is an exiled man, then who is the daughter? Dumbledore's expression changed, and he looked at Travers gloomily. He had a premonition of the name Travers was going to say, who died in pain and despair. And what was the starting point of Grindelwald's evil? That's enough. Travers. Dumbledore could not contain his anger. Ariana is Dumbledore's Achilles heel, a taboo he doesn't want to talk about. Travers also knew how to give up when it was good. He didn't dare to overly stimulate Dumbledore. Grindelwald appeared in New York. Newt went to New York. Grindelwald was in Paris. Newt went to Paris. Tell me, Dumbledore, how could it be such a coincidence? What do you want to say? You don't know? You are not in charge of all this. Not my business. You have built a very small international contact network, and you don't have to worry about it. No matter how long you spy on me and my friends, you will never find the slightest violation of your intentions, Travers. Dumbledore laughed, and he was helpless. Since he put himself in a cage, he must learn the ability to solve problems with something other than force. This sounds like a redundant step, but this is his choice, and he knows that he must do this. Otherwise, it will only bring more terrible consequences. Our goal is the same, to defeat Grindelwald. Dumbledore was serious in his words. They were on the same side, at least in the case of Grindelwald. However, they're always pursuing dominance, doubting, monitoring, and internal friction with each other. This will do nothing to crush Grindelwald's conspiracy. Seeing Travers' disapproving expression, Dumbledore felt helpless. However, I warn you that your political suppression and violence will only push his supporters into his arms. Stare. Travers suddenly turned cold. Dumbledore's warning sounded to him as malicious ridicule and sarcasm. At best, he was calling his teammate a pig, and at worst, it was an accusation against him. For a politician, this accusation is even more difficult to accept. I'm not interested in your warnings. Dumbledore felt helpless about this pig teammate. I didn't want to mention it at first because I don't like you. Travers' voice suddenly became low, and he raised his eyes to look at Dumbledore. But among magicians, you are the only one who can rival him. Travers seemed to want to show off. He stepped closer and watched Dumbledore's every move. I want you to fight him. Dumbledore was speechless. He raised his eyelids, and the deep wrinkles on his forehead were the result of their complicated past. I cannot. He refused, but this seemed to be what Travers expected. Because of this, an illusory image appeared in midair. It was a pair of young people. Dumbledore's eyes were full of memories. It was them in the summer of 1899. Him and Grindelwald. This illusion was seen by everyone present, and the Auror's disbelieving eyes jumped between the illusion and Dumbledore. Theseus stood up straight as if greatly frightened and looked at Dumbledore in shock. You and Grindelwald, Travers said with a confident expression on his face, were once as close as brothers. Dumbledore and Grindelwald were once as close as brothers. This is big news. Closer than brothers. Dumbledore stared blankly at the phantom in the sky. That was the past that he didn't want to think of, and it was also the most cherished memory in his life. The sweetest days ended with heartbreaking pain. To this day, Dumbledore can't think of another person who can do this to him. Looking for a close friend in the mountains and rivers. Grindelwald is his soulmate. The same talent, the same high ambition, the same pride and confidence. Will you fight him? Travers asked for the last time, almost speaking out word by word. This is an ultimatum. More than once, the Ministry of Magic asked Dumbledore to fight against Grindelwald, but he was blocked by those 3 words, "I can't." Dumbledore's voice was soft but still firm. "Damn it. I can't again." Travers almost gritted his teeth. "Do you really think you are the savior? Do you really think that only you can be the savior? Use this to blackmail and fight against the Ministry of Magic? Now that you have chosen which side you are on." Travers waved his wand, and a pair of metal bracelets appeared on Dumbledore's wrists. "From now on, I want to know every spell you cast and who is monitoring you. It will be doubled. You are prohibited from teaching defense against the dark arts." Travers, completely heartbroken, turned away angrily. As he walked, he asked Theseus, "Where is Rita? Let's go to Paris right now." Theseus was silent and lowered his head. He was a little upset. This is what he told Newt to take sides. Everyone must choose to take sides. Dumbledore is no exception, and Newt is no exception. The no choice he imagined was just a delusion. With his head hanging down, Theseus walked out in silence. "Theseus! Theseus!" Dumbledore stopped him. Theseus raised his head subconsciously. Dumbledore looked at him seriously. "Remember, if Grindelwald calls a meeting, don't stop it. Don't let Travers send you. If you still trust me." "Theseus! Theseus!" Travers shouted angrily outside the door, interrupting their conversation. Theseus nodded perfunctorily, turned and left. He also made a choice, the Ministry of Magic of Justice. Oops. Dumbledore looked at the metal bracelet on his hand, and the development of things was a bit beyond his expectation. He really didn't expect that the British Ministry of Magic, which was far away from the mainland, would take the lead in blowing the clarion call of attack. Attack? Yes, everything in Travers today shows that. The Ministry of Magic is about to fall out. They no longer dwell on hard evidence, and they can no longer allow Umbra to grow. Maybe others can, but Travers can't. A hardliner like him, when Grindelwald didn't use coercive means as the Ministry of Magic, he was forcefully ordering everyone in the team. There is no centrist allowed either to fight against Grindelwald or to help others. Nothing else. This is not right. You can't do this. Dumbledore had a sullen face. This was forcing a large number of neutral forces to be driven in the direction of Grindelwald. As the Ministry of Magic and the Enforcer of Order, it is a constraint on everyone. If we continue to be tough at this time, it will only be counterproductive. What is order? It is the right of everyone to sacrifice part of their freedom in order to protect their freedom from being infringed. As someone who works for the Ministry of Magic is constrained, such tough behavior will only make more people worry about whether their remaining freedom will be taken away at any time. Instead of doing this, it is better to surrender to Grindelwald and follow Grindelwald's toughness, but in exchange for other freedoms. He had to do something, but the bracelet on his hand prevented him from acting rashly. He didn't want to irritate Travers anymore. The conflict between them would only benefit Grindelwald. It's a pity that Travers didn't understand his painstaking efforts. Power. It's really the sweetest poison in the world. Dumbledore closed his eyes tightly and sighed quietly. Albus, Professor McGonagall. Dumbledore knew who it was without turning around. Sunderland McGonagall, a gifted witch. He is also a professor who has taught at Hogwarts for decades, even earlier than Dumbledore. P.S. Rowling is eating books again. It is impossible for Professor McGonagall to appear in Hogwarts at this time, let alone teach Newt and Lita. This half-century error cannot be patched. Okay, if you haven't called Minerva by name, just think of her as McGonagall, another witch. You don't look very good. I just heard Travers say that you were prohibited from teaching. Professor McGonagall asked. Ah, yes, that is terrible news. Dumbledore laughed. This is so stupid. Why does the Ministry of Magic interfere with teaching at Hogwarts? It's ridiculous to ban a professor from teaching. I'll go find the headmaster right now. Professor McGonagall was angry. 0. No need. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Travers doesn't trust me, so let's take a break at this time. Dumbledore shook his head slightly. He gave in, and he gave in again. Dumbledore is not a weak person, but his repeated concessions in the face of magic are understandable to many people. This is called putting the overall situation first. Dumbledore hated the Ministry of Magic, and he had done so since he was a boy. The Muggles hurt their sister and made her an Obscurial, but the Ministry of Magic captured his father, leaving his family in ruins. For this reason alone, don't let Dumbledore have any favorable impression of the Ministry of Magic. But in the overall situation, Dumbledore chose to be patient. As a former close friend, no one knew Grindelwald better than Dumbledore. In order to stop his old friend, Dumbledore must not let the fire in the backyard start again. That's why. But it's a pity that the fallen flowers are deliberately flowing and the water is ruthless. Dumbledore's behavior of retreating for the sake of the overall situation was rewarded by the Ministry of Magic's push. He looked at the metal bracelet on his wrist. It was a very sophisticated alchemy tool. As someone who could talk happily with Nicolim, he also had considerable attainments in the field of alchemy. He couldn't untie this bracelet, at least not in a short while. Professor McGonagall, can you go to Paris on my behalf? 3. It's a new day. The air is fresh. Wake up in the villa's soft Simmons bed feeling refreshed. It's much more comfortable than that hard bed. Aurelius stretched out. Meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow dash. Coco, Coco, Coco. There was a commotion in the corridor outside the door. Aurelius opened the door and said helplessly, Okay, why are you bullying Coca? Coca is the sweeping robot Aurelius bought yesterday. It is an alchemical product that looks like a cart, with a moving mechanical arm holding a broom and mop. It was invented by a French alchemist, and the sales volume was very good. Many Ministry of Magic and pure-blood nobles were willing to buy it for cleaning. You can see a lot of this kind of stuff in the magic world. What are you doing with all those fancy 347 nonsense? There are house elves, and there are also things that have been cleaned up, and things that are obviously very simple have to be complicated to create this kind of nondescript alchemy robot. Although he couldn't stand it, Aurelius had no other choice. He couldn't always stay in the villa cleaning, so he pinched his nose and spent more than 300 galleons to buy one. This is a lot of money. Coca is the most valuable thing in the family. I didn't expect that since I released Zwowu yesterday, it would be like an eldest daughter colliding with a gangster, and her cap has been blocked. The broom that Kakana kept waving seemed to be an automatic cat-teasing stick in his lips and eyes. Fortunately, Zwowu was just playful, and the manufacturer of the Coca-Cola did not cut corners. Otherwise, the Coca-Cola would have been dismantled long ago. Many alchemical products have their own thoughts, but this is something similar to a program, not a real intelligent life. In the magical world, most items with intelligence are not good things. At least they are very dangerous black magic items. Meow. Seeing Aurelius wake up, Zwowu's eyes lit up, and he immediately stopped torturing Cocker, and instead pounced on him. Come and play with me. Sometimes I really envy these animals. They're simple-minded and just want to play when they are full of food. A little while, okay? You let me eat first, and then clean up. Aurelius rubbed his big head and pinched his ears, and Zwowu purred comfortably. He really kissed you. Newt came over with an envious look. The villa was very big, with 6 or 7 rooms, and Newt was right next door to Aurelius. Woo! Zwowu looked at him warily and made a threatening whine. I really don't know what offended it. It never let me get close. Newt said helplessly. Aurelius also felt strange. He touched Zwowu and asked, Why did he offend you? Meow. Meow. Zwowu called twice. Aurelius nodded and said to Newt, He said you're not a good person. You smell like a lot of magical animals, just like the person who caught it. Ah, you are too worried. Newt is a protector of magical animals, not a hunter of magical animals. Orly explained. Meow? Zundu fake toot. Real. Seeing one person and one cat going back and forth, he couldn't help but said, "You, can you communicate with magical animals?" "Yes, most of them should be fine." Aurelius nodded without going too deep. At this stage, bestiality is only a variant of legilimency, far from becoming an independent spell. So Aurelius didn't want to talk more. "That's great. Your ability is what I dream of." Newt looked at Aurelius with envy. "I can only make a little judgment based on their behavior. If I can also talk to them, maybe my research can still be done." "Go further." "That's such a shame." "Oh, wait a minute." Aurelius waved his hand, and a mirror turned around. His expression changed, and he said to Newt, "Someone called me. Excuse me." Aurelius closed the door again and returned to the room. Newt didn't pay attention. His heart was entirely on Zwowu. He tried to get closer, after Aurelius explained to him. Ouch! Zwowu looked cute with his big, watery eyes. When Newt came within reach of him, his expression suddenly changed. The huge claws hooked Newt's collar and lifted him up directly. As his body was lifted up, Newt's heart was also lifted up. "Queenie, where are you?" Aurelius looked at the background behind her in surprise. It was not her house, but a secluded path. She looked very bad, totally miserable. "I'm in Paris," Queenie said softly, hiding her face. "Where in Paris?" "Piazza Italia." Queenie sat helplessly on the roadside with her suitcase in hand, staring blankly at the couples passing by. The breeze was slightly cool, and Queenie wrapped herself in clothes. The wind was cool, and her heart felt even colder. "It looks like you made an incredible decision. Call." Aurelius walked out of the deep black flames. Facing a few muggles who seemed to have seen a ghost, Aurelius waved his wand, and they turned away with blank expressions. "Tell me your method." Queenie stood up and looked at Aurelius with unprecedented seriousness. "Have you really decided?" "Yes, I have decided." Queenie was a little anxious. "Even if the sacrifice might be huge?" "I don't care," Queenie said impatiently. "Well, love really makes people blind." Aurelius sighed, and he said, "The method is very simple. What is it that prevents you from being together?" "Law of secrecy." Queenie looked at Aurelius in horror. She didn't expect Aurelius 1.4 to do the same thing as Grindelwald. But Aurelius shook his head. "No, the law of secrecy is implemented all over the world." Queenie said blankly, "What is that?" She was really confused. She had never thought about it. The education she received since she was a child is that the secrecy law prohibits contact with muggles, and wizards must keep the secrets of the magical world. But it wasn't until Aurelius mentioned it that she realized secrecy laws were enforced all over the world, but other countries did not completely prohibit contact between wizards and muggles. "What is it?" Aurelius looked at her without telling her the answer directly. People are always willing to believe what they want to believe, and people always believe in themselves more than others. He won't say it. He wants Queenie to tell it herself. Is the Magic Congress?
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.